After separating from Song-won at the state-owned pharmacy, Yongbin rode his bike to Old San's house. Old San's house was a courtyard-style home. When he arrived, the gate was open. He parked his bike inside, called out, "Old San," and went inside. Just then, Old San's father came out. "Yongbin, you're here. Ah Wei is inside. Go on in." He gave Yongbin a quick smile and hurried out.
Yongbin frowned.
Since he and Old San met, his father had been the town mayor. He always looked calm and composed, rarely like today. "Brother Bin, why did you come?" Old San heard the voice and came out. "I came to see you," Yongbin said as he stepped inside. After thinking for a moment, he asked, "Your father just hurried out. Did something happen?" Old San and Yongbin went into the house together. "It's just the usual old problems." Yongbin turned around and asked, "Is this related to the farm thing?" "No, Brother Ben, don't worry. Things have been noisy like this for years." The old man still holds his position firmly. "He's just a small-town mayor. It doesn't affect him," Old Third said casually. But the worry in his eyes still couldn't be completely gone. Seeing how he seemed to think he could handle everything alone, Yongbin didn't spoil him. "Are you talking nonsense to me?" His voice was quiet, but the serious tone and rising ending made it sound like a warning. Old Third instinctively shrank his neck. Old Third had to honestly tell him everything. It was probably related to the farm incident last time. He had offended some people, which caused them to hold on to this matter and involve his father. And this time, the actions from above were very different from usual, very big, with a sense of everyone feeling uneasy. After sharing these things, Old Third felt much lighter and happier. "Brother Bin, what kind of tea do you want?" "I'll make some." "Anything is fine." Yongbin leaned back in his chair, thinking about solutions while replying. "Let's drink some rock tea today. I just got a new batch, and it tastes really good." Old Third took a pack of tea from the drawer, waved it at Yongbin, then went to the kitchen to brew tea. Just then, Seongdong came in. He sat directly across from Yongbin without hesitation, smiling gently as he said, "A telegram from City B came. They want me to return quickly. Isn't that strange?" While speaking, he kept watching Yongbin's reaction. Yongbin pulled his thoughts back and looked at his scrutinizing gaze calmly. "It was my telegram. Weren't you falling down the mountain? I need to tell Uncle, right?" "Ha." Seongdong's smile cooled down. "Really, my good brother? You don't want to see me? Good brother?" Yongbin looked at him. Those 3 words slipped from his tongue, but a hint of mockery appeared. "Brother Dong? You're here too." Old Third brought over a pot of tea. "Perfect. The 3 of us should gather and have a good talk." Old Third vaguely knew there seemed to be some tension between them, so he really wanted them to talk it out and clear the misunderstanding. Men, once things are talked out, everything will be fine. "Third brother, I suddenly want to drink that tea we had last time, the Wui Water Fairy. Is that okay?" The third brother, who just finished brewing the tea, said nothing. "Brother Dong, which one do you want to drink?" Seongdong smiled slightly. "Yongbin and I like the same tea, so let's have the Wui Water Fairy." The third brother was silent. He felt that the way the eldest brother spoke was starting to sound strange and sarcastic. "All right." The third brother turned around and brewed the tea again. After the third brother walked away, Yongbin sat up straight and leaned slightly forward. He stared intently at Seongdong and asked, "The farm being reported, does it also involve third brother's father? Do you know about this? And tell me, should the person who reported it be punished?" Hearing this, Seongdong hesitated briefly when he learned that third brother's father was affected. Then he kept his usual calm expression, showing no emotion. "Oh, are you implying that I did it? Do you have proof?" The evidence doesn't point to him. He was just guessing based on Song Ruan's dream. All 3 of them had grown up. They weren't children anymore, so their expressions didn't reveal much. Yongbin leaned back in his chair again. "The softest and most sincere person among us is third brother. You know how much he cares about you. Remember, don't hurt his feelings." Seongdong's eyelids drooped, hiding his expression. When Yongbin finished speaking, he raised his head with an innocent look. "Of course, we're brothers. You should know how I treat my brothers." Yongbin didn't like his seemingly masked smile and made a pointed remark. You are the ninth adopted son of the Xiang family, with 8 older brothers above you. I really don't know how you treat your brothers. I just hope you're not willing to do anything at any cost. Anything at any cost. Xiang Dong repeated the phrase, then suddenly burst into loud, joyful laughter. Ha ha. He laughed so hard that he leaned forward and back. His usual gentle smile disappeared, replaced by something more sinister. The third brother brought over the freshly brewed tea, his hands trembling slightly. Wow, you're so happy? What are you two talking about? Xiang Dong took off his glasses and wiped away tears of laughter. Yang Bin said I'd do things at any cost. After saying this, Xiang Dong put his glasses back on, then walked over and leaned in close. You're worried I might do anything to deal with Songwon, right? What are you afraid of? Are you afraid she will fall in love with me? He spoke to Yang Bin word by word, gently but firmly. You are afraid. You worry that after Songwon sees a better person and a bigger world, she might not want you anymore, right? Then he moved closer and whispered harmlessly, if I really wanted to, I could have taken your beloved girl to bed long ago, you know? Before he finished, his left cheek was struck with a hard punch, causing blood to flow from the corner of his mouth. Clearly, Songwon is Yang Bin's bottom line. He has touched Yang Bin's limit. Hey, what are you doing? Old Third quickly put down his teapot and rushed forward, holding back Xiang Dong, who was trying to fight back. Xiang Dong tried to move forward several times but was tightly held. He was so angry he laughed bitterly. He's the one hitting, why are you holding me? Old Third let go of him, then ran to hold Yang Bin again and turned to shout at Xiang Dong. Brother Dong, run quickly, Xiang Dong. Yang Bin. That Old Third's father's matter, I will see if I can do anything about it. Xiang Dong spat out some blood and left after saying this. Yang Bin looked at Old Third, who was holding him like an octopus, and said helplessly, let go, I won't let go. I just won't. Old Third was very stubborn. Bin Ge, Dong Ge, please don't fight. You are my best friends. Yang Bin pressed his temples. Your brother Dong has already left. Let go quickly. 2 grown men hugging and holding each other. Does that seem strange? Oh. Old Third looked back and saw that Xiang Dong was no longer there, so he finally released him. As Xiang Dong stepped out the door, he saw Songwon. He looked her over from head to toe. It had been less than 3 days since the mountain incident. She was completely unscathed, with no scratches, a stark contrast to the obvious wounds on him. He remembered his long-dormant illness and the 2 sudden knives he had encountered when meeting wild boars on the mountain. Then he smiled thoughtfully at her. When Songwon saw Xiang Dong, the first thing she noticed was the swollen wound on his left cheek, clearly beaten. She secretly clapped her hands in her heart. But seeing the terrifying smile on his face, she instinctively took a few steps back. Eastward. He lifted his leg and moved forward. Yang Bin just happened to come out, quickly pulled Songwon behind him, blocking his view of her curiosity. Yi stopped in his tracks, gave him a meaningful smile, then turned and left without stopping. On the way back, Songwon happily talked about her success in selling wild ginseng. But the person riding ahead only responded with short sounds like, and oh, seeming completely focused on riding. Look, the half-hour journey from town to the village was shortened to 20 minutes for him. Songwon was angry. Even the gentle autumn breeze couldn't calm her fiery mood. She sat in the back seat, pouting silently, waiting for someone to notice. At that moment, someone unexpectedly blocked the road and challenged her. Stop! Zhang Kaihong stood in the middle of the path, spreading her arms to force the bicycle to halt. Today, she went back to find the person who made fried sweet cakes. That person insisted they didn't mix up the cakes for the wrong families. So, the stomach ache after eating should have been from the people at Songwen's banquet. Zhang Kaihong found yesterday's event strange. On her way back, she happened to meet them, so she stopped them. Songwan, was it you who caused the stomach ache yesterday? Zhang Kaihong asked sharply. Normally, Songwon might have pretended to be polite, but now she was in a bad mood, so she retorted directly. Don't you know the truth of what happened? How dare you lie and twist the facts in front of me? Zhang Kaihong widened her eyes. You really know? It must have been you who swapped the fried sweet cakes. I'm not in the mood to talk now. You'd better not provoke me, Songwon said, then glared at Yongbin before walking past them. Yongbin suddenly realized he seemed to have made his little boss angry. He wanted to chase after her to explain, but was stopped by Zhang Kaihong grabbing his bike handle. Did you hear that? She swapped the fried sweet cakes. She's a malicious woman. So what? Seeing his little boss walking further away, Yongbin's eyes flashed with impatience. But Zhang Kaihong stubbornly held onto the bike, refusing to let him go. What do you mean, so what? Yongbin looked at her with a cold expression. First, you drugged her. What do you want to do now? Take it to the village chief. If so, I can go with you right now. Secondly, I knew about this from the beginning. You don't need to use tricks to tarnish her reputation in front of me. If she wants to hurt someone, I will only hand her the weapon. If she wants to set a fire, I will only pour water on it. Your attempts to smear her are meaningless to me. He already had things on his mind, and now his eyes looked colder than before. Are you satisfied now? Let go. Yongbin usually speaks little, but now he was radiating coldness, like he was freezing everything around him. There was also a heavy, gloomy atmosphere, as if she said one more word, she would be swallowed up. Zhang Kaihong instinctively pulled her hand back and watched him walk away helplessly. She initially wanted to find someone else to cause trouble. But instead of causing trouble, she was just angry and had no place to vent. Then she remembered Song Jin, who had left without saying a word that morning, and decided to go home and take out her frustration. Yongbin followed her, then stopped his car and went to hold her hand. I was wrong. Please don't be angry. Song Won turned to look at him, crossing her arms coldly. Tell me, what did I do wrong? Yongbin thought for a moment and answered tentatively. Was it because I rode my bike too fast and bumped into you? He had been thinking about other things all along and didn't notice what might have upset her. Xiangdong knew Yongbin very well, so every word Xiangdong said today hit a nerve deep inside him. He was indeed insecure about himself. He was afraid that Songwon would leave him if she met someone more talented or lived a more exciting life. Moreover, Xiangdong's words made him realize something he had previously ignored. If someone who coveted her had some power, he wouldn't even have the strength to resist. At that moment, he suddenly felt worthless. Songwon had no idea what he was thinking. When she heard his answer, she got even angrier. Her face looked swollen with anger, like a puffed-up pufferfish. You're the one who bumped into her. Yongbin watched her angry figure walk ahead, and suddenly, it felt like something sharp pierced his heart, very painful. Thinking that he might not even have the ability to protect her, he suddenly lost the courage to chase after her. Song Won stomped forward angrily, but after walking for a while without hearing him catch up, she slowed down again. Still, he didn't come after her. She paused for a moment and quietly turned around. He looked up with drooping eyes, standing still, surrounded by a sad aura, like a dog abandoned by its owner. Song Won immediately forgot her anger and reflected on herself, wondering if she had been too harsh. She jogged back, slipped her fingers into the gaps of his large hand, and shook it. What's wrong with you? Her small hand was a bit cold, her fingers clasped tightly. The roughness of her skin contrasted sharply with her delicate appearance, making her look mismatched. Don't be unhappy, Song Won said softly, seeing him still staring blankly. She shook his hand again. Her gentle voice pulled Yongbin out of his deep thoughts. He looked up. The young girl tilted her head, her eyes shining with moisture, as if she could speak. Once this thought appeared in his mind, his cold body instantly warmed up. All the messy, bad feelings in his mind disappeared, and he only saw her charming little face. Okay, he said in a hoarse voice. His fear of love had clouded his judgment. In the past, he could only hide in dark corners, secretly watching her. Now, she was right in front of him, and she was still comforting him. If he was afraid she would find someone better and leave him, he would try to do better. If he was scared he couldn't protect her, he would work hard to improve himself. Yongbin's eyes became clear and firm. Song Won never expected that this tall man in front of her would be so easy to soothe. She was stunned for a moment. Yongbin took the lead, holding her small hand tightly. I want to talk to you about something. What's that? His sudden change of mood made her feel like her thoughts couldn't keep up. Yangbin briefly explained the situation with Lao San's father, then shared his own thoughts. About Lao San's father, it's partly because of the farm incident. I want to help him. There was one thing he didn't say out loud. The town mayor was the highest official he could reach. If he wanted to climb higher in power, helping now would be a good deal. Knowing people and building relationships are different. Song Wan nodded. Of course I don't oppose it, but how can we help? Contributions. Yangbin carefully explained to her, the main reason they are pressuring him is because he hasn't personally managed the capital all these years. So, we will help him by taking credit for the capital's success. Song Wan tilted her head and asked, You mean, release the more than 100 pigs from the farm and let him handle them himself? Yangbin said clearly, as if those pigs weren't his. Song Wan was surprised. More than 100 pigs. At the lowest price of 80 yuan per pig, that's over 6,000 yuan. After subtracting costs and splitting with the third brother, they could still get more than 4,000 yuan. She couldn't help but admire him. No wonder he could do so well in his dreams. His courage is impressive. If it were her, she wouldn't even think about risking so much money, let alone come up with this idea. Seeing she was silent, Yangbin added, Xiao Wan, trust me. These funds will grow many times over in the future. Song Wan snapped back to reality and quickly said, I trust you. Of course, I trust you. And this is your property. I have no objections at all, really. To show she was completely willing, she nodded firmly, trying to seem more convincing. Yangbin didn't say anything. Instead, he gently squeezed her hand, pulled her into his arms, and hugged her tightly. He was filled with contentment and let out a satisfied sigh. Cough, cough. A deliberate cough sounded nearby. Song Wan quickly pushed Yangbin away, realizing belatedly that they were on a small path. Although they were already engaged, she blinked her big eyes a few times and instinctively moved behind Yangbin, leaving the awkward scene to him. Yangbin looked at her actions with a faint smile. Then he greeted the visitor calmly, brotherly. The visitor was Li Shengli, the village chief's son. Li Shengli scratched his head awkwardly. There's a meeting at the market square at 6 tonight. I was just going to inform everyone.
Seeing you.
You too? I thought I'd come by and say something. Yangbin nodded slightly. Got it. Thanks, brotherly. All right, I'll go inform the others now. Li Shengli finished speaking, holding a metal gong in his left hand and a hammer in his right, then turned to leave. If you looked closely, his steps seemed a bit hurried. Because there was a village meeting at 6 o'clock, everyone finished their dinner early and headed to the drying area. Autumn was deepening, and the autumn wind was refreshing. Everyone gathered at the drying area, and it wasn't too uncomfortable. It wasn't even 6 o'clock yet, and most people had already arrived. The village chief called out names. Once everyone was present, he began to speak. Bang, bang, bang. All right, everyone, please be quiet. First, a gong sounded. Then the village chief raised his voice to explain the meeting's purpose. Tomorrow, our village will organize a fish-catching trip at the reservoir. When the village chief said this, a small wave of murmurs spread among the villagers. Autumn is the best time for fat, tasty fish. Because during this time, fish prepare for winter by eating a lot and storing energy. However, villagers don't like this activity. First, catching fish takes a lot of effort. Farmers work hard all year, and they don't have much fat or energy. Plus, it's right after planting winter crops, and everyone is tired and wants to rest. Second, the fish taste quite fishy. If not cooked well, they won't satisfy cravings and might even cause stomach discomfort. Third, the fish caught are shared with the village, and each family gets only a small part. So, everyone was whispering and discussing quietly. The village chief waited for the murmuring to die down, then struck the gong again. Listen up, villagers. Tomorrow at 8 a.m., each family must send at least one strong person here to gather, and then we will set out together. Next, the village chief roughly explained how the fish would be divided. Those who go into the water to catch fish will share based on how many fish they catch. The rest will be considered public property. The most important thing is that anyone who shows up and helps with light tasks will also get a share of the fish. So Song Wan decided to go. She had already thought of many ways to cook the fish. The next day, Yang's mother woke up early to cook rice and fry some meat dishes for them. She also put 2 bottles of water into a bucket for them to take. When they arrived at the drying area, Song-won saw quite a few familiar faces. Her 3 brothers and her sister-in-law were there, which she expected because her brothers are hardworking and not afraid of effort. In simple words, they are very diligent. Most of the people from the youth station have arrived. Probably because they don't earn many work points daily, so their food supplies are running low. What surprised Song-won was that only Jong Kai-hong came from her second uncle's family, but Jong Kai-hong isn't really a strong worker either. Sure enough, when the village head was counting the people, he saw only Jong Kai-hong from her second uncle's family and looked unhappy. However, he didn't waste time at this moment. He took the fishing tools and headed out with everyone. At the reservoir, they started forming teams on their own. Finding teammates is very important because the more fish each team catches, the more they can share. Since everyone was there, everyone was eager to do their best to win. There were only 5 fishing nets, so they divided into 5 teams. Yang Bin and his 3 brothers formed one team. The youth station people formed another. Li Xingli led a group of similar-aged people. The remaining people split into 2 teams. Yang Bin and his brothers had the fewest people, but they looked quite confident. As soon as they entered the water, they took a good position. The Song brothers were responsible for holding the nets at the drainage outlet, forming a 3-sided trap. Yang Bin used a wooden stick to hit the water fiercely, stomping his feet to guide the fish into the nets. He was very strong, hitting each time with a big splash, and the Song brothers cooperated by moving the nets toward Yang Bin. After a round, their net caught many fish. When the net was pulled ashore, Song-won and Wu-xing quickly went over with buckets, removing the fish from the net and putting them into the buckets. Compared to their organized and coordinated effort, others looked a bit chaotic. For example, some people chasing fish couldn't gather them properly, and those collecting the nets didn't coordinate well. Village head, this isn't fair. Why can Yang Bin and his team fish from the good spots? Jong Kai-hong saw this and complained. Since it was her first time fishing at the reservoir, she didn't understand, and the village head didn't want to explain much. Fishing underwater depends on skill, the village head replied calmly, continuing to watch the situation below. Jong Kai-hong persisted. You're the village head. Why are you afraid of Yang Bin and his team? You can't just ignore your own son, right? Look, your son caught fewer fish than them, the village head. What's wrong with my son? He can't catch others, so he can only accept his younger brother. What can he do? The village chief almost scowled and glared. His son couldn't compare to others. Does that mean he has any face? Is it necessary to loudly say that here? So, no matter what Jong Kai-hong said next, the village chief didn't want to listen. Jong Kai-hong muttered, "Humph, I won't bother if you ignore me." Who cares? The village chief ignored her, and she didn't know anyone else around. She could only lazily stare at the water reservoir below. As she looked, her gaze unconsciously drifted to Song-won. By then, they were already soaked from the water, their thin clothes clinging tightly to their bodies, revealing their figures clearly. She had always thought Song-won was slim, but she didn't expect he also had some muscle. It wasn't very obvious, but the lines were clear. Her eyes moved from his back to his chest, then down to his waist and stomach. Unfortunately, when she wanted to look further down, his body line disappeared into the water. She then remembered sleeping with Song-jin. When she touched Song-jin, he was dry and stiff, very different from Song-won. She wondered what it would feel like to touch Song-won. Jong Sai-hong's gaze became dreamy. At this moment, Yangbin walked over to Song-won. His muscles were more developed and obvious than Song-won's. His strong arms, barely covered by his short sleeves, looked powerful. Yangbin seemed to notice her looking at him. He turned his head sharply and shot a fierce look, which startled Jong Kai-hong. Her dreamy eyes immediately cleared. She patted her chest to steady herself. Then she turned and looked at Song-won with sympathy. Sleeping with a rough man like Yangbin was too pitiful for Song-won. Someone like Song-won was much better. Thinking of this, she glared fiercely at Wu-xing, her eyes almost like knives. The results of fishing were clear. Yangbin's team ranked first, Li Xingli's team second, and the Jiqing team last. The first place team could pick 60 fish first, the second 50, and so on, decreasing by 10 each time. Since Song Ruan's group also caught 1 fish, they could bring back a total of 62 fish. With so many fish, others might sell them at the supply store or dry and salt them to make salted fish. But Song Ruan had other plans. She told her brothers to take a few fish to eat over the next couple of days, and once she finished cooking, she would bring the rest home. There are many ways to cook fish: making soup, steaming, stewing, baking, braising, pan-frying, deep-frying, or braising. Yongbin's family cares a lot about food, so they have many seasonings at home. Because of this, Song Ruan asked Yongbin to pick out 1 fish from the ones brought back, and that evening they would make braised fish. Braised fish uses strong flavors, with lots of thick sauce that helps remove the fishy smell. It is salty, fragrant, and tasty, especially good to eat in the season. She planned to keep the remaining fish in water for now, and tomorrow, when she went to town to buy oil and some seasonings, she would start cooking. Early the next morning, Song Ruan and Yongbin set out. According to their plan, they first went up the mountain. They biked to the foot of the mountain, hid their bikes in thick grass, and then hiked up. The weather that morning was unusually good, with just the right cool breeze that refreshed the mind. In this comfortable temperature, they easily reached the farm deep in the mountains. Revisiting the old place, their mood was completely different. Song Ruan released over 100 pigs and filled each feeding trough with food before heading back down the mountain. On the way to town, without rain, they saw a rainbow in the sky. Song Ruan felt that today was definitely an extraordinary day. In town, Yongbin went straight to his third uncle's house to discuss how to earn merit with his father. Meanwhile, Song Ruan took her oil coupons to the supply and marketing cooperative to buy refined oil. "I want to buy refined oil. All of these," she said, placing 1 5-liang and 3 4-liang oil coupons on the counter. Her confident attitude surprised the experienced clerk. But inside, Song Ruan felt quite distressed. She had money, but only these less than 2 jin of coupons, so she could only buy that much oil. Sigh, it's really hard to do anything without coupons. She didn't know when the black market would open. "Here you go," the clerk said, handing her nearly 2 jin of oil. It was quite rare to buy so much at once, not because of the money but because of the limited coupons, so the clerk looked at her a bit longer. Song Ruan remained calm, took her things, and bought some seasonings and a few blocks of tofu before leaving. It was almost noon. She went straight to the state-run restaurant, ordered a bowl of pork noodles, and waited for Yongbin to come find her while eating. While she was eating noodles, suddenly there was a loud noise outside, and the sound kept getting louder. It was noon, and many customers were eating in the restaurant. Hearing the ongoing commotion, they all rushed to the door to see what was happening. Song Ruan's table was close to the window. She stood up and took a few steps, and she could see the scene outside through the window. Outside, a group of senior students was walking from under the large banyan tree across the street. There were boys and girls, and one person was carrying a copper gong, occasionally hitting it. As they got closer, Song Ruan could understand what they were shouting. The red armband had been knocked down, and the special period was over. Song Ruan didn't expect that the end of this special period would come so much sooner than she thought. When one whale falls, all things thrive. Long-suppressed emotions were suddenly released. The people shouting loudly looked more lively and full of energy. The rising excitement spread to people in the streets and alleys. Song Ruan watched for a moment, then returned to her seat and continued eating her noodles. She planned to finish quickly and go to find Yongbin to tell him about this. Unexpectedly, Yongbin arrived at the state-owned restaurant before her and found her. "Hello, I want another bowl of pork noodles," Song Ruan called out to the waiter by the window, seeing him come over. "You haven't finished this bowl yet. Why order another one?" The waiter looked at her with some displeasure. She was just watching the crowd. This kind of behavior that drives customers away could only be done by someone from a state-owned restaurant.
You don't need to worry about that.
"I have money," Song Ruan said, placing the money for her noodles on the table, not wanting to argue. "Just wait for a moment." The waiter took the money and quickly went to the kitchen to give instructions, then came back out to watch the crowd again. Yongbin sat down beside Song Ruan. She looked at him sideways, puzzled, and asked, "Is the matter with old third's father settled so quickly?" Yongbin smiled, clearly in a good mood. "It probably doesn't need to be settled anymore." Today, when he went to old third's house to discuss the plan, his father was very opposed. Later, after his repeated explanations, he finally agreed. But just then news came from above. Recently, the chaos above finally ended with a clear winner. The red armband was defeated, so it no longer threatened Old Three's father. The problem was solved, but relationships had changed. Song-won still wanted to ask more, but then she saw Old Three coming over. Little sister-in-law, Old Three stopped his bike and struggled a bit to squeeze through the crowd at the door. "Old Three, you're here too," Song-won greeted. "Have you eaten?" Old Three sat down quickly and poured himself a glass of water to quench his thirst.
Not yet.
"I came with Brother Ben, just to have a meal with you, little sister-in-law." Song-won smiled warmly, patting her chest confidently. "Sure. Just tell me what you want to eat. This meal is on your sister-in-law. Full and satisfying." "I may not have much, but I have money," Old Three chuckled. "Ha, okay. I didn't expect that besides being pretty, my sister-in-law is also so funny. Brother Ben is really lucky." Song-won felt like Old Three was praising her, but maybe not completely. Next to them, Yongbin smirked mysteriously. "Waiter, I'll have some stir-fried pork, a bowl of rice, and 3 bottles of Ba-Si soda," Old Three ordered without hesitation. After ordering, Song-won asked, "Do you guys know what's happening outside?" Yongbin nodded and started eating the noodles the waiter brought. Old Three swallowed hard and watched them eat. "We probably just know a little earlier than others outside." Song-won swallowed her noodles and quietly asked, "Is the black market about to open?" Old Three nodded, lowering his voice. "It should be soon. We need to observe for a few days. If everything looks good, it will open gradually. After we finish eating, let's go back and tell our family. I think this is a good sign. The future environment will definitely get better." Song-won finished her meal, put down her chopsticks and watched them eat, resting her chin on her hand. "Yes, after this, we'll take you home first. Then Old Three and I need to handle some farm matters. Since those 100+ pigs weren't sold, and there's no longer a threat, they'll keep raising them." Yongbin finished his bowl quickly. Seeing Song-won's half-eaten bowl, he naturally took it and continued eating. Hey, I'm still here." Sitting nearby, the third man felt their hostility towards men without partners. Yongbin calmly ate his noodles, ignoring his teasing. Song-won's face was not as thick, so she felt a bit embarrassed. Just then, the soda was brought over. Song-won quickly took a bottle and looked down to drink, trying to hide her discomfort. When they had almost finished eating, Song-won called the waiter over again. "Hello, please pack 2 servings of braised pork and 22 fresh meat dumplings." These were for taking home to their families. The waiter looked confused, thinking he had heard wrong. Because most people who eat at state-run restaurants do so to enjoy the experience and feel superior about dining out. It's rare to encounter someone who specifically orders to take food home. If they have the money, why not buy meat and cook at home? Song-won didn't know what the waiter was thinking, or she would have been very upset. She also wanted to buy pork to cook herself, as her own cooking was better. But she didn't have meat coupons, and even with money, there was nowhere to spend it. The only option was to pack food from the state-run restaurant, since they didn't require meat coupons for meat. Seeing that the waiter didn't speak, she repeated her order and then asked, "How much is it in total?" The waiter finally snapped out of his confusion and started calculating. "You paid for the 2 bowls of noodles earlier. The remaining items are braised pork at 1.50 each, 2 for 3 yuan, fresh meat dumplings at 4 cents each, total 0.88 yuan. Soda at 0.8 yuan per bottle, total 0.24 yuan. Twice cooked pork at 1.20 yuan. Adding everything up, it's a total of 5.32 yuan. With the waiter's complicated look, Song-won took out money and paid him. "Hey, no, keep it." The third man stopped her, quickly placing a large red envelope into the waiter's hand. Then he said to Song-won, "Little sister-in-law, I was just joking earlier. Please don't take it seriously. This is my place, and as a man, I can't let you pay. Brother Ben can pay instead." Yangbin looked at the third man and said slowly, I'm different. My wife handles the money. The third man cursed. It. What if I don't show off? Song Won was speechless. After packing the food, they got up and left the state-run restaurant. Yangbin parked his car in front of Song Won, and the third man also rode his bike beside them. Song Won suddenly remembered she still had something to do. Can you take me to the People's Bank of Z Country first? Little sister-in-law, what do you want to do there? I want to withdraw some money. The other day, I dug up wild ginseng on the mountain. I sold one piece to someone and they gave me a bank deposit slip. I haven't withdrawn the money yet. Elder Third was surprised. How much is that wild ginseng worth? And they gave you a deposit slip? More than 4,000. Elder Third was stunned. How much? Yangbin smiled again, just like when they were eating. You didn't hear wrong. Your sister-in-law said it's over 4,000. After saying that, he kicked off with his right foot and they set off first. Hey, wait for me. Elder Third called from behind. Can I get reimbursed for the meal earlier? Yangbin, hearing him talk nonsense, sped up a little. Elder Third chased from behind, feeling wronged. Brother Bin, you're not fair. You tricked me into paying for the meal, and now you're trying to shake me off because you're stronger. They played and joked all the way. After withdrawing the money and sending her back to the village, Yangbin and Elder Third turned around and rode away. Back in the village, Song Won wanted to tell her parents and brothers the news first, but she found out everyone already knew. Everyone was gathered at the house with the radio, listening to the broadcast. When Yangbin proposed, he gave her family a radio. So many people were there now. Seeing this, Song Won decided to go straight to Yangbin's house and come back later. When she arrived, she went directly into her room and then ran into her space to count the money. After withdrawing 4,000 yuan from the bank, she was worried about losing it, so she put it directly into her space. Seeing those dozens of bundles of money, she finally felt like a rich woman and couldn't help but smile. She planned to take out 500 yuan to build a house for her family. The rest, when the black market opened, she could use some as capital for business and some to stockpile grain. After the new year, she would start saving the money she earned, and after spring, she planned to go to the city to buy a house. Because the special period had ended and the college entrance exam was not far off, she planned to start high school in the town after the busy farming season. Recently, whenever she has free time, she studies her first-year high school courses. By next spring, she should be able to finish them on her own so she can start second year then. After organizing her money, she leaves her room to deal with the dozens of fish. As Song Won steps out of the house, she sees young Mower walking into the backyard and immediately calls out to her. Mower, today I bought tofu and some seasonings. Let's make a dish with one fish, 3 ways tonight. Young Mower's eyes widen instantly. That sounds great. Just hearing one fish, 3 ways makes my mouth water. They walk and chat together. Yang's mother, who is sitting in the hall sewing shoes, hears them and puts down her work to join in. I'll help too. Yang's mother is very interested in the idea of one fish, 3 ways. As one of the few people in the village who enjoys cooking, she thinks she's pretty good at it. But last night, Song Ruan's braised fish was definitely tastier than hers, so she's looking forward to today's meal. Song Won goes to prepare the ingredients, while Yang Mower helps wash vegetables nearby. Yang's mother goes to the big fish tank and finds the 2 biggest fish, each weighing about 3 to 4 pounds, and cleans them thoroughly. Then she asks, what should we do with these 2 fish next? First, cut off the heads and tails, then slice the fish into thin pieces. Song Won replies while quickly preparing the marinade. Done, Yang's mother says, cutting the fish into slices with skill. The slices are even and of good thickness. Song Won hands over the prepared marinade. Now you can marinate the fish slices. After handing over the marinade, Song Won washes her hands. She then takes the fish bones, heads, and tails and first fries them in a pot, then stews them with tofu. Yang Mower helps start the fire. Taking a break, Song Won goes to the pickled vegetable jar and takes out some pickled vegetables. While Yang's mother is chopping the pickled vegetables, Song Won has already heated oil in a large iron pot. When the oil is hot, she adds and scallions to stir-fry. Once the aroma is released, Yang's mother finishes chopping the pickled vegetables and adds them to the pot to stir-fry. When the smell of the pickled vegetables fills the air, she adds 2 spoons of water and brings it to a boil. Once the broth thickens, she adds some cabbage and mixed mushrooms to cook briefly before serving. What's next? Yang Moer asks while tending the fire and watching the steps. Next, the fish slices that have been marinated are blanched in boiling water. Once they are cooked, they are immediately removed and laid one by one on the freshly prepared sour vegetable soup base. While doing this, Song-won also starts making chili oil. She cleans the pot, then adds oil and chopped chili peppers to stir-fry. After the chili releases its spicy aroma, she pours the oil and chili mixture over the fish. The fish slices immediately sizzle and release oil. "It smells so good," Yang Moer said, her eyes wide with excitement. "What's cooking?" "It smells so delicious." A woman suddenly came into the kitchen without being invited. Yang's mother remembered she had forgotten to close the yard gate. She isn't someone who dislikes visitors, but she doesn't like this woman in front of her. However, she is gentle and doesn't argue, so she just keeps her lips pressed together, showing her displeasure silently, hoping the woman will realize and leave on her own. But the woman is very familiar and confident. Seeing that they are silent, she speaks to herself. "I smelled the fish you made yesterday, and now you're cooking again." She then looks at Song-won, who is holding a spatula, and smiles. "Oh, you made this? My son brought back 2 fish yesterday, but I haven't cooked them yet. Can you teach me this skill?" Song-won only knows that this woman is from the village, but they rarely interact, so she doesn't know her relationship with the Yang family. But after glancing at Yang's mother, who looks unhappy and silent, she starts to think. "Ma'am, I learned this skill by paying for lessons. If you want to learn, you'll need to pay," Song-won said calmly. Talking about money can hurt feelings, so the woman immediately retorted, "Just teaching? You want money for that? I didn't eat your fish, so why would I pay?" "You're just after money," she finished, but no one responded to her, making her feel awkward. Still, she didn't want to leave. "Well, I want to try it and see how it tastes." She reached out with her dark, rough fingers to grab the top thin fish slice. "P.S. Thanks for the lovely gifts, comments, and encouragement." She thought for a moment and decided to move her body in front of the boiled fish, blocking it from view. Yang's mother saw this and stood up angrily. "What are you doing? Why are you moving someone else's things?" Yang Moer, sitting on a small stool and tending the fire, also looked angry. "Hey, what's the big deal? Why are you so fierce? It's not a big problem. I didn't even touch it." "Humph, you're so petty. Besides, I don't even want to learn right now. Making fish with so much oil is unnecessary. If I had that much oil, I could make something tastier than yours anytime." Seeing the scene, the aunt realized she wouldn't get her way today. She muttered a few words, cursed them, and walked away grumbling. "It's not your oil, so why do you care?" Yang Moer mumbled softly. After the aunt was completely out of sight, she pouted and complained in a clear voice. "Phew, she's finally gone. She always takes advantage of us and talks in a strange way. She's really annoying. To deal with people like her, you have to be firm. You can't let her get away with it. Otherwise, she'll think she can do it again. Plus, kindness gets taken for granted, and if we stop giving her favors, she might start spreading rumors outside," Song-won analyzed. "Listening to you, it really is like that. I need to be a bit stricter in the future." Yang's mother thought more and more that this was the right approach. "Let's not talk about her now. We still have some fish slices left. Let's finish the last dish of the 1 fish, 3 ways meal. Anyway, Brother Bin isn't home for dinner tonight. The 3 of us should finish early and eat sooner." Yang Moer happily nodded in agreement. Yes. I'm so hungry. Let's eat early," Song-won nodded. "Good. This last dish is simple and quick. For the final dish, just coat the remaining fish slices with a thin layer of corn flour and fry them directly. Once the fish turns slightly golden, add scallions and Sichuan peppercorns, then stir-fry everything together. The fish slices made this way are crispy on the outside and tender inside. They keep the fresh flavor of the fish, remove the fishy smell, and with the scallions and peppercorns, the taste is so appealing it will excite your taste buds and go perfectly with rice. So, during the meal, Yang Moer, who usually chatters happily, was completely silent. However, her conflicted expression, wanting to eat quickly but also afraid of not savoring the food fully, made people smile. After dinner, Song Won started to prepare the remaining fish. Unlike in the river, fish at home can't stay alive for long without fresh water. So, she kept 2 fish for tomorrow's meal and planned to make oil-fried fish with the rest. This method is simple. First, clean the fish and cut it into pieces. After drying off the water, marinate it for a while, then slowly fry it in oil. Cooking the fish slowly over low heat makes the meat cook evenly, making it chewy and firm and easier to store. Once all the fish are fried, she places them into small jars, adding crushed chili and hot oil to preserve them. This oil-fried fish can last for a month or 2 without spoiling. According to how they caught the fish, Song Won set aside some for her brothers to pick up later. In the village, building houses usually involves local young men helping out, and they don't get paid, but are provided with 2 meals, lunch and dinner. Since it's heavy work, these meals must include meat. Now, with the fish fried, they've partly solved their food problem. Today, they took 2 servings of braised pork from the state-run restaurant. They ate one tonight, and Song Won took the other, along with some dumplings, and went out. On the way, she met the woman from earlier, who was sitting under an old tree, eating from an old ceramic bowl. Seeing Song Won, she immediately mocked, "Oh, you're just carrying stuff home to spoil your family." It was clearly a provocation, but Song Won didn't bother to argue. Is it wrong to respect your parents? Has your daughter never shown you respect after marriage? She replied calmly, without stopping or giving her extra attention. The woman was caught off guard by the reply and didn't know how to respond. Song Won quickly walked away, leaving her behind. She felt a strange, uncomfortable feeling inside, like a knot of frustration that wouldn't loosen. Then she thought about her daughter, who had married and rarely came home. Sometimes she brought a little something when she visited, but when she left, she took it back. It really seemed like she had never shown her any respect or filial piety. Seeing this, she felt even more frustrated. Song Won didn't realize that a casual remark of hers had hit a nerve in someone else. When Song Won returned home, her family was sitting under the big tree enjoying the shade. She naturally went over. "Dad, Mom, brothers, sister-in-law, Shaolei, I brought some dumplings. Let's have a snack together." Second brother Song Woo saw something tasty and brightened up. "Then I'll go make some tea." Song Won handed her mother the braised pork. "When I came back this afternoon, there were many people around, so I didn't come inside. So, this braised pork will probably be left for tomorrow." Yi Hongmei didn't take it. Instead, she looked serious and pulled Song Won into the room. Song Won followed her in and just took out the money she had prepared, placing it in her mother's hand. "Mom, this is 500 yuan for building our house. Take the money back." "I borrowed the money for the house from your grandma," her mother said.
Ye Hongmei purset her lips.
Song Won clearly heard her displeasure in her tone. She walked over, hugged her mother's belly, tilted her head, and leaned on her shoulder. "Mom, what's wrong? Did I make you angry?" Being hugged affectionately by her little daughter, even if she was furious, her anger melted away. Besides, she wasn't angry at her. "I'm angry at myself." Yi Hongmei turned around and tapped her daughter's head. "I told you not to always think about helping your family back home. It will only bring trouble." Hearing this, Song Won remembered the aunt who had just mocked her and couldn't help but purse her lips. "Mom, if they want to gossip, let them. Do I have to live by their standards? Besides, I spend my own money." "Your money? Where did you get so much?" Yi Hongmei asked suspiciously. "I found wild ginseng in the mountains and sold it for over 4,000 yuan, Song Won replied. "What?" After they went into the room, the family sitting in the yard was stunned when they heard this. Song Woo looked at her with envy, almost unable to hide it. "Since it's the off-season now, after we finish building the house, I might as well go find wild ginseng every day." Father Song calmly broke his son's fantasy. Things like this depend on luck. As the old saying goes, if you don't have the luck, even living on a mountain won't help. Song Ron nodded. That's right. I think the special times are almost over, and the college entrance exams will be restored soon. Big brother, second brother, third brother, whenever you have free time, you should start studying so you can take the exams. Yi Hongmei's eyes lit up. That's great. Once the new house is built, you won't have to do any chores. You can focus on studying. Wu Xing added, me too. I can help with the work. After her mother passed away, Wu Xing couldn't continue school, so she only had a primary education. Hearing that Song Wen could take the college exam made her happiest of all. You don't have to be so nervous, Song Wen said with a smile in his eyes. We'll keep doing our work as usual and study in our spare time. Starting now gives us a big advantage, so getting into college shouldn't be too hard. Song Kai agreed. Big brother is right. Song Wu looked a bit resentful. That's easy for you two to say. You've always been good at studying. For me and our little sister, it's not that simple. Song Wan said, second brother, I'm not that bad at studying anymore, so don't drag me into this. Her words made the family smile quietly, clearly not believing her. But Song Wan didn't mind and shared her plan. I want to go to school in town when spring comes. Second brother, will you come with me? Song Wu quickly shook his head. No, I don't like studying. I like making money. You all can take the exams, I won't. Second brother, that's not right. Going to college helps you earn more money later. If you don't believe me, go with big brother and third brother to the cowshed and listen to those educated people talk. Song Wu looked doubtful. Really? You'll know once you listen. Father Song nodded with satisfaction. You've grown up, my girl. It's good that you like studying. I'll support you. Song Wu glanced at his father and muttered, Dad, little sister has more money than you now. She doesn't need your support. Father Song was speechless, feeling a bit hurt. Everyone burst into quiet laughter. A few days later, construction began on Song Ruan's new house. Because there was an empty space on the right side of her house, she directly knocked down the wall on that side and connected it to the new building. This way, the new house didn't need a lobby or kitchen, and 4 rooms plus a bathroom could be built. Early in the morning, about 20 strong workers arrived to help. Since it was a slow farming season, everyone was happy to come and help, especially since they could get 2 meals out of it. This saved the family a lot of food. The foundation of the new house was made of stones, the walls used blue bricks, and the roof was covered with common blue tiles, all of which cost money. But the main beams, rafters, and roof trusses were stored from before, so no extra money was needed for those. Overall, 500 yuan was enough. Once everyone arrived, they started working eagerly. However, the weather was becoming increasingly hot and stuffy. Uncle, aunt, after a while, Yangbin came over and handed a bamboo basket to Mr. and Mrs. Song. They looked inside and saw a large piece of pork. They were surprised and didn't want to accept it. I also brought some meat for my family. This is for you, Yangbin said. After saying that, he placed the meat in the kitchen and quietly went back to work. Because of the hot, stuffy weather, by noon, when Song Wan and the others finished cooking and called the workers to eat, everyone's clothes were soaked with sweat. Wow, Aunt Song, your family is so generous. The food is so good. A young man helping out exclaimed. Hearing this, others nearby also came over out of curiosity to see what dishes there were. Stewed pork with vermicelli, spicy stir-fried pork, shredded meat with mixed mushrooms, fish, and green vegetables. The young men's eyes widened in amazement. The people waiting in line for food, hearing the names and smelling the aroma of meat, couldn't help but swallow hard. After serving the food, everyone quickly found a place to sit and started eating eagerly. Song Wan took 2 water cups and found Yangbin eating under a tree on the other side of the house. There's tea in here. You've been sweating a lot. Do you want some tea before eating? Song Wan offered him a cup. Why do you have free time today? Isn't the farm busy? Yangbin took the tea, took a couple of sips, and indeed felt much cooler inside. During the day, I can free up some time. My father-in-law and mother-in-law are building a house. If they don't come, It won't look proper. But aren't you planning to sneak out at night? That seems too tiring. Song-won frowned and muttered. I'm not tired, Yongbin said, setting down his water cup and looking at her. Her damp hair stuck to her cheeks, and her face was flushed from the heat, looking very pitiful. He couldn't help but say, it's hot. Maybe you shouldn't go cook. After saying that, he felt it was unlikely. No one builds a house without the owner cooking. I don't know when the rule was made, but we have to cook for the helpers. Cooking so much for so many people is tiring. Could we just pay them and let them go home to eat? Listening to his rambling, Song-won smiled softly, her eyes crinkling. Seeing her carefree smile, Yongbin clenched his teeth. Are you annoyed by my nagging? Little troublemaker, who am I doing this for? No, Song-won begged. She stopped laughing and secretly tugged at his hand. Don't worry about me. I'm not the only one cooking. It's not tiring. I'm not that delicate. They didn't say much more, and each went back to their chores. For over 10 days, Yongbin helped build the house during the day and worked on the mountain at night. That day, he returned very late, well into the middle of the night. The sky was full of stars, casting tiny lights that made everything look lonely and tired. He hadn't looked at her properly in a long time. Yongbin stood in the yard for a while, then decided to open her window and climb inside. Between the dark tiles of the roof, there was a piece of transparent glass. The starlight shone through it. Yongbin stood by her bed, quietly watching her. Her sleeping face was less charming than usual, more innocent, with a natural obedient look that made him want to pinch her and see if she was really so easy to tease. Because she was sleeping on her side, she naturally pressed the blanket under her legs, and the hem of her shorts had ridden up, revealing a pair of beautiful, long legs. Yongbin sat down gently, pulled the blanket from under her and covered her. In her drowsiness, Song-won felt like someone was trying to steal her blanket. She was a little annoyed and slowly opened her eyes. In the middle of the night, when you open your eyes and suddenly see a shadow standing by your bed, how would you react? Song-won never thought she would find herself in a situation where she had to think about this. Worried about waking her family, Yongbin reached out and covered her scream. Shao-won, it's me. Familiar voice came from above. Song-won looked up. The faint light cast shadows on his sharp features, making it clear who was there. She finally relaxed a little. You scared me to death. Song-won pushed his hand away, looked up at him with raised eyebrows, and spoke softly.
I'm sorry, Yongbin sighed softly.
I've been so busy these days. I haven't had a good look at you in a while, so I didn't expect to wake you up. Sorry. They sat close together, facing each other. Song-won could see his tired face clearly. She suddenly felt a bit sorry for him and really wanted to hug him. So she wrapped her arms around his waist and held him. Do you know? My heart was almost jumping out of my chest just now. It's the first time I've experienced something like this. You probably haven't, right? Waking up in the middle of the night and seeing someone standing by your bed? Next time, I'll secretly come find you and stand by your bed to scare you. Then you'll know how it feels. Sleepy-eyed, Song-won mumbled softly in his warm embrace. After a while, she noticed he didn't say anything. She asked softly, "Why aren't you talking?" He still didn't reply. Confused, she looked up to see his expression. But all she saw were his long, dark eyelashes pressed tightly against his skin, breathing slowly. Clearly, this tall man had fallen asleep leaning on her. He must have been very tired. Song-won thought about waking him, but decided not to. She gently laid him flat on the bed, letting him sleep on the outside. She planned to wake up early tomorrow and call him back to his room. Having someone warm beside her was a new and strange feeling. She rested her head on her arm, turned to the side, and looked at him. She occasionally poked his cheek with her finger, studying how he was different from her. But her curiosity was no match for her tiredness, and soon she fell asleep. The next morning, Yongbin woke up on time, thanks to his internal clock. His arm felt numb from the pressure, and there was a warm breath near his ear. Yongbin suddenly remembered something and quickly turned his head. His young girl was resting her head on his arm, sleeping peacefully. Her eyelids were lightly closed, Her lips slightly curved in a gentle smile, and her lazy hair was casually spread over him, looking soft and tender. He smiled to himself, feeling a bit silly. So this is what it feels like to wake up and see the person you love, like everything around is sweet. He couldn't help but reach out to trace her eyebrows and face, moving closer. The girl's gentle scent immediately filled him, making him feel warm. This morning's already warm feeling grew even stronger. He remembered the men building houses with their wives, talking about spicy things in private. His hand on her lips tightened a little, accidentally applying more force. Her lips hurt a bit, and Song Rua slowly woke up. When she opened her eyes, she saw his handsome, strong features very close. She realized her head was resting on his arm, and her thigh was across his leg. Even through the fabric, she could feel his body heat. Song Rua blinked a few times, still a bit groggy from sleep. It took her a second or two to react, then she quickly moved away from him. Her movement was a bit sudden, causing Yongbin to hum softly and shift his legs. Song Rua sat up, her voice a little confused. You suddenly fell asleep sitting up last night, so I didn't wake you. His low, magnetic voice sounded lazy in the morning, like a gentle touch on the heart. Song Rua couldn't help but fan her face with her hands. Phew, it's so hot. Talking about the heat, Song Rua remembered the hot weather these days. Yongbin, don't you think the weather has been strange lately? It should be cool and crisp in autumn, but it's been so hot these days. As she spoke, her eyes suddenly looked a bit distant. Yongbin, do you think there might be a locust plague coming?
Disaster?
The village chief was stunned when he heard Yongbin say this, his eyes wide with shock. Yongbin went to Song's house in the morning to help build a house. After lunch, he went to see the village chief. Yongbin didn't directly say that Song Ron had a dream. First, he was afraid that someone with bad intentions might use this to cause trouble. Second, people might not believe it if he told them, but if it turned out to be true, some still superstitious folks might do strange things they wouldn't normally do. So, Yongbin told the village chief that the recent weather was the real concern. The weather has been strange lately, but that doesn't mean a locust disaster will happen. The last locust outbreak was over 10 years ago, the village chief said with a frown. It's true that a disaster might not happen, but what if it does? Our village just harvested the spring wheat 2 months ago, and it was a poor harvest. Everyone has little food stored at home, just waiting for the winter. What if a disaster really comes, we might not survive, the village chief said, finishing Yongbin's thought. Hearing this, he immediately broke out in a cold sweat. If that happened, many people could die. As the village chief, he was worried his time in this role might be over. Seeing the village chief's attitude soften, Yongbin added more carefully. And, village chief, you just said that the last locust disaster was over 10 years ago. No one can say when the next one will happen. Maybe in a few years, or maybe this year. This made the village chief remember the locust disaster from over 10 years ago. He looked far away, as if he saw the scene again. It was truly a sky full of locusts. Wherever they went, all the leaves and stalks turned bare, and the crops were completely destroyed. People had nothing to eat. They were starving and, in desperation, would fight and steal. When they couldn't steal, they ate tree bark or roots. When those ran out, they even dug up the statue of Guanyin to eat the mud. But eating too much mud could be deadly. Some people died, their bodies thin and bony, but their stomachs were huge, full of mud. The village chief's heart was breaking, but he had no idea what to do. Even if I tell the villagers about this disaster, they might not believe it. So, what should I do, according to you? Do your best and leave the rest to fate. The village chief can report your guesses to the commune and inform the villagers. What they decide to do next is not your responsibility. Yongbin gave a suggestion, then took his things and said goodbye. Village chief, I finished what I came for, so I'll be leaving now. Okay, the village chief nodded and responded. He then paced back and forth inside the house for a while. After a long pause, he decided to go to the main village to discuss things with others. The village chief looked around at the peaceful and calm scene. People were walking on the main and small paths, and he felt a bit nervous about possible future events. On the main road, Song-won was riding her bicycle toward the town. Her new house's foundation, walls, and roof were all finished. Next, she needed to do some interior work, then let it air out for a few days before moving in furniture. Today, Song-won went to the town to buy things for her new home. The black market was also open, and she planned to check it out. She only had 200 yuan on hand. She had given all her other money to Yang-bin, so he could stockpile grain. It was easier for him to buy grain secretly at the black market without attracting attention. Her job was just to store the grain he bought into her space. She first hired a temporary worker to help carry things because she planned to buy heavy items like cotton and fabric. Her family hadn't made new quilts for years. The old quilts had become flat and stiff from use. Her mother planned to find someone to fluff the cotton and refurbish the quilts. But because of wear and tear, and with a new family member, they could only make 6 thin quilts, suitable for spring and autumn. So, she decided to buy cotton from the supply and marketing cooperative to make new quilts. When she entered the cooperative, she saw a familiar staff member, Wei Chongjing. Wei Chongjing saw her and came over to greet her. Song-won, what are you here to buy? He no longer fancied himself as special for being noticed by her, but as someone who knew her, he still greeted her politely. I want to buy 24 jean of cotton, she said. She nodded at him and got straight to the point. His surprised look made Wei Chongjing gape in shock. You're buying so much cotton, the country only gives each person half a pound of cotton tickets every 6 months. She bought 24 pounds at once, which really surprised people. Don't worry, I have cotton tickets. Song-won nodded and took out 2 bundles of rolled cotton tickets, handing them to Wei Chongjing. You can count if it's enough. These 24 pounds of cotton tickets were hard for her family to gather. Her family of 6 saved for 3.5 years, only managing to collect 21 pounds of tickets. Then they borrowed 3 pounds of tickets from neighbors, finally reaching 24 pounds, enough to make 6 new quilts. It was so everyone could have new quilts when they moved into the new house. Why did you buy so much cotton all at once? Wei Chongjing asked curiously. My family is building a new house, and I plan to make a new quilt for each person, Song-won explained. After she finished, she asked, how much fabric tickets do I need to buy for the quilt covers? She wasn't sure if her fabric tickets were enough. Anyway, she had some saved and borrowed some more. Over the years, her family had been careful with fabric tickets. Except for her sister-in-law's wedding expenses and buying fabric for clothes, her mother had saved most of them. If you're making quilt covers, it's best to buy plain cotton patterned fabric. It's more comfortable to use. Wei Chongjing took her to the fabric area and showed her the cloth. To make a pillowcase, you need 1 foot of fabric tickets. To make a quilt, you need 15 feet. Hearing this, Song-won frowned slightly. Now, each person gets 15.3 feet of fabric tickets per year, which isn't enough to make a quilt. Can you help me see how many quilts I can make with these fabric tickets? She asked. She took out all her fabric tickets and placed them on a nearby table to count. Wei Chongjing estimated how many she needed and carefully counted the tickets she had brought twice. If you want to make 6 quilts, these tickets are still a bit short. But I can count the fabric for 2 pillowcases as defective, so you won't need tickets for those. That will just be enough. Song-won frowned and thought for a moment before refusing. No need. I'll buy a little less fabric and do it myself. She didn't want to owe him a favor. It didn't feel right. No worries. Don't overthink it. For me, it's just a small favor. Thank you, but I don't need it anymore, thought Song-won, and still refused him. She would find another way to get more cloth. After all, she originally wanted to make new clothes for each family member, and they were short of fabric already, so this small amount didn't matter. After choosing the color of the fabric, she bought bowls, chopsticks, red paper, and a new broom, things she would need on the day they moved into the new house. Additionally, she bought each person a new towel, toothbrush, toothpaste, and soap. How much in total? Wei Chongjing took the items and started calculating with an abacus. Cotton costs 1.8 yuan per jean, total 43.2 yuan. Fabric costs 0.55 yuan per foot, total 51.7 yuan. The rest adds up to 4.7 yuan. Altogether, it's 99.6 yuan. Okay. Song Ron counted out 10 big coins. She took the change back from him and asked the temporary worker to carry these things to her small storage room, which she had been renting. After paying the worker, she collected the items into her space and then went to the black market. The reopened black market was quite busy, but everyone spoke very quietly, as if afraid of being overheard. Clearly, everyone valued this rare chance to shop there again, and even those watching the entrance were extra cautious. After walking around the black market and getting a rough idea of what was available, Song Won only bought flour and sugar for making red date cakes and hawthorn cakes, then rode her bike back home. When she was almost back in the village, she took out the cotton and fabric from her space, tied them to the back of her bike, and headed home. On the way through the village, she attracted a lot of attention. Isn't that Song family's young girl? She bought a lot of things and is coming back. Wow, everyone knows that since Song Ron started seeing someone, her luck has changed. Yeah, these days, the Song family is getting married and building a house. Not only that, look at their family, such good health, so rosy and lively. A group of people sat under the front banyan tree, chatting and doing handcrafts while gossiping. Zhang Kaihong was among them, and upon hearing this, she quietly spoke up. Didn't they say that Song Ruan's money was all taken by her grandmother? How come she still has money for a wedding and to build a house? And the wedding banquet looks so grand. Who says it's not? Maybe it's just doing illegal trading. A woman heard Zhang Saihong's words and leaned over to whisper. But when she saw it was Zhang Kaihong speaking, she immediately stopped talking. What illegal trading? Zhang Kaihong moved closer and asked again, but the woman ignored her. Zhang Kaihong felt quite annoyed, but she kept in her mind that the Song family might be involved in illegal trading. When Song Wan returned home, her family was still busy in the new house. Since the house was almost finished, they didn't need many helpers, so today they didn't invite villagers to help. It was all done by their own family. Seeing her riding her bike back with many things, everyone put down their work and came over to help unload. Her second brother, Song Woo, was the first to run over. Little sister, you're back. How was your day in town? Any interesting stories? Yes, Song Wan handed the things she was carrying to the family members coming over and went inside first. Song Woo, carrying some items, followed happily and asked, "What interesting thing happened?" The black market opened, Song Wan said calmly as she sat on a stool. This news caused a big stir. Family members who came into the house heard this and gathered excitedly around Song Wan. "My dear little sister, have some water to soothe your throat." Song Woo thoughtfully poured a glass of water and handed it to her, then carefully asked, "The black market really opened?" Song Wan took the water, took a sip, and replied, "Of course. I saw it with my own eyes, and I even bought some things there." Song Woo's eyes lit up. So, we can sell things at the black market now. God knows how long he had waited. Since he made money selling things at the black market before, Song Woo had found his life's purpose. That was making money. Song Wan put down her cup, nodded at them, and said, "Yes, we can. I also bought flour and sugar. In the future, our family can keep making pastries and sell them at the black market." Hearing this, everyone looked visibly happy. "Later, while you guys work at home, your father and I will go up the mountain to pick red dates and hawthorns. Tomorrow morning, I will get up early to make pastries to sell." Mother Song, Yi Hongmei, said excitedly as she made plans. "Girl, I can help make it too. Last time I saw my younger sister making pastries, so teach me again. I'm sure I can learn." Wu Xing naturally joined in. "Good, that's great." Yi Hongmei looked at her with a big smile, clearly happy with her new daughter-in-law these days. Song Wen quietly held her hand under the table. "Then you and Mom make the pastries, and our brothers will take turns selling them in town." "Yes, let's follow what Big Brother said. One person goes to sell, and the rest stay home to work." "It's settled. I'll be the first to go tomorrow," Song Woo suggested eagerly. "When winter comes, the hawthorn and red dates will be ready to harvest. If we want to make these two kinds of pastries to sell, we should do it now," Song Wen added. Everyone discussed together, and they decided to restart their business plans. Song Wen watched her family full of energy and hopeful about their future life, feeling very happy inside. She knew her family had been hoping to make money for a long time. After talking about this, Song-won also shared her worries about disasters, telling them to prepare for stocking up on food. Even if the weather wasn't related to disasters, they could still eat the stored food, so nothing would be wasted. At night, a figure skillfully climbed through the window. Seeing someone by the bed, Song-won stayed calm this time. She thought maybe she had gained some experience from being scared before. It seemed like she had gained some strange, useless experience. Yongbin sat by the bed and spoke. I brought some coarse grains and vegetable seeds. You can put them away and plant them in the space. This was their plan from the morning. They harvested wheat from the black soil in the space, then planted sweet potatoes, corn, and other filling grains, along with short-cycle vegetables. They aimed to grow as much food as possible in the shortest time. Looking at a package on the ground, Song-won nodded and obediently put the items into the space. Even though she was mentally prepared, seeing things disappear right in front of her still shocked Yongbin. Her desire to become stronger and climb higher grew even more. The two didn't speak, and the room suddenly became quiet. Yongbin remembered something and took a stack of bills from his pocket, handing it to her. This is some of the receipts I exchanged with Old Third. There are many fabric tickets inside. Your new house will be finished soon, and you'll need to buy many things. Take these tickets and use them. Song-won was a bit surprised. She hadn't spoken yet, but he had already thought everything out for her. Yongbin continued, your furniture was made based on the style Uncle Song brought over. I also asked my friend to make the wooden furniture you gave me. As for storing supplies, I've arranged everything. In a few days, a batch will arrive and you'll need to go and put it into the storage space. Yongbin explained each thing clearly, speaking calmly and slowly. Song-won suddenly felt very lucky to have fallen in love with him. It turns out that besides working hard, making choices is also very important. The next day, just after 4 a.m., Yi Hongmei got up and started making pastries in the kitchen. Wu Xingjue was a light sleeper. Hearing sounds in the kitchen, she gently moved her hand from around her waist, ready to get out of bed and help. As she sat up, still barefoot, she was pulled back by an arm. Where are you going? The man's voice was lazy and still a bit sleepy, making Wu Xingjue feel ticklish. Did I wake you up? No. Song-won hugged her and rubbed his head against her neck. It's not even dawn yet. Sleep a little more. One side was warm and gentle, the other cold and hardworking. Wu Xingjue enjoyed it for a moment, then decisively said, I need to get up and help my mother make pastries. That way, you can take them to the town to sell in the morning. Song-won became more alert. So early? It's still dark outside. It's not early anymore. I just heard sounds in the kitchen, so I think my mother is already up. Don't hold me, or I'll be late, and I'll be called a lazy daughter-in-law. Song-won rubbed his eyes to wake himself up. Then I'll get up and help my mother. You rest a little longer. No way. You still have to go to the black market with Song-woo to sell pastries, and in the afternoon, you need to install doors and windows in the new house. That's heavy work. You should rest more. Wu Xingjue pressed Song-won back onto the bed, but he pulled her down with him. Last night, we seemed to stay up quite late. I don't want you to be too tired. Wu Xing is no longer the naive girl who didn't understand what a bridal chamber was. She has made friends with the village women her age and knows many things now. When she heard his words, her cheeks turned red. I'm not afraid of being tired. Please let go. She untied his hand. Without Song-won's restraint, Wu Xing quickly got up, changed her clothes, and went out. Yi Hongmei saw her come out and smiled warmly. Why are you up so early? I got up early on purpose, hoping to finish everything so you can sleep a little longer. Mother, I'm not sleepy, Wu Xing said with a smile. Since marrying into this family, she realized how good life could be with a harmonious brotherhood and a kind father and filial children. It was like coming from to heaven. She would naturally hold on tightly and cherish it. How could she be a lazy wife? That would be wasting the blessings from heaven. Listen, your most important job now is to give us a chubby baby. I'll handle all the other chores, said Yi Hongmei. Wu Xing's face turned red again, but she decisively nodded and promised, Mother, don't worry. I will definitely try hard to have a baby. I've been working on it recently. This surprised Yi Hongmei. Usually, as a mother-in-law, she would say some words to encourage pregnancy, but she had never heard such honest answers before. Yi Hongmei couldn't help but smile. You're such an honest child. All right, don't worry, don't worry. They talked while busying themselves. During a break, they also prepared breakfast. At dawn, everyone got up, ate breakfast, and then each went to do their own work. Today was the first day to sell pastries at the black market, so Song-won and Song-woo, the most experienced, went to sell. The others stayed at home to work on building the house. The brothers went straight to the black market in town. When they arrived, people were already buying and selling. This familiar alley, which had been deserted and bleak a few days ago, was now bustling with activity. Song-won and Song-woo each carried a bamboo basket and split up, walking through the alley to sell. Since it was their first day, they were cautious. They wandered around selling, so if anyone came to check, they could run quickly. It seemed the black market hadn't been open for a long time, and the town's workers had saved a lot of money, so there were many buyers. By noon, the pastries were all sold out. The two brothers decided not to eat lunch in town, but to go straight home. Song-won, I have something to tell you. Zhang Kaihong stopped him on the dirt road in the village. Sorry, I don't think we need to talk, Song-won replied coldly and continued riding his bike to leave. Hearing his cold tone, Zhang Kaihong felt upset. She raised her voice. I really have something important to say. If you don't listen, you'll regret it. Hey, why do you always threaten people when you talk? Song-woo, sitting in the back seat, couldn't help but speak. Song-won turned to look at her. I have a family now, and you do too. Please respect yourself. If you have something to say, you can ask Song-jin to come and talk to me. Starting tomorrow, I will post 2 updates daily. After saying this, Song-won really pedaled his bike, carrying Song-woo away, leaving Zhang Kaihong standing there angrily stomping her feet. Song-won, you will definitely regret this. Zhang Kaihong's eyes stared fiercely at Song-won's back. She kept watching him until the village chief called a meeting in the evening. Dear villagers, the weather lately has been very strange. When something is unusual, there might be a problem. The village and the brigade officials have discussed it and believe there could be a disaster. But we can't be sure what will happen, so we should take precautions. We suggest everyone stock up on some food at home. When the village chief said this, there was a lot of noise. Why do we need to stock up on food? The crops we planted before the new year are almost ready. Yeah, what disaster could happen? No wind, no rain. Could there be another flood, like last time? But we didn't plant wheat this time. We planted sweet potatoes, carrots, and corn. No rain should be a problem. Exactly, the weather is just a bit hot and stuffy. Nothing strange about that. Well, everyone is saving their money for emergencies anyway. That's right. I won't spend money on food. Selling it is cheap, but buying it back costs a lot. In my opinion, this is just unnecessary worry. Seeing that everyone didn't believe him, the village chief quickly struck the gong twice. Quiet, quiet. Villagers, we used to promote the idea of digging deep holes, storing grains, and preparing for war and hardship for the people. Now, we encourage saving grains for ourselves. That's the same principle. The village chief spoke sincerely, but his words didn't reach everyone's ears. In the following days, most villagers continued their usual lives, with no real awareness of stockpiling food. Some families listened a little and only saved a bit during the farming off-season. Only a few willing to spend money bought some cheap old grains to store. Song's second uncle's family was among those tightening their belts and eating sparingly. Zhang Kaihong threw down a stiff, hard bun made from plain flour and scolded, "Our meals are bad enough, and now they're getting worse every day." At the dining table, only Zhang Kaihong, Second Aunt Song, and Lu Tsuehua were present. Second Aunt Song kept her head down, eating coarse food, seemingly used to Zhang Kaihong's attitude. Lu Tsuehua didn't even lift her eyes. Didn't the village chief say at the meeting that we should save grains? Save grains? Just buy some to store. Haven't you heard that we should save from our current rations? Zhang Kaihong was fed up. Since she married in, she had never eaten a good meal. Back at home, she could always eat meat, but now she rarely did. Lu Tsuehua kept eating without showing any reaction. But you need money to buy those grains. Do you have money? How come I don't? Didn't you cheat some money from Song-wen's family before? What are you saving that money for? You're too stingy to eat or wear nice clothes. Hearing this, Lu Tsuehua paused her eating and finally looked up at her. Throughout, second Aunt Song kept silent, focused on her food, but couldn't help tugging at Zhang Saihong's sleeve, signaling her not to argue with her mother. But Zhang Kaihong didn't listen. Don't pull me. Did I say something wrong? Are these things meant for people to eat? Humph, I won't eat anymore. Lu Tsuehua raised an eyebrow and slapped her hand on the table. Whether you like to eat or not, everyone else is eating this too. She slammed her chopsticks on the table with a loud bang. Zhang Kaihong wasn't afraid and immediately glared back. My uncle's family doesn't behave like that. I see Wu Xing eating so much she's gotten fat. Only I look pale from all this. Lu Tsuehua felt uncomfortable and suddenly stood up. Then go eat at your uncle's house. Such arrogance. Who do you think you are? When Song Jin comes back, I'll let him teach you a lesson. Zhang Kaihong became even angrier when she heard her mention Song Jin. Then you go tell him. He only comes back once a week. Can you even see him? Humph. I can't eat well. I can't live well. Whoever wants to be his wife, let them be. I won't do it anymore. Fuming, Zhang Kaihong stormed out. She no longer wanted to be with Song Jin. She wanted to find Song-wen. She still wanted to be with Song-wen. She was also a woman. She had everything Wu Xing had. But she also had things Wu Xing didn't. No matter what, she was better than Wu Xing. Zhang Kaihong squatted by the roadside, waiting patiently. She had studied it. Recently, someone from the Song family would pass by here on a bicycle. Sure enough, not long after, she saw Song-wen riding a bicycle with a big bamboo basket on his back, heading toward her. Song-wen. Zhang Kaihong stood up happily and waved at him. But suddenly, the bicycle sped up and rushed toward her. Zhang Kaihong froze in surprise. The bicycle came quickly, almost hitting her. In the end, Song-wen sharply turned his bike. Zhang Kaihong patted her chest, thinking to herself that Song-wen wouldn't really hit her. But before she could feel happy, Song-wen, riding his bike, sped away. It was a fake move. He was just trying to scare her and run off. Zhang Kaihong gritted her teeth and shouted, Song-wen, stop right there. Her roar was carried away by the morning wind, spreading to every corner of the village. Walking along the road, Song-wen yawned. The past few nights had worn her out. She had to follow Yongbin to store the supplies into the space, and then work inside the space. It was really exhausting. But seeing the supplies piling up more and more in the open space made her feel it was all worth it. Little sister Song, what's in that small jar you're holding? An auntie asked curiously when they met on the road. Nothing much, just some food. Oh, it's food. Why are you pickling it in such a small jar? Song-wan exchanged a few words with the village auntie and then continued walking. Inside the small jar was not the usual pickled vegetables, but jar meat. Fresh pork was hard to preserve. Some people, after buying from the black market, could only eat it for a few days. However, pickled pork is different. It can be stored for several months, so during a famine, selling pork in this way should be very popular. Recently, Yongbin and Lao San ordered a batch of small jars to make pickled pork for sale in the future. Lately, Lao San's black market shop no longer sells pork or grain. Instead, it sells daily necessities or some in-demand goods bought from suppliers. Moreover, the money earned is gradually used to buy grain in other towns. Song-wan carried a small jar as she walked home. Near the gate, she saw Zhang Kaihong hurriedly walking with the village chief, also heading toward her house. Song-wan frowned and closed the yard gate as she entered. Although she didn't know what Zhang Kaihong was up to, Song-wan quickly stored the more noticeable items inside her space. While she was doing this, loud knocking on the door sounded at the entrance. Song-wan ignored it and continued packing her things. When Zhang Kaihong was knocking, Song-woo and Song-wen, working in the new house next door, hurried over, stopping their work. Village chief, what are you and Zhang Kaihong doing? Trying to break into my house. Song-woo frowned and made a teasing remark. If it weren't for the village chief, he might have chased them away immediately. The village chief, felt guilty. He didn't know what was happening. He was just walking down the road when Song Jin's wife pulled him over. It's Song Jin's wife. She was talking about something about selling, but I didn't hear clearly before she dragged me here. This woman was quite bold, pulling and tugging without avoiding suspicion. Everyone's eyes focused on Zhang Kaihong. She was unafraid, puffing out her chest. Don't think you can hide. Your Song family is involved in selling illegal goods, and you should all be arrested. Although Zhang Kaihong had no proof, she was telling the truth. Song Wu was momentarily flustered. Song Kai calmly took a few steps forward. Without evidence, just talking nonsense, village chief. Do you believe it? Then I could also falsely accuse someone. The village chief naturally didn't believe it. Selling illegal goods is hard to prove unless caught in the act. Besides, anyone in the village who has connections has probably been to the black market to sell some grain for money. Moreover, now that the special period has ended, the red armbands used for arresting and selling are gone. Who would still bother to arrest and sell now? The village chief hadn't decided how to explain himself yet, but Zhang Kaihong was the first to start scolding. Are you feeling guilty? Are you nervous? If there was nothing wrong, why are you locking the yard gate? Zhang Kaihong looked around at the two of them. Seeing they didn't speak, she became more confident. Feeling guilty? Why lock the yard gate in broad daylight? Open the door, come on, open it. As soon as she finished speaking, the yard gate creaked open from inside. Zhang Kaihong, what are you shouting at my door for? Song Wan came out, crossing her arms and glaring at her, her tone unfriendly. Seeing the door open, Zhang Kaihong was momentarily stunned but quickly regained her composure. Village chief, let's go inside and search. There must be something strange inside. She grabbed the village chief and tried to rush in, but Song Wan stood in the middle of the doorway. Trying to break into my house for no reason? Do you think there's no one here? Second brother, third brother, get the tools. Someone wants to fight. Growing up in the village, the men naturally had basic fighting skills. They listened to their sister and picked up their tools. The village chief looked at each of them talking, but before he could say anything, both sides were already tense and ready to fight. Honestly, Zhang Kaihong was very good at stirring up trouble. The village chief was worried and said, "Stop, everyone. Don't be impulsive." Zhang Kaihong was fearless. What? Wanna hit me? Come on, hit me. I hope you hit me so hard I can't get up. I'll stay at your house forever, making you take care of me. Her words sounded quite intimidating. Song Wan was amused and said, "You're really good at finding people's weak spots." Zhang Kaihong raised an eyebrow, feeling proud. Of course. When I was in school, I was always at the front line with my red armband. Wearing a red cloth on her arm and causing trouble at school gave her confidence. Song Ruan's expression darkened. Just tell us what you want to do. We're here to search your house for evidence of arresting and selling. And if they didn't find any evidence? Song Wan asked back. That was impossible. Song Wan smiled. Since you're so sure, let's make a bet. If you can't find it, you have to pay my family 100 yuan, kneel on the ground to apologize, and avoid walking past our house in the future. If you do find it, then the opposite applies. How does that sound? While listening to her words, Zhang Kaihong was also thinking. Song Wan looked at her expression and slowly added, "Are you afraid to try?" What do I have to be afraid of? Her voice was faster than her thoughts, and after speaking, Zhang Kaihong felt a bit regretful. Little sister. Song Kai reached out and tugged at Song Ruan's sleeve, looking a little worried. His intention was to stop her from going inside. Seeing Song Kai's reaction, Zhang Kaihong immediately became more confident. Moreover, she had been secretly observing these days. Every day, someone from the Song family rides away on a bicycle and only returns at noon. They must be going to sell something. All right, I'll bet with you. Move aside quickly and let me in. Song Wan gave Song Kai a reassuring look. She knew Zhang Kaihong was difficult to deal with, and her family was indeed doing business. If she didn't handle her this time, it would be hard to do business peacefully in the future. She nodded to the village chief. Village chief, you heard the bet I just made with Zhang Kaihong. Please be a witness, so she doesn't keep accusing us. After speaking, she turned aside to let Zhang Kaihong in. Once Zhang Kaihong entered, she winked at Song Kai. Third brother, go find dad, mom, and sister-in-law. My second brother and I will stay here. Song Kai nodded immediately, understanding his sister's meaning. Dad, mom, and sister-in-law had gone to pick red dates and hawthorn on the mountain. Usually it was fine, but during this time, they couldn't let others find out, as it might cause trouble. All right, sister, don't worry. Leave it to me. Zhang Kaihong first went to check the kitchen. If they were selling something, the kitchen would definitely have many food items. She could just find some to use later, and it wouldn't be hard to take what she needed. Unexpectedly, the Song family's kitchen was very clean, with only some pots, bowls, and firewood, and very little grain. Zhang Kaihong asked suspiciously, "Where's your family's grain?" Song Wan pointed to the corner of the wall. "That's the grain. Your family only has this much grain." Lu Tsuehua, who was very frugal, had more than this. Song Wan shrugged. The wheat was flooded last harvest, and with many people in the family, we haven't stored much grain. This is all we have. Take me to see the rooms. Zhang Kaihong didn't believe it. She was sure the person was hiding inside the room. Song Wan took her and the village chief to the room again. But the room was clear. Only furniture and bedding were there. Zhang Kaihong looked more and more worried. She quickly rushed over and started rummaging through boxes and drawers. Song Wu couldn't stand it anymore. "Hey, just look. Why are you messing everything up?" Zhang Kaihong seized the chance and snapped back. "Of course I need a search." "If you're so upset, are you feeling guilty?" Song Wan held on to Song Wu. "Brother, don't bother with her. She was fighting back like a trapped animal." Zhang Kaihong, keep going. "Is there anything else you want to see?" Zhang Kaihong forced herself to speak. "There are 2 locked drawers I haven't opened yet." "Ha, still trying to cheat. Can those small drawers hold vegetables or meat?" "What does it matter if they're used for illegal selling?" Song Wan ignored her and turned to the village chief, complaining. "Village chief, you saw everything just now. Please judge. Did my family find anything related to illegal selling?" The village chief shook his head honestly. "No, you didn't." With the witnesses speaking up, Song Wan smiled happily. "Zhang Kaihong, it's time for you to fulfill the bet." Zhang Saihong's eyes flickered. What bet? I can't remember. TSK still trying to cheat.
I'll remind you again.
From now on, whenever you see us, you have to walk around us. Also, you owe us 100 yuan for damages. Oh, and you need to kneel and apologize for what you've done. Zhang Saihong's small eyes widened more and more. What damages? There's no such fee, Song Wan pouted. Don't think about denying it. It was agreed from the start, and the village chief was a witness. Village chief, look at her, so aggressive, so mean. Zhang Kaihong looked at the village chief with a sad face. But the village chief didn't even give her a glance, silently approving Song Ruan's actions. Song Wan looked at her coldly. Apologize. Zhang Kaihong pouted and hummed, trying to leave. Second brother, stop her, Song Wan said, hands on her hips. Zhang Kaihong, if you don't apologize today, don't even think about leaving the store. Zhang Kaihong. Seeing Song Wu blocking the door like a gatekeeper, Zhang Kaihong shouted in humiliation, I was wrong, okay? Can I go now? After speaking, taking advantage of Song Wu's relaxed attitude, she quickly ran out. Once outside the door, she turned back. You all bully me. You rely on having more people to bully those with fewer. Just wait and see. After saying this harshly, Zhang Kaihong ran off quickly. At noon, after everyone returned, Song Wu happily told the family members who weren't present. In the end, Zhang Kaihong ran away in a panic. It made me feel so relieved. Fortunately, my little sister was clever and packed everything away early. After this, no one will believe her if she tries to frame us again. Wu Xing asked curiously, did she give any money in the end? Song Wu shook his head. No, but the village chief will deduct 100 work points from her uncle's account for our family. Yi Hongmei chuckled. That's worth it. We get money and also solve a big problem. Songwen pondered for a moment and said, Mom, we should tell others about this so she won't dare to mess with us again. Yi Hongmei snorted. Of course. This village talks a lot. Let's see if their gossip can drown her. Song Kai spoke happily, slowly. If my second uncle and grandma find out, they'll probably be furious. His guess was spot on. Lu Tsuehua, after learning about it, kept scolding non-stop. Zhang Kaihong covered her ears, hiding in her room, questioning her life. She wondered if she had reported something earlier, even if those she reported hadn't done anything wrong, they would still suffer. Why is everyone now blaming her? The world. How did it change so much? Many people shared her realization. This era had truly changed without them noticing. Early morning, a faint breeze brushed over the roof, some even sneaking through windows that had never been closed, trying to cool the heat inside. In the quiet room, the breathing was unusually loud. Song-won was tidying clothes in front of the wardrobe when Yongbin pulled her onto a nearby stool. Facing him, she sat astride his lap, forced to endure his passionate kiss. He was a bit impatient, a little rougher, causing Song-won to whimper. She initially held him, but then pushed him away. Yongbin finally released her and looked up, asking, "What's wrong?" His heavy breathing and husky voice made it clear what he had just been doing. Song-won felt like her heart skipped a beat, then beat faster. She wanted to stay lost in his commanding presence. Yongbin saw she wasn't speaking and, gasping for breath, leaned in to kiss her again, wanting more. Song-won raised her hand to block his lips and quickly stepped back. "Time to pack up," she said, but her voice was hoarse and barely audible. Yongbin was helping her pack, but somehow, the scene suddenly felt like what had just happened. Recently, her new house was finished. It had been aired out for a few days, and the new furniture was in place. Today was moving day, the day they moved into the new home. So, Song-won couldn't stay at Yongbin's house anymore. She had to pack her things and go home. Yongbin watched her, feeling a bit upset as she started packing again. "Are you really eager to go back?" he asked. The man's tone was a little sad and a bit unreasonable. This made Song-won stop what she was doing and look at him sideways. Yongbin realized this and rubbed his forehead tiredly. When it came to her, he always felt a little silly. Song-won walked over and teased him. "Yongbin, are you really reluctant to see me go?" She looked so charming after being kissed, her cheeks flushed, making her delicate features look like a beautiful fairy from the mountains, enchanting everyone. Yongbin was happy to be enchanted. "Yes, I don't want you to leave. I want to be under the same roof with you every day, just like earlier, kissing you." He was surprisingly straightforward, admitting his feelings openly. Song-won froze in place, her mouth slightly open, unsure how to respond.
She was really touched.
Yongbin saw her dazed look and couldn't help but curse softly. He reached out and pulled her into his arms, his voice low and heavy. "Next year, when you're old enough, we'll get married right away. You're not allowed to refuse. Do you understand?"
"Just say yes," he urged.
"But you're holding me so tight, I can't move my head," Song-won muttered softly from his chest. Yongbin couldn't take it anymore and kissed her cheek before letting go. Then, they continued packing together. She hasn't lived here long, but her belongings in this house are growing quickly. Compared to what she brought before, she now has many times more stuff. Song-won simply put most of her things into storage, carrying only a few clothes and daily necessities to show. Today, the Song family moved into a new house. They invited only Yongbin's family and Yi Hongmei's relatives to have a meal and bring good luck to the new home. "Little sister, you're finally back." When Song-won returned, everyone in the family gathered around her. Her brothers quickly took her luggage from Yongbin. "Congratulations on moving to a new house." Mother Yang handed a gift to Yi Hongmei, smiling happily. "Emoer, you should say hello too." Hearing her mother, Yang Emoer politely greeted everyone. "Hello, Uncle Song, Aunt Song, Brother Songwen, Sister-in-law Songwen, Brother Songwoo, Brother Songkai, and Wu Lei." Yang Emoer cheerfully greeted each one in a clear voice. However, she didn't recognize the two elderly people who came up behind. "That young man must be Roan's boyfriend, right? He looks very strong, clearly a good worker." An old woman smiled as she looked at Yongbin beside Song-won. The thin old man next to her nodded in agreement. Song-won nodded and said, "Grandpa, Grandma, this is my boyfriend." Yongbin stood behind Song-won and respectfully greeted, Hello, Grandpa and Grandma. My name is Yongbin. Okay. Grandma took Yongbin's hand, then pinched his muscular arm, looking increasingly pleased. Yongbin felt a bit strange, thinking this scene resembled people inspecting a cow, testing if it's strong enough and suitable for work. Grandma turned and asked, Hongmei, has Ron gotten married yet? She hadn't attended any wedding banquets, so she assumed she wasn't married yet. Not yet. She'll be old enough to get her marriage certificate next year. Look at your mindset. These days, most villages are married early. People only get their certificates when they reach the right age, Grandma said with a teasing tone. Mom, our family is different from others. I don't want my little sister to marry so early. Song Baogwa, the father, said gruffly. Hearing this, Grandma immediately pulled Songhua and Songmu aside for a talk. Your daughter tells you that good young men should be appreciated. I have lived most of my life, and my eyes are sharp. This young man has good eyes and a healthy body. He's excellent. Although Grandma spoke quietly and only to Song's parents, everyone could hear her. Yongbin immediately felt that he and Grandma shared the same thoughts. Even the scrutinizing look she gave earlier now seemed kind and friendly. Yongbin smiled happily and whispered to Songwan nearby. Did you hear? Grandma said I have good eyes and a healthy body. I'm really great. As the person involved, Songwan felt shy and almost curled her toes. She quickly changed the subject. Grandpa, Grandma, why didn't the uncles come? Her grandparents had 5 children, but only 3 survived. Besides her mother, there were 2 brothers above her. When mentioning her uncles, Grandma waved her hand. Don't talk about those troublesome guys. Once they have their own families, they forget about their sister. Yi Hongmei's smile suddenly looked strained, but she still tried to comfort her. Mom, don't say that. It's my fault. I haven't brought much back over the years and often borrowed money from you to get by. That's because of Lu Tsuehua. Besides, you've paid it all back later. I don't have many children, just hoping you all will be fine. Seeing the conversation was going off track, Songwen quickly changed the subject. Little sister, go change into new clothes. We've all changed, and you're the only one left. When Songwen said this, Songwon realized everyone in the family was wearing new clothes. Last time, Yongbin gave her some cloth vouchers, and she bought a lot of fabric in town. Then she asked her 3rd brother to draw the style of the clothes, and her mother and sister-in-law helped make the clothes for the whole family. Her 3rd brother was good at drawing and had a great sense of style. With a little modification, ordinary clothes could look very different. This time, the clothes they made were simple but added some nice details, making them look better than usual and making the whole person look more attractive. Yes, little sister, go change quickly, her brothers urged. Okay, I'll go change now. Songwon was very excited and quickly changed into her new clothes. This time, she bought fabric in 2 colors, dark blue and light red. Her idea was that the men's clothes would be made from dark blue fabric and the women's clothes from light red fabric. Unexpectedly, her 3rd brother designed clothes where, on the basic dark blue outfits, he added small touches of light red, such as pocket edges, tiny patterns, or small fabric patches on the sleeves or pants. These clothes looked less dull and more refined. Of course, his designs were very well balanced, knowing exactly what to add or leave out, making the clothes look lively and neat. Similarly, her own clothes, as well as her mother's and sister-in-law's, also had small dark blue details on the light red fabric. Each person's clothes were different in style, so no one would mistake them, and they looked very harmonious. Everyone could tell they were family. Songwon loved this very much. 3rd brother, you are really amazing, she said with a bright smile, praising him freely. It really looks very nice, Mother Yang also praised. Kai's mind has been good since he was little, her grandmother said proudly. Kai, being praised, remained modest and simply smiled calmly. Yang Imo kept looking at everyone's clothes, and she was so jealous, because even Wu Lei had clothes like these. Kai Gij, can you also draw a set of clothes for my family? I want us to look like a real family in matching clothes, she asked. Kai nodded and said, of course. Yang Imo immediately jumped with joy. After everyone changed into their new clothes, They prepared to start the family feast. As the hostess, Yi Hongmei first swept the floor symbolically to drive away bad luck and welcome good fortune. Then, each family member stepped over a fire basin at the door, holding a torch, from the oldest to the youngest, walking around each room. This symbolized prosperity and happiness. Once that was done, they set off firecrackers and started a fire in the kitchen to prepare the feast. Because many people were helping, it didn't take long before a large table of dishes was ready, so big that they had to push 2 tables together to hold everything. The food was very plentiful, and the elderly people were sweating from eating so much. Song Wan saw this and went to the room to get 2 handkerchiefs. "Grandpa, Grandma, wipe your sweat." Grandpa smiled happily and Grandma chuckled softly, saying, "Having a daughter is so thoughtful. A girl is like a little warm quilt." The brothers, who were busy eating, all paused their chopsticks. Grandma continued, "This dish is so delicious that I forget about the hot weather." Grandpa agreed, "Yes, it's really hot today." Suddenly, Song Wan remembered that her grandparents' village was not far from theirs, and they belonged to the same commune. "Grandpa, Grandma, has your village told the villagers to stockpile food?" Grandma shook her head. "No, they haven't." Grandpa put down his chopsticks, took a sip of small wine, and said, "I heard from the village elders that your village chief reported to the higher authorities, worried that this weather might cause a disaster. However, the people from the commune didn't believe it and joked about it during their free time, saying your village chief was overly suspicious and cautious." Song Wan didn't expect that the old village chief was so difficult to deal with. He was not trusted and not effective. He was worried, but others thought he was cowardly. Song Wan sighed, "Grandpa, Grandma, this is true. I had a dream about it and recently, everything I dreamed has come true. You have to believe me." Grandma made a surprised sound. "Really? That's so mysterious." Song Wan nodded seriously. "Yes, Grandma. When you go back, remember to stockpile food." "Okay." Grandma will listen to Xiao Wan. Both elders were the type to listen and eat well. They didn't ask further questions, but decided to stockpile food when they returned. Before leaving, Song Wan also brought a small jar of preserved meat for them. She wasn't short of food herself, but they were lacking. After seeing the visitors off and tidying up the dishes, it was already evening. Shen Wu came over mysteriously and tugged at Song Ruan's sleeve. "Little sister, second brother wants to show you something." While speaking, he also signaled with his eyes toward the newly built small bathhouse. Song Wan glanced at him softly. "Second brother, you look so nervous and suspicious, like a sneaky little rat." "It's a bit funny." Song Wu felt that his little sister had changed. The way he described her was no longer the same as before when she admired his strength and confidence. "Come with me, second brother." Song Wu pulled her along toward the small bathroom in the new house. When they opened the bathroom door and looked inside, they saw a large, light yellow wooden bathtub. "Little sister, how do you like this bathtub? Isn't it better than the one Yongbin made for you?" Song Wu stood proudly, almost smiling with pride, as if he wanted to say, "Look at my good work." "Thank you, second brother. You're the best." Song Wan linked her arm with his, resting her head on his arm and giving a little nudge. She felt warm inside. During the days she stayed at Yongbin's house, she always felt like she had less time with her family, which made her a bit uncomfortable. But today, when she came back, everyone was still as kind as before. Actually, there was also a new sister-in-law who was nice to her, and a little brother, Wu Lei. "Of course, your second brother is the best. Although others in the family helped out, I am the biggest hero. I am the best of all." Song Wu squinted his eyes and smiled proudly, enjoying his sister's admiration. Yes, I know that." Even though she said this to all her brothers and they knew it, it didn't stop their brother-sister affection from growing. With that, Song Wan happily took a relaxing bath. After she finished, when she returned to her room, she didn't know who had tidied up her luggage, but everything was neatly arranged in the right places. She couldn't help but smile, feeling very happy as she flopped onto her new bed. Although she missed Yongbin, Aunt Yang, and Mo, the feeling of being home was just too wonderful. She lay on her new quilt for a while, then, as usual, entered her space before sleeping. Inside her space, it was much livelier than when it was first empty. In front of the small wooden house, there was a set of all-wood furniture. When she sat down, she could smell a faint scent of sandalwood. When she was making the furniture at home, she asked the carpenter to remake the set she brought back, turning it into brand new furniture. Because it was not needed at home and there was no space for a small wooden house, she placed it in front of the small wooden house in the yard. Usually, after working hard, she could sit here to drink tea and rest, combining work and relaxation. In the Black Land, crops are now fully grown. The chicken coop has been built and many little chicks are inside. There are countless eggs in the small nests made of grass. In the 2 pig pens, both big and small pigs are very fat. The leftover grassland is now filled with supplies. Recently collected supplies have been sorted into categories and stacked in piles on the grass. One small mountain of supplies is taller than the thatched cottage in the yard. This pile includes rice, wheat flour, and more coarse grains like corn and sweet potatoes, which fill you up. There are also dried vegetables, pickles, and jarred meat, all packed separately and stacked on the grass. These supplies could last many generations for one person. But think from another angle. Food for one person for a year divided among 365 people only feeds each for one day. Food for 10 years divided among 365 people only feeds each for 10 days. Food for 10 years divided among 3,650 people only feeds each for one day. Food for a lifetime divided among 3,650 people only lasts 10 days. So, what seems like enough food for many lifetimes is actually not that much. After sighing, Song-won went into the small wooden house to prepare food for her fat piglets. When she poured food into the pig pen's trough, she found several tiny piglets inside. The big pig was giving birth. Song-won was overjoyed and quickly went back to the small wooden house, fetched a bowl of fine grains, and added a drop of Yuchuan water. This special feed was for the sow that just gave birth. The next day, she was awakened by knocking and banging sounds. She stretched lazily, opened the door, and stepped outside. Second brother, third brother, what are you doing? Song-woo and Song-kai were sitting on the wall of the yard, knocking and hammering. We're fixing sharp wooden spikes on the wall. Song-woo stopped and wiped his sweat. Yongbin brought over a bunch of these things this morning, asking us to reinforce the doors, windows, and yard. Oh, what about our parents and older brother and sister-in-law? I didn't see them. Song-won peeked into the house and found they were all not at home, which seemed strange. Big brother and sister-in-law went to the black market to sell pastries. Our parents also went to the black market, saying they want to use the money earned from selling things recently to buy grain. Little sister, I left breakfast for you. It's warming in the kitchen pot. Go wash your face and eat. After telling her, Song-woo continued to hammer away. Hearing this, Song-won moved to wash her face and prepare to eat breakfast. The breakfast was hearty, made from leftover meat and rice from yesterday. But it was enough to fill her quickly. Early in the morning, Song-won ate a little and then decided to go help outside. Second brother, third brother, what kind of wood should we use to reinforce the windows? We've sorted everything by type. The pile under each window is the material for reinforcing that window. Okay, Song-won nodded, grabbed a hammer, and joined in the work. Seeing this, Song-woo stopped hammering. Little sister, why do you think Yongbin gave us these things? Even if there's a locust plague, just reinforcing the windows to keep the locusts out would be enough. Why did he also nail wooden spikes on the wall? Song-woo asked the question that had been bothering him. Song-won thought for a moment and replied, the wooden spikes are probably to prevent people. In times of disaster, besides the disaster itself, there's often an overlooked issue, the fragile morality of people near collapse. Song-woo scratched his head. Why is that? Sitting on the other side of the wall, Song-kai slowly spoke. Second brother, if you had read more historical books, you wouldn't be asking this question. Song-woo looked at him. I feel like you're mocking me. You're right, Song-kai smiled. I think you've used all your cleverness just to make money. Song-woo proudly said, of course. He was proud of it, not ashamed but proud. While nailing the windows, Song-won couldn't help but laugh. Second brother, think about it. In history, which regime was overthrown by rebellion? It's always because the people couldn't survive anymore. Let's put it this way. When someone is so hungry they lose their mind, they might do anything. Song Saijan nodded in agreement. That's the truth. When there's no food and you're in a desperate situation, you'll resort to stealing, robbing, or committing crimes. After hearing their analysis, Song Woo immediately looked serious, tightening his grip on his tools. Unlike their family's serious attitude, most villagers didn't take it seriously. Like other villagers, they thought this was just the village chief worrying too much. Even Uncle Song's family was worse. They weren't just hoarding grain. Their house had been noisy and chaotic these days, like they were at war. All you do is eat.
You eat all the time.
You even dare to spend 100 work points from the family. Lu Tsuehua got angry when she saw Zhang Kaihong. Recently, Zhang Kaihong had been scolded a lot, and now she was as fearless as a dead pig not afraid of boiling water. People have a mouth to eat with. Don't you eat? After saying that, Zhang Kaihong immediately went back to her bowl of mixed grain and wild vegetable porridge, carefully pouring out the water, leaving only the grains. This naturally caused Lu Tsuehua to scold her again. Zhang Kaihong ignored her, took her bowl, and ran outside to eat. But before she could go far, she saw a dark, thick fog approaching from the distant sky. She stood there, trying hard to see what the black fog was. When she finally realized it wasn't fog but a swarm of densely packed insects, she immediately abandoned her bowl and screamed as she ran back home. Suddenly, sharp screams came from outside. And it wasn't just one person. Waves of screams kept coming. Song Wanxin felt a chill and had a bad feeling. Song Woo and Song Woo also stopped their work, exchanging serious looks. Second brother, third brother, let's go see what's happening. Okay, let's go. The siblings quickly put down their things and went outside to investigate. The sound came from the fields outside. They followed the noise. As soon as they reached the main road, they saw a large area of dark fog. The black fog carried a deadly aura and was moving quickly toward them. What is that? Song Woo whispered. Soon, someone told him the answer. Locusts. Lots of locusts.
Run.
The women and old men in the field saw this terrifying scene and screamed as they ran toward the houses. The locusts fly quickly and reach in front of us in no time. The people still standing in the field seemed to be surrounded by a dark cloud. Normally, locusts do not bite people, but during a locust plague, they can bite. Their legs are spiky, and if a few locusts crawl into your body, it can be very painful. So, when everyone sees the sky darkened with locusts coming closer, they all rush to run toward the houses. A few people who run slowly are probably caught in the locust's wings or clothes. They keep swatting at their bodies while running. But when locusts are hit, they tend to attack more. The faces of those swatting are showing more pain. Little sister, let's go quickly. Hurry, go back. Song Woo and Song Kai speak at the same time. Humble author's note. If you think this story isn't too bad, please leave a good review or rate it. Thank you so much. Scene 109. The rush to escape the scared and anxious crowd all run toward the houses. The two brothers protect Song Wan and move with the crowd. Suddenly, at the edge of the crowd, there are a few screams. Wu Lei and his best friend are playing in the village. Hearing the noise, they come over, but they see a group of people rushing to escape. While running, a woman trips and falls right in front of Wu Lei and his friend. Wu Lei doesn't stop. He tells his friend he's going home because there are many people here, and he's afraid of being trampled. But he didn't expect his friend to be so silly. Trying to help the fallen woman, he gets pulled down too. The woman being helped up doesn't care about him at all. She screams and runs away. They are just kids, too short to see over the crowd. As they run, people bump into them, knocking his friend down again. Wu Lei stays where he is, feeling torn. After a while, he decides to go back. He runs over, pulls his friend up from the ground where he's been knocked down several times, and drags him to the side of the road, away from the crowd. By then, many locusts have fallen on the ground, some even landing on his clothes and biting him painfully. He instinctively shook his clothes and jumped around, trying to shake out the insects inside. But it didn't seem to help much, as only a few locusts fell out and many more flew in. Since he was still young, he became a little overwhelmed. Little A, Song Ruan and the others pushed through the crowd toward him. Senior sister Song Ruan, brother Song Wu, brother Song Kai. Wu Lei looked up as they squeezed toward him, and his eyes suddenly filled with tears. Song Wu and Song Kai, without saying much, each picked up a child. Let's leave here first. There are many locusts because of the crops. When they got home, the first thing the siblings did was to close all the windows and doors in each room. Then they carefully removed the locusts from everyone. After tidying up, they gathered in their parents' room, which had a window that showed the outside situation. In a short time, it felt like they had been through a chaos. They were sweaty, and only after sitting down did their tense bodies relax a bit. Through the window, Song Ruan looked at the dense swarm of locusts, her brow furrowed. Second brother, third brother, mom, dad, and the older brother and sister-in-law haven't come back yet. Song Kai nodded and said, I've thought about that too, but we can't go out either. Outside, there are countless locusts. It's possible. Song Ruan looked at him. We can do like this. She found some ropes in the drawer and tied them to her pants cuffs. We can wear long clothes and pants, tighten the cuffs, and bring scarves, hats, and raincoats. That will give us some protection. Since seeing the overwhelming swarm of locusts, Song Wu had been confused. But when he heard his sister's idea, he immediately seemed to find a sense of direction. Yes. Let's put on our clothes now and bring a few raincoats to go get Mom, Dad, and the others. Song Ruan nodded and continued. At that time, one person can stay at the village entrance, holding clothes and waiting for Mom, Dad, and the older brother and sister-in-law. The other two can go to the vegetable plot and harvest all the vegetables. Locusts like to eat leaves and plant stems. So, not only the sweet potato leaves and corn in the fields will be eaten, but also the vegetables in the vegetable plot will be completely devoured. So, we can only pick vegetables from our private land before the locust disaster worsens, so we will have more food stored. Go pick vegetables from the private land? Didn't we already stock up enough food? Song Wu asked. But after the crops are eaten this time, until new food is harvested next fall, the village will face a serious food shortage. So, we can't have too much food, Song Ruan replied. Song Kai understood immediately and also thought of this point. He added, and this is based on the assumption that next year there will be enough seeds and planting and harvesting goes smoothly. If not, the famine will last even longer. Once Song Kai understood, she didn't need to be told again. She quickly changed clothes, put on protective gear, and prepared to go. Although Song Wu isn't very sensitive about these things, he still followed his younger siblings' lead and got ready. They tied their pants and sleeves with ropes, wrapped scarves around their faces and necks, and wore straw hats and raincoats, carrying bamboo baskets on their backs. In an instant, they looked fully equipped, like brave soldiers ready for battle, giving a sense of safety. There weren't many raincoats at home. Only 2 left besides theirs. Let's take 2 long coats that can cover the skin, Song Ruan suggested. I just remembered, Dad still has an old-fashioned black raincoat he doesn't want to use, he added. Then let's take that one too. Hurry, we need to act quickly. Soon they found the clothes and put them into the bamboo basket on Song Ruan's back. Clearly, they planned for Song Ruan to wait at the village entrance, while the brothers went to harvest vegetables from the private land. Xiao Lei, can you stay at home? We'll be back soon. Wu Lei, who had been quietly following them, nodded obediently. Okay, I'll watch the house. No outsiders will come in. You can go now. Good job, Xiao Lei. After settling Xiao Lei, the siblings left the house. Now, most villagers were hiding at home in shock, peeking out the windows to see what was happening outside. So, their figures going against the flow attracted a lot of attention. Someone couldn't help but ask, "Where are you going dressed like that?" "There's a locust disaster." "Why aren't you hiding at home?" Song Ruan pulled a hole in the scarf covering her face and said, "We're going to harvest vegetables from the private land." After saying this, she immediately closed her mouth. As for what the people hearing her would do, it was not her decision to make. With protective gear, the locusts couldn't bite people. So, even though the locusts kept flying around in front of them, the 3 siblings remained calm. Song Wu and Song Kai went to the vegetable field, while Song-won waited at the village entrance for her parents and older brother and sister-in-law. A few brave people, seeing Song-won and her siblings, followed their example. They wrapped themselves up and went out, clearly heading to their own vegetable plots. With a leader showing the way, others gradually followed, putting aside their fear and stepping out. People were mainly afraid of the sudden large swarm of locusts. But as long as they had proper protection, they would realize that the locusts couldn't harm them and their fear would fade. So, those who dared to take the first step went from panic to calm over time. At Uncle Song's house, seeing neighbors go out to harvest vegetables from their plots, they decided to go too. Uncle Song had been spoiled since childhood and was naturally reluctant to go. Lu Tsuehua also didn't want him to go. So, the women who went were Lu Tsuehua, Zhang Kaihong, and Aunt Song. "I won't go," Zhang Kaihong said, holding onto the door frame, refusing stubbornly. She was naturally afraid of flying insects, and if there were many, just seeing them would give her goosebumps all over. Lu Tsuehua tried to pull her hand. "Hurry up. You're tall and strong, eating so much every day, and you're lazy and don't want to work. I won't go no matter what. I'm married into this family, and you all take care of me. I have the right to eat." Zhang Kaihong stubbornly held onto the door frame. Lu Tsuehua couldn't persuade her, so she turned and shouted at Aunt Song, who was standing nearby, "Come help me pull her." "How dare you?" Zhang Kaihong shouted back at Aunt Song. Aunt Song didn't say anything, but thought for a moment. She then looked serious and stepped forward, grabbing Zhang Kaihong's arm that was holding the door frame. Zhang Kaihong was dragged all the way into the vegetable field, shouting until her throat was sore, but it was no use. Because she refused to cooperate, Zhang Kaihong wasn't wearing any raincoat or protective clothing, only a scarf around her neck, which Aunt Song had just taken off and given her. Zhang Kaihong felt no gratitude toward her mother-in-law's actions. Instead, she hated her for helping Lu Tsuehua and not herself. When she saw the sky filled with flying locusts, her hatred grew stronger. She nervously crouched down. As she looked down, she saw many locusts crawling densely over the vegetable leaves. The vegetables were soon chewed into holes and uneven patches, looking disgusting and frightening. Zhang Kaihong became even more scared. "Quickly pick the vegetables. Are you just standing there pretending to be dead?" Lu Tsuehua shouted when she saw Zhang Kaihong standing still. "Old woman," Zhang Kaihong cursed silently. She ignored her and planned to find a moment to run away when Lu Tsuehua wasn't paying attention. She didn't want to deal with this kind of hardship. If she didn't have to, she wouldn't. "You lazy woman who deserves a good scolding." Zhang Kaihong ran away. Lu Tsuehua, with a furious look, chased after her, determined not to give up. She ran, she chased. Their little quarrel provided some entertainment for the villagers nearby who were harvesting vegetables, helping to ease their tense mood. Zhang Kaihong was running fast. After passing a group of people, she caught sight of a figure slowly falling to the ground behind her. "It's not my fault. I didn't touch her at all," she thought, feeling accused unfairly. She quickly stopped and turned around to prove her innocence. But she was surprised to see that the person lying on the ground was Wu Xing. Today, Song-won took his wife and parents to town. On their way back, they saw the village covered as if wrapped in a veil. As they got closer, they realized the village was covered with locusts. Even the weeds on the roadside were flying with locusts. "It's really a locust disaster. The locusts are here." Song's father looked at the distant scene of the village, feeling both relief that it had finally arrived and disbelief. Song-won silently observed the scene in front of him for a moment. He handed the bicycle loaded with 2 big bags of grain to Song's father. "Father, we should hide these 2 big bags of grain so no one sees them and causes trouble. You should ride the bike first and quickly take the grain back home. I will protect Mom and Wu Xing and walk back with them." Song's father frowned and thought for a moment, then nodded. "All right, I'll take the grain back first and come back to pick you up." He sat on the bicycle and then turned his head again. "Big brother, watch out for your mother. She usually doesn't show it, but she's actually very afraid of snakes, bugs, and mice." Mother scolded him with a glance. "Why are you saying this in front of the kids?" "Who's afraid?" Father didn't speak. He just looked at her for a moment and then decisively stepped into the car. Seeing his father look so serious, as if facing a life-and-death situation, Song-won couldn't help but smile, which made his mother glance at him sideways. Song-won cleared his throat, squatted by the dry grass on the side of the road, plucked a handful of dead grass, and tied it simply to make a small brush similar to a feather duster.
Take this.
Follow behind me, and if you see locusts nearby, use this to hit them. He gave one to Wu Xing and his mother each, and he also carried one in front to lead the way. Mother Song and Wu Xing followed behind Song-won, swatting at the locusts around them as they walked home. Big brother's wife, are you okay? Wu Xing staggered slightly. Mother Song quickly helped her and exclaimed in concern. Hearing this, Song-won hurriedly turned back. What's wrong? Did something happen? He carefully looked at her pale lips, worried. I'm fine, Wu Xing said, taking a deep breath. I just suddenly felt a bit dizzy for a moment. Now I'm okay. Song-won glanced at the chaotic scene around them and comforted her. Are you scared? If you want, you can ride on my back. I'll carry you home. Just hide your face on my back, and if you don't look at them, you won't be afraid. He turned around and squatted slightly. Wu Xing quickly pulled him up. I'm really fine now. I'm not afraid of this, really. She truly wasn't afraid of these things. The two things she feared most in life were hunger and illness. She wasn't afraid of anything else. When she was starving, she could even eat locusts as food. Wu Xing linked her arm with Mother Song and used her free hand to brush away a locust that was trying to get close. Let's go quickly. The kids at home are probably very scared now. We need to get back fast. Song-won thought for a moment and nodded.
All right.
If you're still uncomfortable, remember to tell me. He turned back around and continued leading the way. If he hides from her, he might not consider his mother's feelings. Also, Wu Xing is right. They can't delay any longer. His younger siblings and little A might be at home, scared and worried. Song-won and the others walk home anxiously, but before they arrive, they meet Song-won, who is fully dressed in protective gear. Mother, older brother, sister-in-law. Song-won sees them and quickly speeds up, jogging over. She takes off the bamboo basket on her back and hands them the prepared raincoat, hat, and scarf. Quickly put on the raincoat, wear the scarf and hat. That way, you won't be afraid of locusts crawling into your clothes. Song mother is happy and worried at the same time when she sees her beloved daughter coming to meet her. Daughter, why didn't you wait at home for us? These things are so scary. Why did you run outside? Mother, look, I'm dressed very warmly. There's nothing to worry about. The locusts in the sky just look frightening. Song-won helps her mother brush off the locusts on her, then quickly puts the raincoat on her. Next to them, Song-won also helps Wu Xing brush off the locusts and prepares to put the black raincoat on her. But just as he lifts his hand, Wu Xing suddenly collapses softly. Song-won catches her quickly as she falls, his heart sinking fast. It's not my fault. I didn't touch her at all. Zhang Kaihong, who ran past them, stops. Hey, Wu Xing, don't try to blame me. Zhang Kaihong keeps talking, but everyone seems to ignore her. All their attention is on Wu Xing. Seeing that Wu Xing can't be awakened, Song mother quickly speaks up. Big brother, carry Wu Xing back home. There are too many locusts here. Yes, carry her back first. Song-won calms himself and says, come on, help me put her on my back. Okay. Song mother and Song-won immediately go to help. After placing her on his back, Song-won carefully covers Wu Xing with the raincoat. Mother, you all go back first. I'll go find Uncle Lu. The Uncle Lu she mentions is the village's barefoot doctor. Usually, villagers don't go to the town clinic when they have minor illnesses. They just see Uncle Lu for quick help. All right, little sister. Be careful and don't walk too fast. Mother Song hurriedly followed beside Song-won, supporting Wu Xing's back to prevent her from falling, while turning back to remind him. Song-won nodded and quickly went to find Uncle Lu. Zhang Kaihong noticed no one paid attention to her, and in a moment of distraction, the three of them had already run away, leaving her alone in place. She cursed under her breath but didn't dare to stay. Instead of going to Uncle Lu's house, Song-won headed toward the vegetable plot, which she remembered was nearby. Many people had spontaneously come out of their homes to harvest grain. Even Li Xingli was now holding a hammer to notify villagers to start the harvest. So, Song Wan thought Uncle Lu was probably in the vegetable garden. She walked along the small path, passing through 2 alleys, and finally found Uncle Lu, barefoot and picking vegetables, inside the fenced vegetable plot. Switched to the other hand. Inside the room, barefoot doctor was checking Wu Xing's pulse. Wu Xing was already awake. Hearing this, she obediently extended her other hand. Song Wan held his breath, wondering why taking the pulse was taking so long. Seconds felt like years as he waited for Uncle Lu to finally finish. He hurried forward. "Uncle Lu, how is she? What's wrong with my wife? She's never been like this before, and she doesn't show any signs of illness normally. Why did she suddenly faint?" "No, that can't be," Song Wan recalled, and his heart sank. "No, she's been feeling unwell these past few days. She always feels tired and said she can't eat because of the hot weather." Uncle Lu listened to Song Wan's rambling and felt annoyed for the first time. He also worked in the production team as a clerk, so he interacted quite a bit with Song Wan. But he had never noticed that the usually calm and easygoing Song Wan was secretly so nagging and annoying. "Big brother, don't worry yet. Let's hear what Uncle Lu has to say first." Song Wan knew her brother was clearly worried and panicking. Mother Song also advised, "Yes, big brother, let's listen to what Uncle Lu says first." Uncle Lu finally had a chance to speak and calm down. Cough. "I was hurriedly pulled over by the young lady from the Song family, and I haven't even had a sip of water yet." Song Wan didn't rely on others. He personally went to the kitchen, picked up a porcelain cup, poured some water, added sugar, and brought it over. "Uncle Lu, here is some water." Uncle Lu took a big sip, his eyes bright. "Wow, still sugar water. Serving sweetened water to guests is the best treatment." "Yes, Uncle Lu, take your time drinking. No rush. Finish it, then we can talk." Seeing Uncle Lu's relaxed attitude, Song Wan felt less anxious. If there was really a problem, Uncle Lu wouldn't be so calm. "TSK, you're really boring." Uncle Lu saw that he had returned to his usual self and found him dull, so he stopped teasing him. Song Mother's patience was running out. "Uncle Lu, what's wrong with my daughter-in-law?" Uncle Lu put down the porcelain cup, smiling warmly. "Based on my many years of experience, your daughter-in-law is pregnant." "Pregnant?" Yi Hongmei thought about the word, her eyes widening slowly. "Are you saying my eldest daughter-in-law is expecting?" "Most likely. If you want to be sure, you can go to the town to check." Song Mother was overjoyed. "Oh, there's no need to go to town. With your skill, there's no mistake. Every family in this village knows you can tell by pulse. Right, eldest son?" Song Mother nudged Song Wan with her elbow. "Huh? What?" Song Wan's mind was still slow to turn. Since hearing about the pregnancy, he felt like he was floating on clouds. Joy and happiness filled his heart. Even the outside locust plague couldn't dampen his excitement. "Fool," Uncle Lu teased. Song Wan seemed unaware, quietly walking toward Wu Xing. "Wife, we have a baby." His voice was soft, trembling slightly. "Yes." Wu Xing happily touched her belly. She was finally going to give birth to Song Wan's child. Seeing them like this, Song Mother was very happy. She had married a good daughter-in-law, and now she was pregnant with a grandson. She was almost overjoyed.
But,
"Uncle Lu, why did my daughter-in-law suddenly faint?" "Just now. She couldn't be awakened no matter what I called." Song Wan was startled. "Fainting is not normal? Of course it's not normal. I haven't fainted even after trying to get pregnant with you siblings." Mother Song's words sank Song Wan's heart even lower. "Uncle Lu, what's wrong with my wife?" Song Wan looked at him sincerely. "Well, it's nothing serious. Her body was weak to begin with, but since she can get pregnant, it shows there's no big problem. Just rest more, eat well, and take good care of yourself." Hearing Uncle Lu say this, everyone felt relieved. Uncle Lu then mentioned some precautions, picked up his bamboo basket, and carried it on his back. "I'm going home now. I haven't finished harvesting my vegetables." "Hey, Uncle Lu, wait a moment." Mother Song quickly went to the kitchen, picked up a dozen eggs, and put them in a basket. She also took a small bag of sugar. Uncle Lu, this is for you to share good luck. Uncle Lu took the eggs. Thank you, thank you. I'll accept these eggs. Keep the sugar for your daughter-in-law to eat. Sigh, the world is getting harder. After saying this, he waved his hand and left the door. Wu Lei, who had been silent and unnoticed beside them, also quietly followed out. Wu Lei slowly returned to his room. When he entered, a locust flew in with him. Wu Lei calmly closed the door, shooed away the locust, then stepped on it, crushing it under his foot with a bad mood. Such an ignorant little bug. Don't you think you're unnecessary in my room? Wu Lei sat on the bed, hugging his knees, and looked around his room. Yes, he had a room of his own in the Song family. He never had his own room in his previous home. In this room, there was not only a bed and a wardrobe, but also a set of desk and chairs. On the desk was a locked cabinet, used to keep secrets. His brother-in-law said everyone has their own secrets, even children. Looking at the things in the room, Wu Lei's eyes curved slightly, but then he seemed to think of something, and his eyes darkened again. The door and window were closed, making the room dim. Even his eyes seemed to be tinged with a gloomy color. Knock, knock. Xiao Lei. Suddenly there was a knocking at the door. Wu Lei blinked quickly and hurried to open the door. Soft Sister Song. Xiao Lei, I brought you lunch. Song Wan carried a large old porcelain bowl into the room and placed it on the table. Are you very hungry? Everyone forgot to make lunch, but luckily Uncle Song remembered and cooked some noodle soup.
Come over and eat.
There are eggs in it that you like. Wu Lei stared blankly at the big old porcelain bowl on the table. The noodle soup inside was thick and there were many eggs. He thought everyone had forgotten about him. Song Wan sat on the edge of his bed. Don't just stare blankly. Eat while it's hot. You're growing, so you should eat more. Wu Lei lowered his eyes. I don't need to eat so well. I can't do anything, and eating so much is just a waste. Song Wan couldn't help but gently ruffle his soft hair. Nobody says you can't do anything. You can the vegetable garden, pick eggs from the old hen at home, and even catch bugs outside to feed the hens. Because of the extra feed, they lay more eggs. She patiently listed his good deeds. Also, last time when Zhang Kaihong tried to cause trouble, it was thanks to you noticing and telling me in time. You're very brave. The sunlight outside seemed to break through the clouds a bit, shining through a small glass on the roof, making the room brighter. Am I really that brave? Wu Lei looked at her hopefully. Of course. You're as reliable as my second brother. Do you want to hear my second brother's brave story? Wu Lei blinked and obediently said, Yes, I want to hear. He walked over and sat next to Song Wan. Song Wan thought for a moment and began to tell her story. When I was a child, my grandmother wanted my mother to go feed my second uncle's son, Song Yin, so she tried to secretly abandon me. My second brother saw this, held onto my grandmother's leg, cried and made a fuss, and only then was I saved. But my second brother was only 4 years old at the time. Isn't that impressive? Wu Lei clenched his fists and slowly said, Soft Sister Song, your grandma is really mean. When she gets old and can't walk anymore, you should abandon her too. Song Wan was silent. It seemed the story's main point wasn't that. Yes, I also owe my survival to my second brother. Little A will definitely be a good older brother in the future, or rather, a good uncle. Wu Lei's eyes flickered, but he said nothing. Song Wan was also quiet, not speaking. After a while, Wu Lei finally asked, Sister Song Wan, do you think that after my sister has a baby, she and brother-in-law will only love their child? Song Wan thought for a moment and asked back, My parents had 4 children. Do you think they only loved one of us? No. Wu Lei shook his head. That's right. My parents love all 4 of us. The same goes for your sister and brother-in-law, and for our family. They will love you, and also love the baby in your sister's belly. Song Wan spoke a bit awkwardly, but Wu Lei understood and thought it made sense. Sister Song Wan, I understand now. Wu Lei nodded deeply. It's like I love my sister and brother-in-law, but I also like you. Brother Song Wu, Brother Song Kai, and Uncle Song and Aunt Song. As Wu Lei spoke, his eyes gradually became clearer. Song Wan looked at him and secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Wu Lei is really sensitive and smart. The sky was getting darker. The setting sun cast long shadows, making the sky look calm and peaceful. However, Dongshui village was still being attacked by locusts. After an afternoon, the crops were all patchy and looked very bad. But even so, every plant was still covered with locusts, making the once lively crops look lifeless, waiting silently for death. The busy roads and alleys, usually full of people, were now very quiet. At this moment, Song Ruan's family was in the main hall, sitting around the dining table eating. They couldn't go out all afternoon, and since the daughter-in-law was pregnant again, Song's mother spent a lot of time preparing a big meal for everyone. Because the doors and windows were closed, the smell of food filled the entire hall. Even Wu Xing, who had little appetite, couldn't help but eat a bit more. Song Wu ate the most happily, but also looked worried. "Mother, since we're having such a big feast tonight, does that mean we won't have food to eat in the future?" Mother Song glared at him and said, "Don't worry. We've been stockpiling grain these days. Just eat less, and it will last until next year's harvest without any problem." When building the new house, they even dug a large underground cellar specifically for storing grain. She paused, then quietly added, "You must not let outsiders know where we hide our grain, understand? As rural folks, we don't even have grain coupons. Buying grain suddenly isn't easy, so I'm worried the village might get chaotic. Be careful, okay?" Everyone nodded naturally. Song Wu squinted and asked, "Can we still sell pastries on the black market?" "Probably not for many more days," Song Wu thought before answering. "Our crops in the village will likely only last a few days before locusts come. After that, they'll probably move to other places. So, nearby villages will probably be affected too." Song Wu looked a bit confused. "So, that means all the people around us will run out of food soon." He looked around and saw that everyone didn't seem surprised by this, so he scratched his head. Song Wen suggested, "In the future, food on the black market will get more expensive. We should keep stockpiling some grain." "Why stockpile if grain will be expensive?" Song Wu looked at his older brother and thought more deeply. Song Kai added, "It's good to have some grain to sell. Right now, the whole country is short of clothes and food. I worry that soon there might be no grain to sell at all." Song Wu suddenly understood. "Then, if we sell the extra grain, we could make some money." Song Wan proudly looked at her brothers. "It's hard for farmers to think like merchants." She didn't expect her brothers to think this way. "We still have flour and hawthorn. We can make a few more days' worth of pastries to sell, then use the money to buy coarse grains. If we don't sell at all, we can keep some for ourselves." Song Wan also offered a plan. Everyone shared ideas. Song Kai said, "We haven't finished reinforcing the doors, windows, and yard. After the locusts leave, we should continue to strengthen everything." As the disaster just arrived, the family was already thinking far ahead and sharing their hopes for the future. While they were discussing passionately, the sound of a gong rang out outside. Li Xingli was delivering a notice to the villagers. "The commune has approved it. Now all the grain in the fields can be harvested quickly. Whoever harvests it first gets to keep it." Li Xingli's words sparked a new round of family discussion. This time, everyone mostly agreed not to participate in the rush harvest. Father Song, experienced and wise, said, "The corn in the field hasn't even formed ears, and the sweet potatoes are only finger-sized. Going out to fight locusts for this small amount of grain probably won't be worth the effort. So, I think it's better for you all to focus on studying instead." This last part was a bit surprising. "Yes, studying." Father Song nodded thoughtfully. "Earlier, my younger sister mentioned there might be a locust disaster. If it happens, it will come. She also said that the college entrance exams will resume, so they definitely will. Studying for the exams is more important than spending your whole life working as a laborer. So, during your free time, you should all focus on studying." Father Song looked at Wu Lei and added, "Wu Lei, you should also study. Let your older brothers and sisters teach you when they have free time." Wu Lei suddenly looked up, eyes bright with hope. "Can I?" His surprised expression made others feel a bit sad. Song Wen clenched his fists and tilted his head. "Dad, I've been meaning to talk to you about Wu Lei." Father Song raised his hand to stop him, smiling knowingly. "You're probably talking about Wu Lei going to school, right?" Song Wen paused and nodded slowly. Recently, the family's main income came from buying grain, but they also saved some money for each family member, including Wu Lei. It wasn't much, but enough to pay for his schooling. Father Song continued, I've thought about Wu Lei's schooling for a while. He's 8 now, and next year he should start school. Our family, of course, wants him to go. When times were tough, and we couldn't even afford food, we still managed to save enough to support you 4 kids. Now, we can definitely afford to send Wu Lei to school. Mother Song agreed. That's right. Studying is the way to a better future. We can just eat a bit less, and in spring, sell some extra grain for money. Wu Lei's heart was pounding. He secretly looked at the adults in the house. Going to school costs money and doesn't help with farm work. So many families in the village don't send their children to school. Will they really let him go? Son, I actually saved some money. Xiao Lei doesn't need to use the family's money for school, Song Wen said. Song's mother immediately interrupted. No, our children's education must be paid for by the family. In the future, other children who get married and have kids will do the same. If anyone feels it's unfair, she glanced at Song Kai and Song Wu. Song Kai quickly smiled. Mom, don't worry about me. I have no problem with that. I'm happy just to be able to go to school. Besides, Big Brother earns a lot of work points every year, and he's never looked down on us. Right, second brother? Song Wen nudged Song Wu with his elbow, and Song Wu looked up blankly. Seeing that their parents were watching him, he asked confusedly, What's wrong? He usually just followed what was arranged for him, so why was he suddenly asked to answer a question? Song Kai reminded him, Mom is asking you, what do you think about Xiao Lei going to school? Song Wu nodded firmly. That's good. Xiao Lei's grades are definitely better than mine, hee. Song's mother thought to herself. She was worried that as the children grew up, they might start to think differently about their interests. She wanted to give them a little warning. But now it seemed she was overthinking. Seeing that they had agreed, Song Wan softly said, Then next year, Xiao Lei will go to town with me and second brother to study. Xiao Lei is very smart, but he's been exposed to a lot of dark things since he was young. Going to school and being around children his age, who are full of sunshine, will be a very positive influence for him. Also, children in town won't judge him based on his background. But one thing, she added, the family shouldn't skimp on food. I've stored some grain, quite a lot actually, so don't worry about food. At this moment, everyone didn't really understand how much grain she had stored. Father Song nodded decisively. All right, then Xiao Lei will go to town to study next year. Wu Xing, who was nearby, gently touched Wu Lei's soft hair, suddenly feeling a bit emotional. Wu Lei suddenly stood up, surprising everyone. He paused for a moment, acting like a little adult, with a serious face and a clear, bright voice. From now on, I will study hard, earn money, and take care of you when you're old. He remembered that his stepbrother always said that he was happy to take care of his father, which showed that adults like to be cared for. What surprised him was that everyone was smiling and trying not to laugh. Ha ha ha. Thanks, Xiao Lei. From now on, Brother Song Wu's retirement is up to you. Under the shadow of the disaster, the Song family shared their opinions and calmly planned for the future, creating a warm atmosphere. But not all families could have this kind of harmony. Song Jin could only come home once a week, and tonight was his return day. This lazy woman refuses to work and even sneaked away. Lu Tsuehua pointed at Zhang Kaihong and complained to Song Jin. Is this the kind of work? There are locusts everywhere, and she wants me to pick vegetables from the garden. Why should I go? Listen to this. This lazy woman even has the nerve. She bet with Song Wan in front of the village chief and lost 100 yuan. The village chief said it would be deducted from our work points. Talking about that 100 yuan hurt Lu Tsuehua deeply. She slapped her thigh and sighed. Oh, my. How can people live like this? Marrying such a daughter-in-law, I really have bad luck. Zhang Kaihong snorted coldly. Bah. I am the one suffering for being your daughter-in-law. You dare to talk back. I'll beat you, you egg-laying hen. Lu Tsuehua was so angry at Zhang Kaihong's attitude that she stood up to scold her, but Song Jin quickly held her back. Zhang Kaihong also got angry. Come on, hit me if you dare. Old woman, who said I don't lay eggs. Song Jin frowned and stopped her. Zhang Kaihong. How can you speak to your grandmother like that? Zhang Saihong's eyes immediately turned red. Song Jin.
How dare you scold me?
She was the first to call me eggless. Why can't I scold her back? Just because she's older than me, I have to let her. With her grandson's support, Lu Tsuehua became even more energetic. Did I say anything wrong? You don't lay eggs, and Song Wen's wife married you. She's pregnant, and you? Not even a little movement. Zhang Kaihong felt wronged. What does Wu Xing's pregnancy have to do with me? And when this disaster struck, she got pregnant. Maybe she was cursed. At this, she glared angrily at Song Jin. Besides, how can I get pregnant all by myself?
Huh?
You should ask your grandson. He only comes back once a week and always says he's tired. He doesn't talk to me. Song Jin shouted angrily, his face dark.
How dare you yell at me?
Zhang Kaihong stormed back to her room, slammed the door shut. The old wooden door shook and dust fell off. Grandson, look at her. What do you think she looks like? Lu Tsuehua complained to Song Jin, then continued to scold Zhang Kaihong through the door. Uncle Song, who saw the locusts early on, had already gone to the town. Aunt Song was sleeping with her youngest son inside the room. Hearing the noise, she dared not come out. The whole house was filled with Lu Tsuehua and Zhang Saihong shouting, making the family very noisy. Song Jin felt annoyed. Grandma, stop talking. Song Jin looked down, lowered his eyes, and coldly said 4 words. Lu Tsuehua's shouting suddenly stopped. She looked at her grandson in surprise, noticing his gloomy face. She immediately calmed down a bit. Song Jin frowned, walked over, and tried to open the door. It was locked, which made him even more angry. This is really unlucky. Lu Tsuehua saw it too, muttered a curse softly, then found a bronze-colored key to open the door. As Song Jin just stepped inside, a pillow flew at him and hit his face with a loud slap. Zhang Kaihong snorted. What are you coming in for?
Get out.
Song Jin's hand veins bulged. He clenched and loosened his fists, calming down after a while and letting go. Don't be angry. It's my fault. I shouldn't have yelled at you. He stood aside, speaking softly, but his voice was flat. Humph. Zhang Kaihong lay on the bed, turned to the other side, with her back to the door. Song Jin stood there for a long time. Just as Zhang Kaihong was about to turn around and look at him, he went to the bed and climbed on it, except for his shoes. Humph. What are you coming up for? You're helping your grandma so much. Why don't you sleep with her? Zhang Kaihong immediately snorted again when he came up. Nonsense. Am I talking nonsense? Your grandma said I'm lazy, that I lost 100 yuan, and that I can't have children. So tell me, how can I have children all by myself? My mother loves to nag a little. Don't argue with her. I will find a way to get back the work points. Song Jin smiles and tries to comfort her. As for having children, I was too tired from work before. Tonight, I will rest properly. Under the blanket, Song Jin reached out his hand. Soon, Zhang Saihong's attitude started to soften. Afterward, Zhang Kaihong felt much happier. Seeing this, Song Jin gently said, Sigh, after the locust disaster, the days ahead will be tough. If I had money, I would buy a lot of food. He spoke while watching her face for a reaction. Exactly. I'm most afraid of flying insects. Today, I was really scared. Zhang Kaihong immediately leaned in, hugging him and acting cute. Song Jin's body stiffened, and he quietly moved the blanket to create some space. Wife, don't you have a gold necklace? Why not sell it to buy food? I've worked hard to find a way to exchange food. Zhang Kaihong pouted. Don't even think about it. My parents told me I must not sell my dowry. It's my confidence. It can be used in emergencies. These disasters are here. Isn't that enough of an emergency? Besides, after this disaster passes, I promise to buy you a bigger gold necklace. Song Jin continued to coax her. But I really can't, she replied stubbornly. Song Jin's face immediately turned cold. Huh, you still want to compare yourself to Wu Xing? Wu Xing is willing to do anything for Songwen. You wouldn't even part with a gold necklace. He turned his back on her, showing a cold side. Zhang Kaihong wanted to hug him, but He pushed her away forcefully. Seeing his firm attitude, Zhang Saihong's resolve wavered. Can't you just let me think about it some more? The next morning, through the window, they saw that the locusts still hadn't gone away, so most villagers stayed inside their homes. The Song family was up early. Father and Mother Song were in the kitchen preparing breakfast. Wu Xing, who was pregnant and not feeling very steady, was lying on a rocking chair resting. The three brothers of the Song family and Wu Lei sat at the dining table. Song Wen was teaching Song Wu high school knowledge. Song Kai was guiding Wu Lei step by step in writing. After a few practice runs, Wu Lei was allowed to write on his own, while Song Kai sat nearby reading a book. Song Wanshua carefully adjusted her pants and sleeve cuffs. After putting on her raincoat, hat, and scarf to prepare herself, she stepped out while being watched with envy by Song Wu. Yes, today only Song Wanshua went to the town alone. Last night, Yangbin came over to make plans with her. At first, her family was against it, but since Yangbin was with her, they finally agreed. Song Wanshua took 2 steamed buns from the kitchen and left. Yangbin was waiting outside on his bicycle. The bicycle rode along the small village road. Even though the morning breeze was refreshing, both of them felt heavy-hearted. After a night, the crops in the fields looked even more bare. Yet, the locusts still hopped on the plants, slowly reducing the green vitality. Clearly, in just a few days, all the crops in the village would be completely bare. With this heavy feeling, they arrived at the town. Song Wanshua first followed Yangbin to the warehouse, where she stored the stored grain into her space. Then they parted ways. Yangbin was going to talk to the third family, while Song Wanshua headed to the black market. A woman approached and asked, "Young girl, what are you carrying on your back? Are you selling grain?" As soon as Song Wanshua entered the black market, an older woman came over to ask. She looked around and saw many people in the market, mostly buying things and asking if there was grain for sale. It was clear that besides the villages suffering from the locust disaster, nearby villages and town residents had also heard the news. Some clever people had already started secretly buying grain. After all, locusts are hard to prevent. Even though they knew the news, the crops weren't mature yet, so they couldn't harvest or stop the flying locusts. The surrounding villages would still suffer. The woman called out again, "Young girl, what are you selling?" Song Wanshua looked away from her distant gaze and replied slowly, "Auntie, I sell red date cakes." She then untied the bamboo basket on her back, found an open space and set it down. She lifted the cloth covering the basket, revealing several palm-sized red date cakes inside. Red date cakes, 2 mao each. Still 2 mao each. The woman hesitated. She came to the black market today to buy grain to store. Song Wan smiled gently and said, "Madam, I guess you're here to buy grain. But right now, the black market seems to have more buyers than sellers. You might want to buy some red date cakes to eat and save your grain. It's also a good way to stockpile food." Hearing this, the lady was tempted but hesitated because she didn't have much money. She originally wanted to buy cheap, filling coarse grains. As she hesitated, some passers-by approached directly. "Young girl, how much are your cakes?" A middle-aged man in a white shirt crouched in front of a bamboo basket. 2 mao each, Song Wan replied slowly. Then she remembered her second brother selling cakes and looked at the man's white shirt. She added, "If you buy 10 pieces of red date cake, I'll give you 1 free, then I'll take 10, the man said without hesitation. He paid, and Song Wan quickly cut the money into 2 parts, wrapping each in paper. The hesitant lady nearby saw someone buy and decided to buy 2 pieces herself. Business was steady, but not busy. Most buyers of the cakes were people who had money but lacked grain. Those only wanting to stockpile coarse grains asked about prices and then left. By noon, almost 10 pieces of red date cake in Song Ruan's basket remained unsold. She didn't mind. The remaining cakes could be shared with Aunt Yang and others, and some could be kept for her family. So, she decided to close her stall, took the money she earned today, and went to the supply and marketing cooperative. But when she arrived, she saw a long line outside. Is this a joke? No rice or wheat, and now even cornmeal is out of stock? Someone at the front of the line complained. An employee at the cooperative replied impatiently, If I said no, then there's no. Come early tomorrow. Do you want to buy anything else? No? Please step aside, next person. As soon as the employee spoke, murmurs spread through the line. Those who came to buy grain turned around and left, planning to come back tomorrow. Seeing this, Song-won also left. She headed to the state-run pharmacy, bought some ointments, like anti-inflammatory medicine, cold medicine, some topical medicines, and gauze, planning to keep them at home for emergencies. Then she went to find Yong-bin. This morning, after Song-won left the house, an unexpected visitor arrived. Not long after Song-won went out, there was a knock at the door. Song's mother thought her daughter had forgotten something and came to open the yard gate quickly. To her surprise, when she opened the door, she saw it was Song-jin. "What are you here for?" Yi Hongmei frowned. "Uncle, I have something important to tell you," Song-jin said with a smile, knowing there was some disagreement between his family and the uncle's family. "Don't call me uncle anymore. Our families are no longer in contact," Song's mother said calmly. She didn't understand what important matter he had, but she was curious about the situation outside. "Anything important, let's talk inside," she added, opening the door a little. "All right," Song-jin replied with a smile and followed her inside. When they entered the living room, Song-jin was stunned. In the living room, Song-won's 3 brothers and a small child were reading and writing. His eldest uncle sat beside the child, giving some guidance. Song-won's wife was comfortably lying on a lounge chair with a plate of red dates beside her. The family was gathered together, but each was busy with their own things. This peaceful and warm scene made it hard for anyone to want to disturb it. Unlike other families filled with worry or hostility, the atmosphere here made him feel calm. Song-jin spoke softly now. "Hello, Uncle Song-won, Song-woo, Song-kai. Long time no see," Song's mother asked. "Song-jin, didn't you say you had something important to tell us? You can speak now." "Yes, I do have something important. I am an apprentice at the factory. Recently, a position opened up, and I thought maybe Song-woo could go. This apprenticeship is very competitive, and it's not easy to get a spot." Song-jin was confident. His spot was hard-won by his father, who worked very hard for it. He received a monthly allowance and was quite valued. But if Song-woo wants to go, some money needs to be spent to prepare, and also, there's that 100 yuan work point. "I won't go," Song-woo interrupted before Song-jin finished speaking. "What did you say?" Song-jin paused, doubting if he heard correctly. "I won't become an apprentice," Song-woo repeated. In the past, he might have considered it, but now he definitely wouldn't. Moreover, his sister had specifically told him to refuse if anyone asked him to be an apprentice. Song-woo, working as an apprentice at the factory means you get a monthly allowance. This kind of job is usually only for city folks. For us country folks, it's a rare opportunity. You see, stop talking. "I really won't go," Song-woo frowned. "Why don't you recommend this good opportunity to someone else? As for the 100 yuan worth of work points, they must be kept intact." Although Song-woo wasn't very clever, he wasn't foolish either. Their families didn't have much contact, and if it was a gift from heaven, it wouldn't be something Song-jin would bring to him. Seeing the attitude of this family, Song-jin knew the apprenticeship wouldn't happen.
So he changed the subject.
"By the way, about the 100 yuan worth of work points. My wife was just joking with Song-won. You all should talk to the village chief and ask them not to deduct points from our family." Seeing him speak so casually about the matter, Song-woo suddenly felt angry. "What do you mean, just joking? Zhang Kaihong is planning to report us. She wants to ruin our family." He was present the whole time and saw how unreasonable Zhang Kaihong was. "Song-jin, you can go now. Our 2 families have nothing more to say," said Song-won after the matter was discussed. Seeing that the 2 had finished talking, he coldly added, "Song-jin, please take care of your wife in the future. Don't let her cause more trouble." The situation turned out completely different from what he had expected. Song-jin lowered his eyes without speaking, thought for a moment, then turned and left silently. After he left, everyone started discussing the matter. Song father asked, "How come, all of a sudden, Song-jin is so eager to find work for our Song-woo?" Song mother was also confused. Yeah, if the job is really as good as he said, so many people would be fighting for it. Why are they asking us? Song Kai chuckled. Mother, nothing comes for free. People always have their reasons. Then what does he want? Is he after our money? Maybe. He just said he would give some money and mention those 100 work points. Song Woo waved his hand. Who cares what he wants? As long as we ignore him, that's fine. After the family discussed it, they stopped worrying about the matter and went back to reading their books. When Song Won returned, she heard about this and felt a little angry, but when she saw her second brother's reaction, she felt relieved. Her family's situation had changed. The locusts left on the third day. Because all the crops had been eaten, the locusts migrated away. For several days, the people of Dongshui village used tools to spray water mixed with powder onto the dry soil to kill locust eggs. This powder was provided by the authorities to help control the locust disaster. However, since the grain supplies were tight everywhere, villages affected by the disaster didn't have to pay public grain taxes, but they also couldn't get grain from the government. The grain still depended on the collective and the villagers themselves. In simple terms, they had to be self-sufficient and responsible for their own needs. Many people who realized too late started stockpiling grain. But it was already too late. Now it was very hard to buy grain outside. Dongshui village and nearby villages entered a year of famine. The food situation went from eating coarse grains and vegetables to having no rice at all. People with no other options had to go to the mountains and rivers to find something to fill their stomachs. Those with resources, like young people sent to the countryside, tried to get their families to bring food back to the city. Several young people from their village had already left. Zhao Zhengwo was one of them. His father retired due to illness and arranged for him to take over his job in the city. But Zhao Zhengwo didn't take Shen Hongying with him. He left quietly alone. After Zhao Zhengwo left, Chen Hongying also disappeared. Some guessed she was pregnant and went to find Zhao Zhengwo. The famine lasted until the spring of the next year. By then, villagers had almost no food left. Even the tender leaves on the trees were plucked and cooked together in pots to fill their stomachs. The bark from the trees was also stripped off. After peeling the bark, they dried it, ground it into paste, and boiled it in water to feel a little full. But it was only a false sense of fullness. It didn't give the body much energy. As a result, the villagers were not only thin but also weak. With such weak bodies, they had little strength to plant crops in spring. Even if the spring crops are planted now, they won't be ready to harvest until autumn. So, people began to feel hopeless. When people are very hungry and lose their reason, they will do anything and everything. Theft increased, but since everyone had no food, they couldn't steal much and still remained hungry. If the hunger continues, people might die from it. At this moment, a group of about a dozen men gathered at the village chief's house. "Chief, what do you want us to do today?" one man asked. The village chief sat calmly at the main seat in the hall. "There's no rush. Sit down and have some food first." At this time, Yongbin brought over a basin of steamed buns. He removed the cloth covering it, revealing many large buns inside. The buns were stored in a big basin, stacked one on top of another, so there were at least 20 or 30 buns. Since Yongbin appeared, the hungry men had not taken their eyes off the basin of buns. They looked like wolves in the wild, their eyes green with hunger, staring fiercely at the food, ready to pounce at any moment. If they still had their reason, they would have rushed forward to grab the buns. But even with some reason left, that sense of control was fragile. A dark-skinned man, who played well with Li Shengli, swallowed hard and asked loudly, "Shengli, what do you want us to do? Just tell us." His words were direct, but they also expressed everyone's feelings. If it wasn't a life-or-death matter, who would bring out a big basin of buns when there was barely any bark to eat? But even in a life-or-death situation, they would do it. Only they wanted to understand clearly first. Li Shengli cleared his throat and said seriously, "There is indeed something to discuss. Let Yongbin tell you." The village chief nodded as well. Everyone's eyes immediately focused on Yongbin. Yongbin's eyes were calm and deep, and his low, magnetic voice spoke softly, but with a tone that could drive people crazy. "The matter I'm about to talk about might take some time. First, eat the buns, and then we'll talk in detail. When you haven't obtained something, you might still control yourself. But once you have it, you won't want to let go. Most people didn't move instinctively, but one thin and bony young man ignored all concerns. He rushed forward, grabbed the top bun, and eagerly bit into a large mouthful. "This bun is mixed with white flour, so soft," the thin young man exclaimed, although he was still chewing. His words were unclear, but from his shining eyes, everyone could tell what he wanted to say. Once the first person dared to try, others followed quickly. They crowded around the big basin, grabbing buns and stuffing them into their mouths. Li Shengli kindly poured some water for them. "Drink some water, don't choke." After everyone finished a large bun and drank some water, their stomachs were full and they stopped eating, waiting for the verdict. Yes, everyone knew well that after eating, they would have to pay a price. They accepted this, thinking if they were going to die anyway, they might as well die full. But unexpectedly, Yongbin simply asked calmly, "Would you like to share your thoughts on this spring planting?" "Don't worry, we will definitely follow the organization's arrangements." Yes. Yongbin raised an eyebrow. Actually, when everyone plants crops together, each person has their own interests. Once they finish their work and get their points, they stop working. He pointed to the dark-skinned man and 3 others. "I remember you all do good farm work, but after earning 10 points, you stop working." The people he pointed to looked ashamed. They wanted to say they would work harder next time, but Yongbin continued speaking. "In fact, I'm the same. After earning 10 points, I go help my family with farm work." Hearing this, everyone started to wonder what Yongbin wanted them to do today. And usually such matters are understood without words. But now, speaking openly in front of the village chief. Was that really okay? They looked at each other, then secretly glanced at the old village chief. Though he grunted, he didn't interrupt their conversation. Yongbin asked again, "But if the land and grain belonged to you, what would you do?" The dark-skinned man blurted out, "That would definitely be full effort, giving it all I've got. That's obvious." He blurted out his personal thoughts without thinking, then felt a bit embarrassed and scratched his head. "That's exactly how I feel," Yongbin agreed, nodding. "Since the higher-ups want us to be responsible for ourselves and self-sufficient, why don't we divide the land among families?" "Divide the land among families?" "Yes, divide all the fields based on the number of people in each family. Each family grows its own food. When harvest time comes, besides the grain we have to give to the authorities, everything else belongs to your family. And we don't have to follow strict rules from above. You can plant whatever you want. For example, during this famine, when everyone has no food, you can set aside a piece of land to grow quick harvest crops to survive first." Yongbin spoke these rebellious words calmly. If these words had been said before, they would have been punished or criticized. Some people looked frightened and nervously glanced at the village elder, but the elder looked calm and unbothered, as if he wasn't surprised by Yongbin's words. Note: the event of signing a life and death agreement for dividing land is inspired by the historical Fengyang Shaojing village. "If it really happens like that, I would definitely agree," a small voice muttered. "I would too. After paying the grain tax, whatever is left to grow is ours."
Of course I'd agree.
Who wouldn't? The stunned men came back to their senses and started speaking. No one would refuse. "But is this really possible?" asked the thin man who was the first to eat his bun, voicing his concern. "Don't worry, the village chief is right here," someone replied.
"But
what if someone leaks the secret and the authorities catch them? That could mean death." The thin man looked tense, with a complicated expression. "I don't mind risking my life, but I can't let my family die with me," he said. Yongbin looked at him with approval and nodded. "Yes, your concern is valid. That's why we can't let this secret get out. That's also why I brought you all here today. So, how can we keep it a secret? Sign a life and death agreement. Everyone promises that no one in their family will leak the secret. You all understand what a life and death agreement means." Yongbin continued, "If you sign this agreement, then the land division can go ahead. If you don't agree, that's okay. Once I leave this place, I won't admit I said these words today." The thin man nodded in agreement, feeling excited inside. He asked again, "Can just our 10 or so families sign?" I have a good friend whose words are very careful. Can he join us? Yes, he can. Bring trustworthy people. But unreliable family members and those who haven't registered in our village can't join, Yongbin replied. The village chief added, Yes, you all are the most reliable among us. We can discuss the others later. Those who don't sign a life and death agreement will be assigned to other fields to work, and they will continue to earn work points. This clear plan made everyone feel more confident. I'll sign. The thin man was the first to stand up again. My family has no food left. Even the bark we dried before is almost gone. We're all doomed anyway. If I can die, at least I want to grow some food for my family first. His words moved many people present. Actually, most families are in similar situations now. Yes, that's the point. Your family still has bark, but mine has none. Soon we'll have to eat dirt, someone said. I have a question. Someone in the crowd raised their hand and spoke softly. Right now, no one has food. Even short-term crops won't grow in time for harvest. Yongbing listened quietly. When he heard this, he responded at the right moment. I have a way to buy food. As soon as Yongbin said this, the room fell silent. The air was so quiet that you could hear a pin drop. After a long pause, someone looked stunned and said, Buy food? But now there's no food being sold even on the black market. Yes, who has food to sell now? Who would sell their food? Actually, when Yongbin said this, even the village chief and Li Shengli were stunned. They thought Yongbin was just helping to organize land redistribution, but they didn't expect him to be able to buy food. The village chief trembled as he asked, Yongbin, can you really buy food? Yes, I can. Yongbin took out a notebook and placed it on the table. This notebook contains the types of food available for purchase and their prices. You can take a look. Before he finished speaking, everyone rushed forward to open the notebook. Rice, wheat, sorghum, corn, sweet potatoes. They read aloud as they looked. Look here, there's even meat. Fresh pork, chicken, canned cooked meat, and dried meat. Oh my, am I dreaming? Everyone was stunned and couldn't believe it, feeling like they were dreaming. The thin, gaunt man's eyes were fixed on the prices. The prices of all the grains in this notebook were the same as before the famine started. Now, the prices have increased many times over, but even so, money can't buy some of these foods anymore. If he bought all these grains and then sold them, then… Yongbin had been silent, but was quietly watching everyone's expressions. Seeing the calculation in the thin man's eyes, he calmly reminded him, the grains in this notebook can only be bought in limited amounts per person, and only once a month. If someone tries to buy low and sell high, I won't stop them, but… The thin man's mind was suddenly alert. He turned to look at Yongbin, who was also watching him with clear eyes. Under that gaze, he felt as if he was, and everything he was thinking was seen through. In an instant, he gave up his crooked thoughts. A life and death agreement brought East Water Village back to life. Not only in East Water Village, but in other villages in the town, people were also guiding this effort. Originally, the grain they stored was not enough to help the entire town survive the famine. But whenever others were starving desperately, selling some grain to them could prevent starvation. Now, villagers signing life and death agreements to divide land into households eased the future grain shortage. Because of this, the whole town was very likely to get through the famine safely. This was the best solution Yongbin and the town leader had agreed upon. Song-won held Yongbin's hand as they walked along the small path. Yongbin, how are you so smart, so wise, so impressive? You even managed to divide the land into individual plots. Song-won walked happily, speaking kind words as if they cost nothing. The evening breeze was slightly cool, blowing away the heat and making her feel comfortable and a little itchy inside. A faint smile appeared in Yongbin's deep eyes. I don't deserve that praise. It's mainly thanks to your idea of dividing the land into individual plots. Song-won pursed her lips, trying to hide the slight smile that was about to appear, and said playfully, Oh, I just mentioned it. If I had to do it, I wouldn't be able to. Comrade Yongbin, please don't be so modest. All right, I won't be modest. So, Comrade Song-won, do I get any reward? The young girl in front of him clicked her tongue a few times, her eyes shining with mischief and a clever smile. Even a small boat is for fame. Comrade Yongbin, How can you always be thinking about rewards? Song-won shook her head and swung her body, quoting a poem. Her head bobbed like an old scholar from ancient times, but her lively expression was full of teasing. Yongbin chuckled softly. You've memorized that well. Looks like you've been studying a lot lately and haven't paid much attention to me. But it's paying off. His tone was a little resentful. The words, not paying attention, were said very heavily. Song-won sighed softly and said seriously, you've been good at studying since you were young, so you probably don't understand someone like me who goes from burning books after reading to being a memory genius. It's just too addictive. Yongbin's lips curled into a faint smile. In that case, tomorrow I'll give you a practice test for the college entrance exam to see how much you've learned. Song-ruon's eyes widened in protest. How long have I been studying? The college entrance exam covers 2 years of high school knowledge. Yongbin's smile grew even more. In that case, you should know this can't be rushed. You spend all day at home studying, forgetting to rest and relax. Song-won knew she was in the wrong but didn't want to be scolded, so she argued cleverly. You don't understand. My partner is pouring his feelings into studying, using vast knowledge to comfort his soul. Yongbin stopped and sighed softly. His voice was gentle. Then, what's the point of comforting each other's longing? What should I do to soothe my longing for you? As soon as he finished speaking, Song-won noticed the light in front of her dimming, and her lips felt the touch of warm, moist lips. She hadn't yet reacted when he moved his lips away. What's wrong? Song-won asked, a little confused. Why didn't he continue? That's not like him at all. His tempting question, with a hint of innocent shyness, almost made Yongbin lose control. He took a deep breath and finally said, We've arrived at your home. His voice was hoarse. Song-won looked up at him and saw the heat and restraint in his eyes. She panicked a little. Then I'll go home. She turned around, her steps a bit unsteady, but before she could walk far, a large hand grabbed her wrist. Your birthday is in 3 months, right? His deep voice came from behind her. Song-won turned around and nodded blankly. Yes. Then, after 3 months, we'll get the certificate. Get the certificate. Yes. Yongbin stroked her fingers, feeling uneasy about the 3 months ahead. Marriage certificate, Song-won asked softly. Yongbin's eyes slightly lifted at the corners, showing he thought her question was unnecessary. Song-won mumbled softly, but my ID says my birthday is on the lunar calendar. Lunar birthday? What's wrong with that? Yongbin didn't react immediately. Song-won sweetly said, In just over a month, I'll be old enough to get the certificate. Lee Yong finished speaking but did not point to Yongbin to answer. Because Yongbin usually doesn't talk much, and when he makes teasing jokes, he usually just laughs in response. Unexpectedly, Yongbin suddenly looked eager to chat with him. Lee Yong was very happy and moved closer. Brother Bin, are you getting married? When is it? Everyone will definitely come to celebrate with you. Lee Yong's words also drew the attention of a few people nearby. Yongbin is getting married? Yes. Yongbin nodded slightly, as if he wanted to share this happy news with everyone. That's really great. When are you planning to do it? In just over a month, it will be done. Everyone thought it was happening soon, but it's still over a month away. They seemed excited, as if the wedding was happening soon, but if he's been holding back this long, he must be very eager for the big day. A middle-aged man, smiling like someone experienced, said, It's about time you get married. Look at how full of energy you are. Someone next to him nodded and said, It's really lucky that the young lady from the Song family is marrying you. Yongbin's reputation in the village is now better than the village chief's. Any old prejudices about him have long disappeared. Men, after all, respect strength, especially someone who has saved a life and is like a breadwinner. Everyone around was congratulating him. Every positive comment about his marriage made Yongbin even happier. He smiled and said, It's my good fortune. His joyful expression made others tease him again. During their chat, the village chief came out of the house holding a stack of yellow grass paper. The village chief sat down and placed the yellow grass paper on the table. All the land has been divided according to each household's number of people. I will call out names, and you come to take your share. Today was the day to distribute land to households. Those involved in signing the life and death agreement now had their own land. Those who didn't participate, like the educated youth who might return to the city at any time, or households like widows in the village without able-bodied labor, were not included. These people, when working, would be assigned to another piece of land, and they would be paid with work points. It's worth mentioning that Uncle Song's family was also among these, because Uncle Song often didn't work, and Song Jin was an apprentice in town, so their family lacked labor. More importantly, her family is widely seen as troublesome and untrustworthy. So, during spring planting, Zhang Kaihong always feels like her family suddenly has an invisible barrier with the whole village. In the past, even if others didn't like her, they would at most avoid talking to her much. Now, whenever she walks into the group of women, the lively chatter suddenly stops as if they had planned it. Just earlier, she casually said, during the locust disaster, Wu Xing was pregnant. Maybe she was carrying a disaster star. As a result, the women gathered under the old banyan tree all started scolding her. Zhang Kaihong, how can you be so mean? How could you say such things? Exactly, spreading rumors about old Song's daughter-in-law is really disgusting. Yeah, that's too cruel. Zhang Kaihong was stunned by the accusations. Are you all crazy? I was just speaking offhand. Usually, she would also gossip about others, and they would join her. Why are they all different now? You can say such annoying things offhand. You're really mean. Exactly, I think there's something wrong with you. You're the disaster star. Old Song's family is obviously blessed. That's right. Old Song's family is very lucky. Ever since they cut ties with Song Heir's family, things have only gotten better. Zhang Saihong's eyes widened. What are you talking about? Old Song's family saved your whole family, or are they your parents? Why are you defending them? Zhang Kaihong, how can you talk like that? That's really rude. Yeah, you're just spitting garbage. Angrily, Zhang Kaihong stood up, pointing at several people. You, and you. You used to ask me to help buy grain for Song Jin. Now, don't even think about it. Go hungry. You bunch of lowlifes. Fuming, she turned and walked away. After a while, she turned back and found no one took her threats seriously. That made her even angrier. No one cared about her. Usually, when families needed some grain, some people would flatter her, hoping she could really help buy some grain. Now, Yongbin has bought affordable and good quality grain for everyone who would still pay attention to her. Of course, they would choose to support Yongbin and his in-laws, the old Song family. However, there is another reason why everyone is so eager to help the Song family. The Song family has leased the hilltop in the village. It is said they plan to plant fruit trees there. They will invite villagers to help with the work and will pay them. Helping with the work and earning money is similar to what city workers do. So, families in the village are eager to be chosen. Everyone is trying hard to show kindness to the Song family. Recently, the Song family has been very busy. They need to prepare for the spring planting and plan the fruit trees on the hilltop. Because the village's hills are large, the village chief marked the leased area as the part with red date trees in the middle, calling it a village project that others are not allowed to enter. But those involved in the land division and household contracts know that the hilltop has been leased by the Song family. Regarding the lease of the hilltop, Song Won only gave 2 rough suggestions. One was about planting. Besides the existing red date and hawthorn trees, they could plant other fruit trees. Later, they could sell the fruit as pastries, canned fruit, or candied fruit. The last 2 last longer and are better for storage. The second suggestion was about sharing the profits. She proposed a shareholding system, dividing the earnings equally among the families based on the number of people in each family. After making her suggestions, Song Won planned to be hands-off and not get involved in the detailed discussions. She rode her bicycle to the town to handle school enrollment and house buying. Recently, besides studying and helping Yongbin sell grain to famine-stricken villages, she also tried to persuade her family to lease the hilltop. Now was the only time she could free up to handle school matters and also check out the house. After Song Won left, her family continued to work out the details of leasing the hilltop. Mother Song was the first to speak. Regarding the lease of the hilltop, if we can make money, I don't agree with sharing it equally. She looked around at everyone inside and continued, the money from leasing the hilltop all comes from the hard work of my younger sister and Yongbin. who stored grain to help the famine villages. She doesn't argue with the family, but we can't take advantage of her. So my younger sister should get the biggest share. Certainly. No one would disagree with this. Song-woo scratched his head and cheerfully said, "Mom, we all listen to you. Just earn some money to give us pocket money. We don't need to share ownership." Song-mother nodded approvingly, but the idea of paying wages was not feasible. In this family, fairness is very important. They must divide things clearly. Otherwise, even if they don't mind now, over time, or if they earn more money, other thoughts might arise. The money from leasing the mountain is for my younger sister. She will take half of the profit first. The remaining half will be divided among you 4 siblings, me, your father, and Wu Xing, plus a share for household expenses. That makes 8 parts, so each person gets 1 share. When Song-mother said this, everyone felt excited. Song-woo was happiest about having more pocket money. Song-father was surprised. "Can I also get a share?" Song-mother looked at him and said calmly, "Yes, but I will keep your share for you. You used to help support his grandmother with family money, but now you have lost the right to freely manage money." Song-father touched his nose, feeling a bit ashamed when he remembered the past. "Yes, I understand. I won't do that anymore. I will listen to you. Life is now comfortable, with no worries about food or clothing, and the family is harmonious. Only a fool would make stupid mistakes again." Song-mother finally relaxed. Wu Xing cautiously asked, "Mom, can I also have a share? Isn't that unfair to Song-woo and Song-kai?" "I think Song-won and I are enough." Song-mother waved her hand. "There's no unfairness. When they get married, their wives can also have a share. If they think it's unfair, let them get married." When talking about marriage, everyone's eyes naturally turned to Song-woo and Song-kai. Song-woo, the young man, blushed a little. But Song-kai, with a smile and calm expression, let them joke. In the small hall, they quickly and easily divided the benefits. At this moment, they didn't know that in the future, the money they earned would far exceed their imagination. The arrangement of shares was settled, and then they carefully discussed how to plant saplings and hire workers. At this time, Song-won also happened to arrive in town. Song-won first went to the United Elementary School in town. This school was run by 5 nearby villages, so it was quite large. Since Wu Lei was starting 1st grade, it was easy to register him. She just needed to bring her ID and pay the fees in a few days. After registering Wu Lei, Song-won turned to the town's high school. At the school gate, she asked the security guard for directions, and he led her to the teacher's office. Knock, knock, knock. Song-won knocked on the door and looked around the office. It was class time, so only a few teachers sat at their desks. "Who are you?" Inside, a tall, slim female teacher with high cheekbones, probably in her 40s, looked up and examined Song-won. Her eyes stayed on Song-won's face for a long time, and her expression was a bit cold. Song-won approached the teacher and respectfully greeted her. "Hello, teacher. I want to attend high school here. This is my junior high school graduation certificate." She spoke kindly, smiling warmly, trying to make a good first impression. The teacher asked coldly, "How are your grades in junior high?" Song-won thought for a moment and honestly replied, My junior high grades are below average." The teacher sneered, "Below average and you still want to attend high school? That's funny. The school has already started, and we're not accepting new students now. You should go back." She then lowered her head and ignored Song-won. This shouldn't be happening. Song-won frowned, feeling confused. She had researched this beforehand. Due to special circumstances, the high school hadn't accepted students for several years, but in recent years, they had started again. Also, since there was no college entrance exam now, not many people wanted to attend high school, so admissions were quite relaxed. Song-won couldn't believe she would face such a problem. "Teacher, may I ask again? Isn't it true that as long as I have a junior high graduation certificate and pass a test, I can attend school?" She spoke sincerely. The teacher remained unmoved, as if she hadn't heard her, and didn't reply. Next to her, a cheerful-looking male teacher hesitated and said, "Team leader Zhao, this girl is right. She has a middle school graduation certificate. If she takes a test and passes, she could be accepted." The female teacher raised an eyebrow and glared. Are you the team leader, or am I trying to take over? It seems you've wanted this team leader position for a long time. She slapped the table loudly, making a big noise. The male teacher shrank back and immediately stopped talking. He knew why team leader Zhao was deliberately giving this girl a hard time. Because Zhao's husband often flirted with pretty girls outside. Over time, Zhao couldn't control her husband, so she secretly disliked attractive girls. Today, this girl was unlucky and caught in trouble. At this moment, Song-won didn't realize that the female teacher was intentionally targeting her. But she was confused. Why was this teacher targeting her for no reason? Song-won thought back. Since she entered and came here, she hadn't been rude or said anything to offend her. However, since this person was acting strangely, she decided to ask another teacher for help. Song-won walked to the male teacher's desk who had just spoken and saluted him. Hello, teacher. May I have a copy of the transfer student exam paper? Yes, sure. The male teacher was about to find the test paper when team leader Zhao suddenly stood up, raising her voice sharply, sounding a bit harsh. I already said we're not accepting students anymore. Not for you.
Do you hear me?
What are you still doing? The male teacher hesitated, feeling intimidated by Zhao's attitude, and didn't dare look for the test paper. The atmosphere became tense. The noise here also drew some attention. A neat figure appeared at the door. Team leader Zhao, what's going on? Everyone turned their heads together. It was a middle-aged man dressed neatly in a Zhongshan suit. Song-won felt that this person looked familiar. Before she could remember, the man recognized her first and happily approached. Little benefactor. Principal Zhou, the teachers in the office all stood up. Principal? Song-won didn't expect this person to be the principal of the town's high school. She also remembered who this person was, the middle-aged man who bought her century-old wild ginseng. Thank you, kind person. Your ginseng saved my wife, she said. It's not really thanks, it's just a business deal, Song-won replied. Principal, do you know her? The female teacher looked a bit surprised. Yes, this young girl has helped my family, the principal said with a smile, squinting his eyes. He then turned to ask, young girl, you probably aren't a student at our school, right? Is there something you came for today? Song-won nodded quickly. I want to transfer as a part-time student, but Leader Zhao said you're not accepting new students now. I want to ask the principal if that's true. Nonsense. The principal's face tightened. He turned to Leader Zhao. Teacher Zhao, when did our school stop accepting students? Principal Zhou loved students who studied hard. Otherwise, he wouldn't have fought against opposition to start enrolling high school students in recent years. But even so, few people choose to attend high school, so it doesn't make sense to push students away. Our school would never refuse anyone who loves to learn. Students are the future of our country, Principal Zhou said firmly and upright. Seeing the principal's serious look, Leader Zhao hurriedly explained, Principal, I didn't say we should refuse her. It's just that her middle school grades are too poor. She definitely can't pass our exams. Her grades are very poor. Principal Zhou stroked his chin, feeling a bit troubled. The girl had helped him before, but he always kept things official and had never considered giving special favors. I haven't even made the test yet. How does Leader Zhao know I can't do it? Song-won turned to ask, Principal Zhou, can I take the test? Do you think you can pass? I think I can. Still feeling unsure, Song-won, who hadn't fully shed her bad student image, looked a bit guilty. Principal Zhou looked at her more worried. Leader Zhao smirked slightly, sneering. Then let her take the test so she'll give up. Leader Zhao personally brought over a test paper, one for Chinese and one for math. Since she came to find it herself, she wouldn't embarrass herself. She chose the hardest test papers from the past few years. Song-won took the exam paper, found a C, and started working on it. Principal Zhou also stayed, sitting nearby to wait for the results. Soon, the bell for class ending rang. Many teachers returned to their offices, curious about what was happening. After another round of the start and end of classes, about an hour later, Song-won handed in her paper, since there weren't many questions left. Come, I will grade the Chinese paper myself, Principal Zhou said as he stood up. I'll grade the math paper, Leader Zhao said, picking up another exam. Principal Zhou became more and more pleased as he graded, while Leader Zhao's face grew darker. Yes, not bad, solid basics, and the essay shows some effort. This is a high-scoring paper, probably over 95 points, Zhou said with a smile. Leader Zhao, how did she do in math? Zhou asked. Oh, not bad, not bad. The girl has good results, Zhao replied happily, walking over to shake her hand. Yizhong welcomes you. This meant she passed the exam. Thank you, Principal, Song Ruan said first, then turned to ask the female teacher, who seemed to have some opinions about her. Leader Zhao, may I ask, where did I lose 10 points? She was confident she could do all the math questions. Hearing this, a math teacher nearby picked up her paper and looked closely.
This isn't right.
Why did they deduct 10 points here? The last big question shouldn't have lost points. Principal Zhou, hearing this, looked seriously at Leader Zhao. Leader Zhao's face looked unhappy. He quickly explained, she wants to go from middle school to high school, but she used high school methods, so of course points were deducted. Can points be deducted like that? A teacher muttered. So, does that mean her math score is full marks? Other teachers also looked eagerly at the girl who signed up, because teachers generally like talented students. That's a timeless truth. Principal Zhou's stern face softened into a kind smile. Child, you already know high school methods? Song Ruan nodded and answered slowly. Yes, I usually teach myself at home. If I don't know something, I ask my brothers. So I've finished the first-year high school textbooks and am now studying the second-year ones. Song Ruan spoke again, explaining her reason for wanting to attend school. But my older brothers are busy, and they also need time to study on their own. Sometimes, when I encounter difficult questions, it's hard to ask them right away. That's why I want to come to school. Good, very good. It seems your family has a strong learning atmosphere. The principal chuckled. Nowadays, not many children are willing to study actively. Especially after the college entrance exam was cancelled, those who can learn on their own to gain knowledge are very rare. Hearing this, Song Ruan felt a bit embarrassed. Actually, her studying was mainly for the upcoming college entrance exam. Principal, I'd like to transfer to the second year of high school. Is that possible? High school now only lasts 2 years. If she completes the second year, she can take the exam when the college entrance exam is restored. Yes, that's possible, but you still need to do a second-year test. Then let's do the test for the first unit. It's also a recent exam paper from students, Zhao team leader quickly suggested. Since she said she had finished first-year studies on her own, Zhao team leader didn't want to give her a first-year exam to move up to second year, so he offered her a second-year unit test instead. Okay, that works. Song Ruan didn't mind and took the test paper to start. She hadn't studied much of the second-year material herself, so she left blank the questions she hadn't learned yet and did the ones she knew. The test results showed she scored 90 in Chinese, but only 70 in math. Though not very high, it was enough for her to transfer to the second year. Principal Zhou was very happy. He loved talented students and smiled warmly as he waved to Song Ruan. Come with me to the principal's office. I'll handle your enrollment personally. At the principal's office, after filling out the registration forms, Principal Zhou mentioned the ginseng. The ginseng you sold me last time helped improve my wife's health. She trusts you and has been wanting to thank you in person. Song Ruan never expected that the wild ginseng she casually sold would have such a follow-up. She tilted her head and honestly said, Principal Zhou, the reason I sold you the wild ginseng last time was because I could get more money selling it to you than to a state-run pharmacy. So, I don't deserve to be called a kind person. Please don't call me that. Ha ha ha, good. You're really honest, just trying to sell more money, Song Ruan. Then I'll call you classmate Song Ruan. Since you're coming to number 1 high school, I'll be your teacher and my wife will be your teacher's wife. When you have time, you must come to our house for a meal. She'll definitely like your personality. Yes, I'll visit her when I have the chance, Song Ruan nodded and replied. Today, I was able to transfer into the second year of high school thanks to Principal Zhou. I really should find time to thank him. After leaving number 1 high school, it was already noon. Song Ruan first ate something casually, then went to look for a house. She visited a few places. Houses in small towns aren't expensive, but the ones she saw cost around 3,000 yuan. Renting would only be about 7 or 8 yuan a month. This made her hesitate. Should she save the money and wait until she goes to a big city for university to buy a house? Since there's no rush, Song-won plans to discuss it with her family. On the way back, she saw Yongbin standing on the main road leading back to the village. "Did you wait here just for me?" Song-won was a bit surprised and said blankly. "Yes, after I finished my work today, I came to find you. Your family said you came to town, so I was worried I'd miss you, so I waited here." Yongbin spoke while taking the bamboo basket from her back and also took her bicycle. "Did you wait long?" Song-won asked him with a tilt of her head. "Not long," Yongbin said casually. "Are you hungry? I bought your favorite milk candies today. Have a few to fill your stomach first." Yongbin handed her a bag of candies. Song-won happily took one, peeled it open, and put it in her mouth. Then she started talking about her dilemma today, whether to buy or rent a house. Yongbin's eyes flickered briefly, but he didn't speak immediately. Song-won urged, "Come on, tell me, do you think I should rent or buy?" Yongbin hesitated and analyzed. "I think your idea of buying a house in the city where you'll go to university is right. When the time comes, your brothers and sisters will probably go to the big city too, and buying a house there is just right. If you decide, you can also bring your family over. Since your family has taken over the mountain in the village, you will probably need to do business there in the future. Having a place to stay in town will also be more convenient." Song-won looked at her and said, "I feel like, after your analysis, I find it even harder to choose." Yongbin spoke in a calm voice, softly laughing. "Actually, these two things don't conflict. Don't worry about the money for buying a house later. Remember how rich you are now, and soon you'll get another batch of grain each month. You can keep waiting to receive money." That made sense. Regarding selling grain, Song-won asked to keep her money separate from Yongbin's. So, part of the grain she sold from her storage and the grain she had bought earlier, she now has about 7 or 8,000 yuan. Yongbin kept an eye on her reaction. When he reached this point, he quietly asked, "Do you want me to take you somewhere?" "Where?" Song-won turned her head to look at him, her eyes shining. Yongbin naturally took her hand and said, "You'll find out when we get there. Get in the car." Yongbin hung the bamboo basket on the handle, turned the car around, and headed toward the town. "Are you taking me to Old Third's house?" Song-won asked, looking at the familiar streets around her. Yongbin sped up and parked in front of a house. This house was not far from Old Third's, and its structure was similar, a small 3-story Western-style building. "You mentioned before that you wanted to buy a house, so I've been watching. During this famine period, house prices in town are much cheaper. You can buy a small Western-style house here for about 3,000 yuan. Song-won paused, surprised. "So this is... You said the money before our wedding should be kept safe. I don't have much to buy, so I used it to buy a house." He didn't say the words aloud. Fearing she might be upset that he hadn't asked for her permission, Yongbin explained, "Think about it. Mo is about to start middle school. When she goes to town to study, she'll need a house. Also, I've been traveling around a lot lately, so having a place to stay would be good." Song-won smiled softly and interrupted his explanation. "This house looks great. Shall we go inside and take a look?" Yongbin sighed in relief and took her hand. "All right, let's go see our house." He took the key out of his pocket and opened the door. Entering the yard, I found the living room filled with many festive paper cuttings. Some were already finished, while others were still being cut.
Yongbin stiffened.
This was made by the third brother. He said it's for celebrating the housewarming. Song-won smiled gently, not doubting him. The third brother is really thoughtful. This small Western-style house has 5 rooms. On the first floor, there is a room for elders. On the second floor, a master bedroom and a child's room. The third floor also has 2 rooms. The previous owner arranged the house, and the furniture left behind was quite new. So there was no need for major changes, just a few additions, and it was ready to move in. Song-won liked this house more and more as she looked at it. The 2 houses next to each other are for sale. I bought both. The one next door is for your family to live in.
But
each house only has 5 rooms. Your parents will have 1, your brothers 3, and little A 1. That's just enough. A deep, magnetic voice came from beside her. Song-won turned around, but Yongbin hugged her from behind. His large hand crossed her slim waist, and his lips moved close to her ear, blowing warm air as if whispering a tempting secret. Do you want to come and live in our house, in the master bedroom? The strands of her hair fluttered with his breath, tickling her intensely. Song-won trembled slightly and whispered, "In the master bedroom?" Yongbin nodded. The vibration from his chest reached her back, making her feel numb. "In 26 days, we can get our marriage certificate.
Then,
We will officially be husband and wife." How do you remember the exact days so clearly? It seemed like he was teasing her. Yongbin couldn't help but lower his head and bite her earlobe, as if punishing her. Song Ruan's heart suddenly raced, and warmth spread inside her. In the quiet space, the two stood at the door of the master bedroom on the second floor. He was holding her from behind, and she could hear his low breathing and the sounds of his lips moving. In the empty room, the atmosphere felt even more intimate. Song Ruan's breath caught, and she had to open her mouth wide, gasping like a fish out of water. Unknown whether it was instinct or care, the person behind moved closer and kissed her lips. Now their breathing grew even heavier. After a long while, he finally stopped and spoke first. "This is why I can be so precise about the number of days, because I follow my heart." His voice was very hoarse. When she got home, Song-won told her family about going to school and buying a house. But she only said she bought the house herself, not that Yongbin bought it, to avoid causing worry. At first, the Song family was surprised, but they quickly accepted it. She not only arranged her school enrollment but also bought a house, which was a big achievement. Since she convinced her family to lease the mountain, their way of thinking has slowly changed. No matter what she does, they are not too surprised. They all subtly trust her decisions. Song's mother, Yi Hongmei, said, "Recently your father and the eldest went to work on transplanting fruit trees, and the third is busy working at home. I can't leave. So I'll go to town to take care of my younger sister, Xiaolei, and the second child." Hearing this, Song-woo looked up and hesitated, saying, "Mom, I think I'll stop going to town for school for now. I like working and earning money like this." Song's father frowned, somewhat disagreeing. The second child should focus on studying. Song-woo felt a bit wronged and said loudly, "I didn't say I won't study. I'm fine with how things are now, working during the day and my older brother teaching me at night. I really can't sit in school all day listening to lessons." Hearing this, everyone remembered that his previous school days weren't as good as now. Seeing his parents' attitude soften, Song-woo quickly added, "Maybe I'll wait until the news about the college entrance exam comes out, then go to school with my brothers. For now, I'll just learn at home. My goal isn't high, just passing is enough." Song's father thought for a moment and finally nodded in agreement. Song-woo was overjoyed. However, Woo Xing was a bit worried. "Mom, why don't you stay at home and let me take care of Ruan and Lei? It's their first day at school, and I don't want to leave Lei." Yi Hongmei hesitated, "But you're pregnant now, I don't feel comfortable leaving you." Yongbin, standing nearby, spoke at the right moment. "Actually, you don't need to worry about Ruan and Lei's daily care. I can take care of them during this time. You know, our family has few people and little land, so there's not much to do with the farm. Big sister, I can take care of myself. I've started school, and I'm grown up now," little Lei said confidently, sitting upright with a serious expression. Wu Xing was amused by his attitude, and her worries eased a bit. Songwon thought for a moment and offered a compromise. "How about this? For the next few days, Wu Xing and I will go to the town together. Once your little sister and little Lei get used to things, we'll come back." "That sounds good." Both Song father and Song mother nodded in agreement. This was the best plan, so they decided on it. The family found a time to clean the house where Yongbin lived, inside and out. They arranged for Song-won and little Lei to stay at Yongbin's place first. In the meantime, Song-won decorated the small house. The living room was missing a set of tables and chairs for guests, so she took out a newly polished sandalwood table, chairs, and a tea table from the storage space and placed them in the hall. She decorated the rooms in a warm, cozy style, making the house feel more like home. The night before school started, they moved in. Song-won stayed in the master bedroom on the second floor, little Lei in the small bedroom nearby. Song-won and Wu Xing shared a room on the third floor, and Yongbin also lived on the third floor. The next day was the first day of school for Song-won and little Lei. The Song siblings had a habit of giving small gifts to each other since they were young. When Song Won and Little Lei went to school in the town, they naturally received many gifts. This was Little Lei's first time receiving gifts properly, so he was very careful on the way to school, making sure not to get his belongings dirty. Little Lei's backpack was made by Song Kai. The stationery and notebooks inside were given by Song Won. The new shoes he wore were bought by Song Won, and the clothes he wore were sewn by Wu Xing and their mother, with several sets made for him to change into for school. Little Lei, looking refreshed, stepped into his new life. Since it was the first day of school, Song Won and Yongbin also went with him. Yongbin rode his bicycle, carrying Song Won behind him, with Little Lei sitting in front. Song Won was riding with Wu Xing, and the five of them headed toward the school. Their arrival drew a lot of attention. Wu Lei had never received so many admiring looks before. His heart beat faster, and the more he felt it, the warmer he became. A smile that suited her age appeared on her face naturally. Even she didn't realize that from this moment, her heart started to feel brighter. After leaving the United Elementary School, Yongbin drove Song Won to the first middle school. He parked the car at the school gate and said kindly, "I'll pick you up tonight." Song Won got out of the car and nodded politely. "Okay, you go ahead and do your work. If you're busy and can't come, I can go home by myself. It's not far." The word, home, warmed Yongbin's heart. He smiled silently and handed her his backpack. "Go to class now. Wait for me after school." "Okay, thanks." Song Won took the backpack, slung it over her shoulder, waved goodbye, and ran inside. Because she had taken Xiaolei, she was a little late. When the homeroom teacher led her to the classroom, class was already in session. It was a math class, and coincidentally, the math teacher was team leader Zhao. "Teacher Zhao, this is the new transfer student. Since she's in your class, please help her find a seat." The homeroom teacher finished speaking and let Song Won enter. It was early morning, and sunlight was shining through the layered clouds. Today, Song Won wore a light linen-colored top and dark blue pants. Her soft braids hung neatly on both sides, with playful short hair framing her face, swaying gently in the breeze. Her simple outfit made her small face look bright and charming. Standing on the podium, the sunlight coming through the window cast a gentle glow on her. The students below couldn't help but hold their breath and look at this unusually beautiful new classmate. "Hello everyone, my name is Song Won. I hope I can get along well with you all in the days to come." She stood obediently, introduced herself, and her clear voice was sweet. Her well-behaved appearance caused applause from the students, stirring youthful excitement. Teacher Zhao saw that the usually dull students were now excited because of the pretty stage. She immediately frowned and said, "Why are you clapping?"
Huh?
"Why are you clapping? Everyone is late. What's there to clap about?" Teacher Zhao's face darkened quickly, and her expression changed. The students, however, seemed used to it and sighed quietly. "There's an empty seat in the last row. You can go there and choose one." Song Won looked at the seats below. There were 3 empty seats in the classroom. There are 2 students in the last row, and 1 in the second to last row. In the last row, 1 empty seat is next to a boy wearing a white shirt who looks like he studies hard. The other empty seat is next to a boy lying on the desk, sleeping. Song Won frowned, not because she disliked students sleeping in class. Many students are now sleeping on their desks, especially since the college entrance exam isn't happening this year. Most high school students are just there to get a diploma. Song Won doesn't want to sit next to male classmates. Now, the relationship between boys and girls is very sensitive. If they talk too much, others might think they're dating. But the teacher prefers to seat boys and girls separately. Song Won prefers sitting next to girls because she feels more comfortable. She looked at the second to last row, where a girl was writing with her head down. After thinking for a moment, Song Won decided to walk over there. "Excuse me, is anyone sitting here?" The girl looked up and gave her a cold glance. Song Won felt her eyes move up and down, so she instinctively touched her face and clothes. Her face should be clean, and her clothes are fine. While Song Won wondered about this, the girl finished her glance and said coldly, "You can sit." When Zhao, the class leader, saw Song Won didn't move to the last row as told, her face darkened. Songwon, what are you doing? I told you to sit in the last row. Songwon replied, Teacher, I want to sit here. Is that okay? No, Zhao said coldly. I told you to sit in the last row, so you must sit there. You did so poorly on the exam and you still don't listen? Zhao's words caused some students to giggle. Now everyone knew that this new, pretty girl was just a pretty face, and her grades were very poor. Songwon frowned. She didn't mind being laughed at for her grades. She was used to it since she wasn't a good student. But the seat issue really annoyed her. At that moment, her new desk mate suddenly reached out and pulled her to sit down. Teacher Zhao, let her sit with me. Zhao, the class leader, looked surprised. Lin Aoshua, you don't dislike having a desk mate, do you? Now I like it. Team leader Zhao glanced at Lin Aoshua. Thinking back to a few days ago in the office, when the principal was talking to Songwon, he decided not to cause any more trouble. After settling this matter, she continued her lesson. All right, everyone open your books and look at the example problems. Songwon took a few curious glances at her new desk mate. But her new desk mate was already focused on her book. Songwon shrugged and took out her own book to study. However, she hadn't learned today's math example yet. Math is different from other subjects. It builds on previous knowledge. If you haven't learned the earlier parts, it's hard to understand later ones. So Songwon flipped back to the beginning of her book, starting from the part she hadn't studied yet, trying to catch up quickly. Lin Aoshua turned her head to glance at Songwon beside her. Seeing her flipping the pages incorrectly, she felt a bit disappointed. But when she saw Songwon's innocent blinking eyes, she swallowed her words. The class went by quickly. Today's schedule is 4 classes in the morning, 2 in the afternoon, and 2 hours of evening self-study. The last class in the morning was math, and they took a small quiz. After the quiz, class ended and students packed up their things, took out their lunchboxes, and went to the cafeteria. Songwon didn't go. Instead, she took out 2 lunchboxes from her bag. One contained plain rice and a steamed bun, the other had 4 happy meatballs and mushroom stir-fry. The meat was brought home yesterday by Yongbin. His older brother and sister-in-law prepared the meals early in the morning for her and Xiaolei, who had to go to school, and brought them to school for lunch. When she opened the lunchbox, the rich aroma of meat spread out.
Whose food is this?
It smells so good. A few students who also brought lunch from home in the class couldn't help but comment. Songwon took out her spoon, ready to eat. But she noticed her desk mate kept glancing at her lunchbox, and she couldn't ignore it. Songwon paused and asked, Would you like to try some of my food? Sharing food among classmates, especially girls, is quite normal. Plus, her desk mate had helped her today. Her desk mate swallowed nervously, with a cold and slightly embarrassed tone. No need, I brought my own lunch too. She then took out her lunchbox. One box was filled with plain white rice, and the other contained a large piece of steamed meat patty. Songwon saw this and stopped talking, beginning to eat quietly. Next to her, Lin Aoshua also started eating her meal with a spoon, but the strong aroma nearby made her unable to help but glance over. Since they were sitting together, Songwon found it hard not to notice her little actions. Yes, her new desk mate was a very cute person. Songwon concluded. After finishing lunch, Songwon opened her book again and started studying, trying to catch up on the missed progress. What she didn't expect was that her desk mate was the same. After eating, she also continued studying. While most students were just passing time, her desk mate was so serious about studying. Songwon secretly thought to herself, giving Lin Aoshua the label of a hardworking top student. After the evening study session, Songwon happily talked to Yongbin about her interesting new desk mate. School days went by quickly. Besides eating, drinking, and going to the bathroom, Songwon focused entirely on studying. Though time passed fast, her days were fulfilling, and her progress in studies quickly improved. Among a group of lazy students, Songwon's seriousness and diligence made her stand out, especially since she was naturally eye-catching. This naturally attracted some boys' attention and also made some girls dislike her. On Saturday morning, the last class was math. After this class, she would have a day and a half off. After class, The results of the math quiz she took on her first day also came out. Song-won scored 56 points. It was within her expectations, since the test covered the latest topics, and at that time, her progress hadn't caught up yet. So, this score was quite good. But some people cared about your grades even more than you did. Haha, I knew it. Teacher Zhao said she was a poor student who just got in, and she's been pretending to be so studious these days. I thought she was really impressive. Exactly, it's hilarious. She probably just acts like she loves studying to attract boys. Yeah, I saw the class monitor talking to her a couple days ago. This is a slip-up. Is it that easy to pretend to be a good, obedient student? After class, the teacher left, but some students remained. A few of them were standing in front of Song-won, speaking sarcastically. Song-won was packing her things and spoke calmly. Can you lower your voices when talking about others? I can hear everything you're saying. Song-won lightly mocked. What's wrong? Weren't you the one flirting with the class monitor? A girl with straight bangs approached Song-won aggressively. Song-won frowned. She just came here to study and didn't expect to get involved in this. Seeing that Song-won didn't reply, the girl with bangs seemed confident. So, are you feeling guilty? Admit that you were flirting with the class monitor. She moved closer, her expression turning more hostile. Song-won instinctively scolded, You, a girl, keep talking about flirting all day. What are you even saying? This sentence sounded a bit like her older brother's tone, even the old-fashioned way of speaking. The girl with bangs paused her advance. Next to them, Lin Aoshue giggled softly. The girl with bangs, embarrassed and angry, snapped, It was you who started flirting first. Yet you dare to talk to me so loudly. Trash. She pushed Song-won angrily, causing her to stumble. With this move, two other girls who had been gossiping earlier also surrounded Song-won. It was clear they formed a small group. There weren't many students left in the classroom, but seeing this scene, some who didn't want trouble quickly left, and others didn't dare to step forward after seeing the leader. Song-won always knew that conflicts existed wherever there were people, and small troublemakers appeared. But since childhood, she had her brothers with her and had never been bullied. She didn't expect to experience this in high school. However, her brothers had always taught her that, even if she didn't start trouble, she shouldn't be afraid of it. Who are you calling trash? Song-won asked deliberately. The girl with bangs snorted. Humph, I'm calling you. So what? Oh, so the trash is calling me, Song-won said softly. You? Ji Lu-hai shouted loudly, but didn't argue with her. Instead, she directly rushed towards Song-won to teach her a lesson. Song-won was prepared. She kicked at her knee. Ji Lu-hai exclaimed and fell forward due to the force. Seeing her about to fall on her, Song-won quickly turned to the side, and Ji Lu-hai crashed to the ground. The two girls nearby hurried to help her up. Unexpectedly, Ji Lu-hai got up on her own.
Don't worry about me.
Go teach her a lesson. Then, the three of them charged at Song-won together. At that moment, a book flew from behind and hit the three girls, stopping their advance. Song-won turned around to look. Lin Aoshue said, What are you looking at? Hurry and hit them. Song-won hesitated for a moment, but quickly understood. She grabbed a book from a nearby desk and threw it at them.
Ah, Lin Aoshue.
Don't think just because my aunt gives you some face I won't dare to hit you. If you help her again, I'll tell my aunt. Ji Lu-hai raised her hand to block her face from the flying book and cursed.
Bah.
Go tell on me if you want. You like the class monitor, but are afraid to say it. You only bully Song-won because you're a coward. While speaking, Lin Aoshue kept throwing books. Soon, the classroom was a mess, with books everywhere. Seeing that they were far enough away, Song-won grabbed Lin Aoshue's hand. The two ran out of the classroom quickly and stopped only after reaching the foot of the teaching building, gasping for breath. Why are you running? I'm not afraid of them, Lin Aoshue said, adjusting her thick bangs and regaining her cold demeanor. Song-won smiled. I just didn't want to clean up the classroom. Look, she pointed upstairs. Sure enough, a teacher was heading toward their class. The three girls who had been stunned were caught red-handed. Lin Aoshue suddenly started to laugh happily. Quick, let's go. She naturally took Song Ruan's arm and headed outside. Song Ruan glanced to the side a few times and couldn't help asking, "Thank you for helping me." "But why did you help me?" Lin Ao Shui snorted softly. "I just can't stand her attitude. Besides, since I like you and made you my desk mate, I'll naturally look out for you. Did you like me?" Song Ruan recalled the first day when she observed his gaze. "Yes, I have a good eye for people. Your eyes are very clear. You seem like a simple-hearted person." "I think I actually have a lot of depth," Song Ruan said calmly, trying to sound more sophisticated. "Ha ha, you're so funny." Lin Aoshue seemed to be amused. Song Ruan. A girl's friendship can come suddenly. The two chatted happily all the way and even planned to watch a movie together on Sunday. At the school gate, they saw Yongbin's figure, and Song Ruan said goodbye to Lin Aoshue. On Saturday noon, Song Ruan and Wu Lei went back to Dongshui village with Yongbin and his older brother and sister-in-law. After a week apart, Song Ruan and Wu Lei received the best treatment at home, with good food and drinks waiting for them. After dinner, everyone stopped their work and gathered around to talk to them. It was clear that the family missed her and Wu Lei. Therefore, Song Ruan felt a bit shy to mention that she would leave again on Sunday to watch a movie with Lin Aoshue. But when the family learned she had made a new friend, they were happy. The next day, they even specially prepared delicious food for her to take. The next day, Song Ruan rode her bike to the cinema for her appointment. Unexpectedly, at the cinema entrance, she saw her third older brother and Lin Aoshue pulling and tugging at each other. Song Ruan quickly parked her bike and ran over. "Who exactly are you going to watch the movie with?" Third older brother looked annoyed. "I told you, a friend." "A new friend you don't know?" "Huh, which friend of yours do I not know?" Third older brother's face darkened. "None of your business."
Who are you to me?
"You have so much free time. You should spend it with your close friends instead," Lin Aoshue scolded playfully. Seeing this scene, Song Ruan slowed her steps gradually. Third older brother and Lin Aoshue. Song Ruan, Lin Aoshue waved her hand and hurried over. "Sister-in-law? You're her new friend?" Third older brother looked strange, as if he was inexplicably relieved. Song Ruan nodded slightly, acknowledging. "Xiao Ruan, let's go." Before Song Ruan could speak again, Lin Aoshue pulled her away. In the cinema, Lin Aoshue didn't hesitate and asked her question. "Why does Yang Wei call you little sister-in-law?" Song Ruan replied, "Little sister-in-law is just a nickname. He and my boyfriend are good friends." "You have a boyfriend?" Lin Aoshue was surprised. "Yes, you've seen him too. He's the one who comes to pick me up every day." "Oh my, I thought he was your brother. Turns out he's your boyfriend. TSK, I really envy you." After saying this, Lin Aoshue seemed to think of something and looked far away with a distant gaze. Song Ruan thought for a moment and softly asked, "You and Yang Wei?" "Oh, I like him. Wow. But he doesn't like me. He only sees me as a little sister. He's liked good-looking people since he was young, and I'm not pretty." Lin Aoshue spoke softly, and if you listen carefully, you could hear her feelings of giving up. Song Ruan was confused. "How could that be? You're very pretty. Lin Aoshue has good skin, nice features, and a calm, cool personality. No one would say she's not attractive." She pushed aside her thick bangs. Under the cinema's light, a large birthmark was visible on her forehead, extending to her eye corner, which spoiled her beauty. Song Ruan didn't know what to say, but Lin Aoshue didn't mind and continued to share her feelings. "I actually don't want to like him anymore. I'm so tired of myself like this. But he keeps appearing in my life, and I just can't forget him." Song Ruan frowned, recalling how different Yang Wei was from his usual carefree self. "I think Yang Wei feels differently about you. I told him I liked him. He said it himself, and he sees me as a little sister," Lin Aoshue said sadly. "He's liked pretty girls since he was young." At that moment, the movie showed a scene of high school graduates starting their jobs. The film they were watching today was called Comrade, Thank You. The story is set in a time when various industries recommend college students from working-class backgrounds. The main character, after graduating high school, ends up working in a sanitation team, doing sanitation work. Lin Aoshue looked even more downcast. "Xiao Ruan, Do you think I'm just too much of a failure? I can't be in a relationship with the person I like, and I still don't know what I'll do after graduation. I'm even less accomplished than students from working-class backgrounds. Song-won disagreed with this. I can't promise about being in a relationship, but I can promise that I will take the college entrance exam again. The exam will be restored someday, and we will have the chance to go to university. Lin Aoshue was stunned for a moment, then quietly moved closer and asked softly, "Do you have inside information?" Kind of. Song-won wasn't sure how to explain. But Lin Aoshue believed her completely, her eyes shining with hope. That's great. Let's work hard together. Men, after all, need a good future. Lin Aoshue reached out her hand for a high five. Xiao-won, you also need to study hard. Your score of 50-something is too low. Song-won. On Monday afternoon, because of the incident on Saturday where a book was used to hit someone, Song-won was criticized and was alone, punished to clean the classroom. Song-won stopped Lin Aoshue, who wanted to help her get justice, and went downstairs to sweep the floor. Aren't you angry? Leader Zhao clearly favors her, Lin Aoshue said coldly, but still took a broom and went with Song-won. What's there to be angry about? Leader Zhao and Qi Lu Hai are relatives, so helping her is normal. Song-won was indifferent. If it were her brother, he would probably favor her too. But if it happens again, we'll keep hitting her and smashing her until she's scared, Song-won said fiercely, her tone a bit fierce when she made the threat. Comrade Song-won, a male voice suddenly sounded nearby. Class monitor? Song-won looked at the culprit. Student Song-won, I heard that because of me, you were disturbed and punished. I'm very sorry. Under the tender green treetops, the man wore a neat white shirt, his voice gentle and polite. Lin Aoshue secretly thought, no wonder Qi Lu Hai was so wary of this class monitor. He had the looks for it. Song-won curled her lips. No need to apologize. Things have already happened. If apologies could fix everything, then she wouldn't have to be punished. Song-won sighed and continued sweeping the floor. Comrade Song-won, I have no other relationship with her. Please don't overthink. The boy's ears turned red and his voice was soft. To show my apology, can I help you sweep the floor? Song-won was a bit surprised. Are people nowadays really so sincere when they apologize? Class monitor, you are so kind. Thank you very much. Song-won smiled softly and handed the broom to him. Xiao Shui, let's go. The class monitor stood there stiffly, holding the broom. Lin Aoshue. Honestly, this person is quite pitiful. As Song-won pulled her away, Lin Aoshue secretly muttered to herself. Fortunately, her good friend has a partner now. Otherwise, even if the red string of marriage is made of steel, she thinks Song-won could break it with her bare hands. After the disaster, there was another famine. Throughout history, locust plagues always caused widespread hunger, but this time it was different. The town of Fengyang, where they lived, had not experienced such a situation so far. Even the authorities were shocked. Facing a locust plague, I thought my political career was over. I never expected that this disaster would turn into a blessing. The usually calm town mayor was now speaking with undeniable excitement. Yang Bin, we owe you a lot this time. The organization has spoken. As long as we keep the situation stable and the farmers harvest this batch of grain, we can survive. Your achievements will definitely be recognized. In these turbulent times, the disaster might not be reported in the newspapers. But if this disaster is resolved perfectly, it will be remembered for ages, and his position will rise with the wind. Bad events turned into good ones, so the mayor was very excited. I didn't do much, Yang Bin said calmly. Stockpiling grain early to prevent famine, coming up with plans to help affected villages divide land and survive. I saw everything you've done these days. The mayor looked at Yang Bin with increasing affection. Yang Bin, don't worry. When the organization awards you, I will do my best to get you the recognition you deserve. Hearing this, Yang Bin unconsciously rubbed his fingertips and slowly said, I don't want any special privileges. If possible, I hope Uncle Yang can help me earn a Medal of Honor. An honor medal? The mayor frowned. That thing is just a decoration. The mayor patted Yang Bin on the shoulder and said earnestly, Yang Bin, listen to Uncle Yang's advice. You are so capable that you could easily get a good, proper job in the town's department with this achievement. Yongbin shook his head. No, I need this medal. It will be very useful. The town mayor wanted to persuade him again, but suddenly understood. All right, you're clever. I trust you. I will try to help you. With this promise, Yongbin felt happy all day, like a cheerful magpie on a branch. He could see a brighter future with Songwon. He would get better and better. He could protect his family and also protect her. Feeling this good, he stopped at the door, waiting for Songwon. But through the iron gate, he saw something else. Under the tree, a shy boy blushed as he tried to impress his girl. Even without hearing the words, just the scene showed the excitement of youth. Yongbin's eyes darkened instantly. Yongbin leaned against the car, arms crossed, but the scene from before kept replaying in his mind. He looked down, squinting, lost in thought. When Songwon came out, she saw his lazy, relaxed look, and her heart skipped a beat. Yongbin had been busy these days. His beard was rough and unkempt. But Songwon thought he looked very handsome like that. Why are you just standing there? Yongbin's deep, magnetic voice brought Songwon back to reality. She walked over and sat in the back seat smoothly. Yongbin, you're so busy. You don't need to come pick me up. I can walk home with my classmates. Right now, her family was busy working on the mountain, so her older brother and sister-in-law came back to help. Yongbin not only had his own work, but also had to take care of her and Wu Lei. She was worried he couldn't handle it all. Hearing this, Yongbin hesitated. His focus was on the word classmates. Could her walking home with her classmate be the same person who was just trying to flirt? Once this idea appeared, it kept growing in his mind. She was so kind and good, so naturally, she would be liked by others. She was always independent and free to make friends. But he was petty and couldn't help but care. I won't be busy for the next little while. I'll only be busy again when I need to sell grain next time. Yongbin squinted and casually asked, Wan, has anything special happened at school recently? Hearing this, Song Ruan's heart skipped a beat. Could he have found out about the fight and the punishment? Nothing special happened. Song Wan felt guilty and tried to act nonchalant. It's hard to talk about embarrassing things in front of someone you like. Yongbin tightened his grip on the steering wheel. Just then, a child suddenly ran out onto the road to pick up something. Yongbin quickly hit the brakes to avoid him, and Songwon, due to inertia, bumped his forehead against Yongbin's strong back. Songwon softly exclaimed. Are you okay? Did you hurt yourself? Yongbin quickly turned around to check. I'm fine. Songwon rubbed his forehead. Sorry, sister. Sorry, uncle. The child realized his mistake and apologized to them. Let it go this time, but there won't be a next time. You must watch the road when crossing. Don't be so reckless, understand? Songwon scowled and scolded the child, correcting his careless crossing. But Yongbin was most concerned about the way he addressed them. Not long after they got home, a heavy rain started, accompanied by thunder and lightning. Songwon didn't go to study on her own. After her shower, she stayed in her room reading and doing exercises. Her progress had caught up. Besides the textbook, she also finished the practice books she bought earlier, which took more time. While Songwon was immersed in her studies, there was a knock on the door. She lowered her legs, put on slippers, and went over to open the door. Yongbin, she softly called, looking outside. He looked freshly showered, with a neatly shaved beard, showing a young, handsome, and strong face. He was wearing a damp tank top that clung to his body, highlighting his broad shoulders, muscular arms, and firm waist and abdomen. In the flickering lightning, his charm was even more striking. Songwon suddenly felt her breath catch, her face flushing. She quickly looked away, afraid to meet his eyes. It's so late. Do you need something? Songwon whispered. Yongbin reached out and gently pushed the door open a little more. His deep eyes looked at her face. Her hair was half-dried and hanging loosely. With her current downcast expression, he forgot his original purpose for coming. He didn't reply to her but asked in a low, husky voice, Why aren't you asleep yet? I can't sleep. I might as well read a bit more. Can't sleep because of the thunder. His question carried a meaningful, expectant tone. If you're afraid of thunder, I can keep you company. His already deep voice grew even softer, with a tempting tone at the end. Song Ruan's fingertips on the door clenched tightly, her heart pounding. Why aren't you saying anything? I don't know what to say. She wasn't afraid of thunder, but she also seemed reluctant to refuse him now. Can I come in? His voice grew even quieter. Song Ruan's fingers clenched, and her breathing became a little strained. What do you want to do if I let you in? What do you think? Yangbin didn't answer directly. Clearly, his intention to come in wasn't simple. Yangbin looked at the girl's expression and couldn't help but smile. He crossed his legs and stepped inside. The girl inside released her small hand from the door, silently allowing him to enter. This small gesture made Yangbin feel happy. All the nervousness and unease he had felt after a day of waiting calmed down. A pleased smile appeared on his lips. He reached out with his large hand, placing it on her leg, and with strong arms, he gently lifted her up. Like holding a child, he easily carried her in front of him. Song Wan felt his arm tighten, and she was lifted up. The next moment, she was pressed against the wall, with the cold wall behind her and his hot chest in front. For a moment, she couldn't tell if she was cold or hot, only hearing her heart pounding. At that moment, the man in front of her leaned in closer, and the warm breath made Song Wan panic. She instinctively closed her eyes. But after waiting for a long time, she didn't feel him make the next move. Song Wan slowly opened her eyes and saw the man in front of her smiling mischievously at her. "Want a kiss?" he asked. His deep, charming voice carried a teasing tone. "No way," Song Wan replied. But her voice was too soft to be convincing. Yangbin chuckled quietly, his chest vibrating with laughter, and his rich voice echoed in her ears, making her heart tremble. Suddenly, Song Wan felt angry and shy. Her hands, which had been clutching his clothes tightly, now pushed against him. Unfortunately, her strength was no match for his, and her push had no effect. He supported her entire weight with one hand, while the other gently held her restless hands and pressed them against the wall behind her. His tongue brushed her ear and said, "Little liar." In the next moment, he leaned down, tilting his jaw, and kissed her lips in a suggestive way. Outside, the rain continued to fall steadily. The raindrops hit the window glass with a soft sound, creating a gentle melody of spring. He didn't know when he let go of her hands. She was exhausted and could only grip his thin shirt with her fingertips, leaning into his embrace. After a long while, he asked softly, "Are you satisfied, Dubba?" She stammered. "Someone said that with my lip shape, my kisses make my wife very happy. Are you satisfied?" His teasing question made Song Ruan's fingertips go numb. She was scared by the restrained position and started to struggle and twist. Yangbin stiffened, his muscles tensing, and his scalp feeling numb. "Don't move around. Be good." Song Ruan was stunned by his words. It seemed she suddenly understood something. Her face grew hot, and she dared not move at all. Yangbin's chest rose and fell as he took deep breaths. Someone also said that a young wife with an older husband is the best. "I'm 5 years older than you, just right." Song Ruan. She felt dizzy and clearly couldn't keep up with his words. He loosened his grip slightly and looked up from her neck. "That guy who is flattering you today is too young. If something happens, he won't be able to handle it." Song Ruan. If she still didn't understand what was going on now, she might as well give up. She thought to herself, why has he been acting so strange since he picked her up today? She muttered softly, "Jealous." Although I couldn't hear exactly what she was muttering, I could guess. "You are slandering me," Yangbin said through clenched teeth. Thunder roared loudly, and suddenly the man imitated her usual teasing tone, softly laughing. "I'm afraid of thunder. Tonight. Can I sleep in your room?" His tone was playful, but his eyes looked very intense. Song Wan suddenly remembered something and quickly grabbed his shoulder. Her nervous movements couldn't escape his gaze. "What's wrong?" He started to speak, but Song Wan covered his mouth with her hand. She looked at him and slowly said, word by word, "Xiao Lei is still sleeping in my room." Yangbin's face darkened immediately. He took a few steps to the side and looked over. Sure enough, behind the folding screen, on the bed, A small figure was curled up, sleeping soundly. Yongbin looked sad and said, "Why is he here?" Song-won whispered, "Tonight, it's raining with thunder and lightning. I was afraid Xiao Lei would be scared, so I let him sleep in my room." Looking at Song Ruan's uncontrollably cheerful smile, Lin Aoshue couldn't help but ask, "Do I have one?" Song Wan replied. Lin Aoshue. "Well, what do you think?" Lin Aoshue examined her carefully for a moment. "Xiao Wan, you look so pretty. Why do you dress so simply? And your hair isn't styled nicely, just a basic ponytail." Since learning that Song Wan knew Yang Wei, she and Yang Wei often talked about their classmate. She found out that Song Wan and her boyfriend had bought a house at a young age, so she definitely had the means to wear beautiful dresses every day. Studying is just to learn knowledge. Why bother dressing so nicely? Song Wan said casually. Lin Aoshue was disappointed. "You're wasting your talent. Maybe I can braid your hair every day from now on? I know many different braiding styles." Song Wan looked at Lin Aoshue's hair. She was very skilled. Despite having thick bangs, her hair still looked good. Suddenly, Song Wan remembered something. "Let me see your birthmark." Lin Aoshue happily lifted her hair to show her. "Xiao Wan, I feel like my birthmark has faded a lot recently." "Do you think so too?" Song Wan looked and nodded. "I think so too." Lin Aoshue smiled softly. "That's amazing. Maybe my body is growing, and even my birthmark knows to hide itself now." Song Wan agreed with a nod. "That makes sense." Lin Aoshue. "Drink some water." Song Wan offered her a glass. Lin Aoshue took it and took a sip. After drinking, she licked her lips thoughtfully. She felt like she had been drinking a lot of water lately. "Xiao Shui, in a couple of days, can you come to my house and help me braid my hair?" Song Wan asked. "Of course." Lin Aoshue's eyes lit up. "You finally decided to take care of yourself and dress up nicely?" "Not really. It's just that day was more important to me," Lin Aoshue replied. She wanted to ask more, but was interrupted by a sharp voice. "Can you two stop talking? You're disturbing me." Zhao Yan, with her side-swept bangs, turned her head impatiently. Lin Aoshue coldly said, "No, I will keep talking." Song Wan also frowned and asked, "It's break time now. Why can't we talk?" It seemed like she was deliberately looking for trouble. Zhao Yan paused, angry, and said, "Anyway, I just can't. Hearing you two talk gives me a headache." Lin Aoshue sneered, "You're really determined. Even at such a young age, you have so many problems." Zhao Yan. That day, early in the morning, Song Wan was wearing a dark red long dress, sitting in front of her dressing table, asking Lin Aoshue to help her braid her hair. "Soft, are you upset? You're dressed so beautifully today to go to school. Won't you attract a lot of attention?" Lin Aoshue looked at herself in the mirror. The red dress was elegant, and with her skillful hands, she braided her hair into a stylish style, making her look like a beautiful fairy, smiling charmingly. "I'm not going to school today. I took a leave," Song Wan said with a smile. Lin Aoshue was surprised. "You took a leave? Then why are you dressed so nicely?" She paused. "Are you going to get a marriage certificate?" Song Wan turned around, her face slightly blushing. "I just turned the legal age today, and I made plans to go get the marriage certificate with my partner." Lin Aoshue. Lin Aoshue. Yongbin got up early, carefully shaved, put on a Zhongshan suit, and started packing without even eating breakfast. He checked the household register, ID cards, and wedding photos several times, then packed them into an envelope and carefully placed it inside his Zhongshan suit pocket. After Song Wan finished breakfast and came downstairs, he rode his bicycle with her to the marriage registration office. "Yongbin." Song Wan sat behind him and spoke, but Yongbin, riding ahead, didn't respond. She couldn't help tugging at his clothes. Unexpectedly, he suddenly reacted strongly, stopped the bike, and turned around with a puzzled look. "Soft, what's wrong, Song Wan?" "Shouldn't I be asking you that?" Song Wan said a bit helplessly, then realized, "Yongbin, are you nervous?" Yongbin's tone was calm, but Song Wan could hear his frustration. She chuckled quietly. "Soft, hold on tight. I'll ride faster." His muffled voice came through. Song Wan responded with an, "Okay," and seeing that the road was quiet in the morning, she wrapped her arms around his waist. But unexpectedly, His muscles immediately tensed and felt hot and stiff. Song Won was startled, quickly let go. She was about to say something playful when she suddenly caught sight of Song Jin and a man pulling and tugging at each other. Yongbin, look, Song Won pointed at the street corner. Is that Song Jin?
I feel like he looks strange with that man.
Yongbin glanced in that direction but quickly looked away and focused on riding his bike. Rwan, today is the most important thing for us. Let's not pay attention to him. He had thought about everything that could happen, even ruling out the possibility that the marriage registration office might be closed today. Nothing could delay him getting the certificate. Okay. Song Won nodded. She hadn't planned to pay attention to Song Jin, but she didn't expect Yongbin to have no interest at all in those strange two people. Yongbin rode faster, and before long, they arrived at the place. When they arrived, the marriage registration office had just opened its door, so they were the first couple there. As soon as they entered, a woman at the registration desk looked at Yongbin and suddenly exclaimed, "Young man, you look familiar. Is this your first time here?" Song Won also turned her head to look at him, blinking with big, confused eyes. Yongbin, sorry, I meant you look familiar, the woman said with a smile. I didn't mean you've registered many times. At that moment, another staff member spoke up. Miss, you're not mistaken. It's this tall, strong young man. He's been coming here now and then to ask about the registration process. Oh, I remember now. That's why you look so familiar, the woman said cheerfully. Come here, young man. Let me register you. Hearing this, Yongbin took Song Rwan's hand and headed toward the woman. When they arrived, he took all the documents from the envelope and laid them out on the table. Wow, you're quite experienced, the woman said, handing him some papers. Fill out the information. Do you know how to do it? Yes, I do, Yongbin replied, taking the papers and nodding. The woman smiled kindly and said, Wow, I've never seen someone so serious about doing this. Young lady, you're very lucky. Her words made Yongbin, who had been serious, relax a little. After preparing everything, the woman asked before stamping the documents, Do I need to confirm once more that you are marrying voluntarily? Yes, we are marrying voluntarily. Yongbin took the matter seriously, then turned his head nervously to look at Song Won beside him. It was a voluntary marriage, Song Won said without hesitation. After they finished speaking, the older sister stamped 2 red seals on the marriage certificates and handed them to them. Congratulations on a happy marriage. Thank you. Yongbin smiled sincerely at her and took some candies from a red bag, placing them in her hand. Wow, young man, your smile is really nice. No wonder you found such a handsome wife. Yongbin smiled but said nothing. He quietly handed candies to each staff member present, then carefully took the marriage certificate and placed it properly. Rwan, let's go home. Huh? Oh, Song Won nodded. So, they just got the certificate? That was so quick. Song Won felt a bit unreal.
She
was married to Yongbin? Yongbin took Song Won to the supply and marketing cooperative to buy many things before heading back to the village. On the way home, they saw the fields on both sides of the road planted with crops. Although not yet fully grown, they looked lively and full of life. When they returned to the village, every villager they met greeted them happily. Song Won kept smiling and thanking them, her face almost stiff from smiling so much. When she saw how Yongbin's house and her own house were decorated, she realized that both families had already been preparing for the wedding. No wonder everyone in the village knew. That night before the wedding, Song Won didn't sleep well. Even though they had been used to staying in a townhouse, now that they were truly married, her heart still felt uneasy. She couldn't help but wonder what it would be like to share a bed with Yongbin every night. Later, in the middle of the night, Song Won drifted into a light sleep, but she felt like she was just closing her eyes when she was suddenly called. Her sister-in-law and her mother brought over a complicated, bright red dress. Then a group of people chattered around her, and even Lin Aoshue was brought over by the third brother to do her makeup and hair. Lin Aoshue was skillful, and her makeup was natural and delicate, not heavy or overly bright. After finishing, she received many compliments on her work. Village women also came to watch, and Zhang Kaihong peeked outside the door on tiptoe. Suddenly, she felt a twinge of jealousy and blushed. There is nothing special about it. It's just a wedding, why act so proud? She thought that Yongbin was too silly. During this famine, instead of hiding food and eating it himself, he took it out to hold a banquet. Last night, she went to see it. Yongbin's family bought a lot of meat for the celebration. No matter how they received gifts, they couldn't recover the cost of the meat, so they would definitely lose money. Zhang Kaihong watched Song Ruan, who was surrounded by many people, smiling happily. She also thought about herself and Song Jin. She quietly turned around and left. Not long after, Yongbin came over, surrounded by a crowd, to pick up the bride. He usually didn't have much contact with the villagers, but now, for some reason, all the men in the village seemed to support him. They all smiled more happily than the groom himself. After all the formalities, the newlyweds were carried back to Yongbin's house. Yang's house was decorated with bright lanterns and red banners. Even the familiar rooms were covered with red wedding blankets. The wedding feast was a big event. Everyone in the village didn't need to cook at home. They could come and eat. Even Uncle Song's family was invited. So the whole village was happy all day. People brought pots and bowls to help, and even the children knew they could eat a lot. They were well-behaved and very cute. Uncle Song's family looked a bit stiff among the cheerful crowd. But they wouldn't leave. Recently, something strange was happening in the village. They seemed to be somewhat rejected. Although their food was not the worst in the village, their faces looked the most pale. When the dishes were served, Lu Tsuehua and Uncle Song's family quickly started eating, without caring about manners. Everyone seemed to have guessed this in advance. The children sitting with Uncle Song's family didn't talk much, and just grabbed food eagerly. For a while, Uncle Song's table was very lively. Yongbin's table was also very noticeable. Besides the men from the village, Song Ruan's brothers also toasted Yongbin one by one. Yongbin accepted without hesitation, spoke little, but drank every cup in one gulp. He only had a faint, silly smile on his face. This way of drinking made everyone impressed. Even the third person, who initially joked and made Yongbin drink alcohol, couldn't help but turn around and help him top off his drink. Song Ruan, as the bride, was eating inside the bridal chamber. All the dishes were there, but in small portions. She asked Lin Aoshue to keep her company while she ate. Just say what you want to say. Song Ruan looked at Lin Aoshue, who seemed hesitant, and smiled. Okay, I'll say it. Lin Aoshue looked around to make sure no one was nearby, then leaned in. Xiao Ruan, what do you think about the wedding night? How is it when a man and woman sleep together? Song Ruan. Suddenly, her food didn't taste as good. I don't know. After saying this, Lin Aoshue's face turned red, but her curiosity was too strong. Xiao Ruan, my neighbor's wedding was last week. The groom was so strong that the bride couldn't get out of bed the next day. Yongbin is so tall and big. With your small size, Song Ruan covered her mouth to stop her from talking about private matters between friends. Her small face blushed, and she huffed. If you want to know, just marry the third person and you'll find out. Mentioning the third person shut Lin Aoshue up, stopping her from continuing. After everyone finished eating and drinking, the celebration ended. Others were packing up, and Yongbin, the groom, was given a big bowl of hangover soup before being taken into the new room. Yongbin returned to the room and closed the door. Song Ruan, already asleep on the bridal bed, was lying on her side under the soft wedding quilt, breathing gently. Her pretty face was slightly red, and her lips looked innocent and pouty. She was waiting in the bridal room feeling bored, and had fallen asleep unconsciously. Suddenly, in her dream, she felt something warm press against her lips. She stuck out her tongue to lick it and realized the warmth had entered her mouth, making it hard to breathe. She whimpered softly and slowly opened her eyes. In front of her was Yongbin's prominent, firm features. You're awake, his deep voice came. Let's kiss first. Before she could react, his lips pressed against hers again. He even made a move to hold her down. Although he supported himself with one hand, Song Ruan could clearly feel his weight. This unfamiliar and dangerous feeling made her a little panicked.
I
I haven't taken a shower yet. Song-won finally thought of an excuse and avoided his lips and tongue. Yongbin cleared his throat. All right, you go take a shower first. Song-won knew he liked to stay clean. No matter how cold it was, she almost always took a shower or wiped herself down before sleeping. Once she had her freedom, she quickly got up and headed straight to the bathroom with her clothes. Yongbin took a moment to relax, then got up to fill the water. Song-won was soaking in the bath, her mind wandering. Sometimes she felt excited about what was coming, and other times she felt a little scared because of Lin Aoshua's words. Because of this, she washed her bath slowly and carefully. When she finally got out, the water was cold. She put on her clothes and opened the door. She saw Yongbin sitting not far outside. When she opened the door, he came over, holding his clothes. Won't you wait outside all the time? She had been in the bathroom for a long time. Yeah, I took a shower too, Yongbin said, then went inside with his clothes and closed the door. Hey, wait a minute, Song-won called out. You haven't even filled the water. No need. I'll just use your bath water to rinse myself. Yongbin finished speaking and closed the door, leaving Song-won feeling confused and a little annoyed outside. Yongbin took a quick shower. Usually, he was back just a little while after Song-won finished her shower. The married man seemed to have broken free from some kind of restraint. He looked different than before. As soon as he entered, he hugged her. He was too direct. Song-won instinctively said, I haven't dried my hair yet. Help me dry it first. Okay, sure, Yongbin said kindly. I'll listen to my wife. The word, wife, was said with a strong emphasis, as if he really liked this new way of calling her. Wife, sit on the bed. I'll help you dry your hair, Song-won. Yongbin often helped her dry her hair, so he was very skilled. He knew how to do it gently without hurting her scalp, and his touch was just right. Quite comfortable. Last night, Song-won didn't sleep well, and she woke up early this morning. Because of the comfort, her earlier nervousness faded, and she started to feel sleepy. Seeing her dozing off without a care, Yongbin couldn't help but laugh. His hands, which had been drying her hair, paused. Then he hugged her softly from behind. He leaned close to her ear and playfully licked her earlobe. Suddenly, Song-won shivered and immediately became more alert. She turned her head, her fair face full of innocence. Yongbin, I'm tired. Yongbin raised an almost unnoticed eyebrow. Soft, your hair isn't dry yet. Don't sleep now, Song-won. She looked at his hand silently. Yongbin chuckled softly and took a dry towel to help her dry her hair. After waking up, Song-won felt more alert, and she could clearly see the desire in Yongbin's eyes. The room was very quiet, only the sound of fabric and hair rubbing. The intimate atmosphere gradually grew stronger. After turning off the lights, the room was dark. Yongbin wrapped his arms around her waist. His hand was restless, touching her waist, and her soft touch almost made him lose his reason. After a while, he finally stopped, catching his breath, and covered her with the blanket to keep from touching her further. Song-won, feeling a bit dizzy, was even more confused. Yongbin, you? Yongbin gritted his teeth. If you want to keep studying, don't talk to tease me. Song-won turned around, still catching her breath. What? Yongbin muttered. That hasn't been bought yet. He rested his head on the blanket outside, his voice sounding muffled. You're still waiting for the college entrance exam to recover. If you have a child now, you won't be able to study for a while. It's to prevent that. Song-won couldn't tell if she was touched or disappointed. But Lin Aoshua was disappointed.
What?
Your partner can do that? Lower your voice. Song-won covered Lin Aoshua's mouth, nervously looking around. Luckily, it was a break between classes and no one was nearby. Lin Aoshua struggled free from Song-won's hand and looked around. I knew it. Your face is so red. You must have slept well. Song-won scratched her head. She really had slept well. But why didn't you sleep well? You have dark circles. Lin Aoshua's expression stiffened. Is it that obvious? Song-won nodded. Very obvious. A couple of days later, the third sibling handed Yongbin a big bag of things, muttering and complaining. Brother Bin, this stuff is so ridiculous. Only big city state-run stores have it, and you even need a ticket. Brother Bin, why did you buy this? You and little sister-in-law are already married. Don't you plan to have children? Yongbin opened something and looked at it. Your little sister-in-law is still in college. I might go somewhere else in the next couple of years and won't be able to accompany her. Yongbin had already told Yongwei about resuming the college entrance exam. Thinking about that night with Lin Aoshua, he felt confused inside. Hey, Brother Bin, maybe this thing is too big? Why don't you give it to me first, and I'll buy you one later? The third brother quickly took it from him. Yongbin took it back, and then turned to leave. Oh, by the way, don't tell your little sister-in-law. She's shy. Okay? The third brother replied sadly, not taking his eyes off him. That evening, Yongbin finished cooking early, helped Xiaolei with his homework, and then put him to bed. He quickly took a shower and returned to his room. Wife, let's stop studying tonight and go to bed early. Song Wan was still studying at her desk when Yongbin came over. Okay, I'll finish this problem first, she said without looking up, just nodding. The next second, Yongbin eagerly leaned in and kissed her. Although Song Wan found it strange, she still put her hand around his neck and responded. Since he would be stopping suddenly these days, she wasn't afraid of this kind of thing. Instead, she enjoyed watching him try to hold back. Her cooperation made Yongbin's heart itch, like being scratched by a cat. Go back to bed, Yongbin said in a hoarse voice, then picked her up horizontally. Song Wan let out a soft cry, hanging on his chest, and looked at his bright face, feeling a tremor in her heart. But before she could think, Yongbin put her down and then pressed on her again, continuing what they had started. Today, Yongbin seemed a little different, as if he had broken free from a cage. Song Wan frowned slightly and called out softly, pushing him with her hand. Yongbin released her, raised his head, and his breathing was heavy. Did I bite too hard? Song Wan felt nervous and tried to crawl out using her hands and feet, but before she could get down, a big hand pulled her back. Stop doing that. Yongbin held her tightly, and his warmth made her feel even more anxious. At that moment, there was a loud knocking at the door of the yard downstairs. Yongbin didn't move, but Song Wan hid behind him. Someone's knocking. Yongbin's face darkened. Ignore it, but the knocking continued, and he couldn't ignore it anymore. It's so late. It must be something urgent, Song Wan said, pushing him gently. Yongbin frowned and put on his clothes to go open the door. Song Wan followed him. To their surprise, the visitors were Song Wu and Song Kai. Second brother, third brother. Why are you here so late? Is something wrong? Both Song Wan and Yongbin immediately became serious. Recently, after finishing farm work and mountain tasks, their families started making cakes to sell. Now, besides the black market, many places like train stations and movie theaters are selling things openly. So, the Song family is busy every day. They even hired 2 village women to help make the cakes, which the men then carry to sell. They wake up early and work late, so it's unusual for them to come at this time. Sure enough, when Song Wu saw Song Wan, he couldn't hold back. Little sister, brother-in-law, something has happened at home. Seeing Song Wu's worried look, Yongbin tried to calm him. Second brother, don't panic. We'll figure this out together. Yes, don't worry, second brother. What happened? Song Wan asked. It's the eldest sister-in-law. She's hurt and bleeding, Song Wu said with tears in his voice. I'll explain, said Song Kai, who looked worried but calmer than Song Wu. Earlier, the doctor at the health station said that the eldest sister-in-law's pelvis is small and the baby is big, so she was told to walk more every day. But tonight, while she was out for a walk and arguing with Zhang Kaihong, she was bumped by her and fell, bleeding a lot. We immediately called Li Xingli to bring a tractor to take her to the health center. She's still there now. Our parents and older brother are with her. We came here to tell you and Yongbin. Song Kai explained everything clearly and quickly. After hearing this, Song Ruan's heart was in her throat. Her sister-in-law's baby is only about 8 months old, not yet full term. What did the doctor say? Do you know? Song Ruan asked again. Song Kai shook his head. No, the doctor took my sister-in-law into the delivery room. My second brother and I came here to find you, Did you bring the things prepared for the baby, like clothes, diapers, and other supplies? And the things for the adults? No, we didn't. We were busy taking my sister-in-law to town and didn't think about those things. All right, Song-won nodded. I'll pack some things to take over first. Second brother, you and Yongbin can ride bikes back to the village to get the rest. Okay, Song-woo nodded. Having something useful to do made him feel calmer. Yongbin didn't say much. After warning Song-won to be careful, he rode his bike into the night back to the village. Song-won first wrote a note and slipped it under Wu Lei's door to prevent him from waking up in the middle of the night and finding no one home. Then she gathered some soft cloth in case the baby was born and her second brother and Yongbin hadn't arrived yet, so they could use it. She also took a water bottle, cup, basin, and toiletries. Since she didn't know how long she would need to wait, she packed some cookies and candies from home. After gathering everything, she and Song Kai hurried to the health clinic. When they arrived, the family was anxiously waiting in the corridor. Song's father and mother were walking back and forth, and Song-won sat on a bench, head bowed, clutching his hair with both hands. Father, mother, older brother, Song-won approached them. How is the sister-in-law? Did the doctor say anything? Song's mother shook her head. Still inside. Just then, a painful cry came from the delivery room. Song-won immediately stood up and hurried to the door, wanting to see inside, but he was not allowed in. He could only pacing helplessly outside. Song-won had never seen her older brother like this. His eyes were full of tears, and she could see his fingers trembling slightly. Big brother, don't worry too much. The sister-in-law will be fine. She tried to comfort him, but didn't know what else to say. Just this gentle reassurance was enough to make Song-won's tightly wound emotions suddenly burst open. Song-won's voice was hoarse and strained. You say her belly is so big. How can I let her go out for a walk alone? I'm so angry. Song-won slapped himself. Boss. Song's father and mother looked at him, feeling uncomfortable. Song Kai held his hand. Big brother, don't take everything on yourself. The reason you were late going out tonight is because you explained tomorrow's plan to me and Song-woo. If you're blaming anyone, it should be me and Song-woo. Song-won, though understanding her older brother's feelings, couldn't help but feel a bit speechless. Can your guilt now help the older sister-in-law have the baby? Besides, the older sister-in-law was knocked down because of the fight between Song-jin and Jong Kai-hong. Shouldn't they be the ones responsible? Yes, they are the culprits. I won't let them go. If anything happens to her or the baby, I will make them pay. Song-won's voice was quiet but fierce, clearly touched on a sensitive point. At that moment, the delivery room door opened, and a nurse who was assisting with the birth came out. Everyone quickly stopped talking and gathered around to ask about the situation. Nurse, how is my wife? Nurse, how is my daughter-in-law? The nurse shook her head. Not good. These only 5 fingers open, and the mother is already exhausted. Hearing this, everyone felt a pang of worry. Song-won suppressed his panic and asked, Nurse, what can our family do now? The experienced nurse looked at Song-won with approval. This man had just rushed into the clinic anxiously holding his wife, which surprised the doctors and nurses. They thought he was very worried about his wife, but he remained calm at a critical moment. This was much better than the husbands she had seen before, who only shouted or showed no concern. Her attitude softened and she reminded them, it's best for your family to get some food now and let the mother eat. If she's too weak, both she and the baby could be in danger. She pointed at Song-won and added, get ready. Due to this special situation, you can change into clothes and go into the delivery room to feed her something and encourage her. Song-won's face finally regained some color, but the nurse's next words made him turn pale. Also, your family should be prepared. The pregnant woman went into early labor, and the situation is not very hopeful. You need to discuss whether to prioritize saving the mother or the baby if there is a danger. Song's mother staggered, her eyes immediately turning red. Song-won's voice was hoarse, but he spoke firmly. Save the mother. No matter what, please save my wife. Always save the mother first. When Song-won changed into hospital clothes and entered the delivery room, the first thing he heard was Wu Xing scolding. Song-won, I heard everything. Why didn't you save the baby? He's your child. Wu Xing was lying on the delivery bed, her face pale, but her eyes were red. Song Wen quickly walked over and took her hand. Wu Xing cried and yelled, "You're so terrible." Okay, I'm a terrible person.
Just don't leave me.
You can scold me as much as you want. Wu Xing knew she was being unreasonable now, but she still said, Songwen, he's been in my belly for so long. He keeps kicking me. How can I not want him? Songwen's voice was very soft. So, you don't want me anymore. Tears fell from Wu Xing's eyes, hitting her cheeks. Sorry, it's all my fault. Contractions came, and Wu Xing clenched Songwen's hand, her fingers turning white from gripping so tightly. Songwen had no way to help, only feeling heartbroken as he stayed by her side, holding her hand gently. After the contraction ended, the nurse reminded them, "You can give the pregnant woman something to eat now." Oh, okay. Songwen took out some biscuits, candies, and a bottle of water brought by Songwan, carefully feeding Wu Xing.
Wife, you need to eat something.
The doctor said these are high in calories, and eating them will give you strength. It was nighttime now, and they couldn't buy food, so Songwen took his mother home to cook noodles, but they couldn't come back quickly. The snacks Songwan brought to fill their stomachs came in handy. Wu Xing forcefully ate several biscuits and took a few sips of water, then shook her head at him. Songwen, I really can't eat anymore. I feel sick. Then just hold these ginseng slices in your mouth, Songwen said, taking out a few slices of ginseng. My daughter said that women in the village can gain strength by chewing a piece of ginseng when they are tired from childbirth. My younger sister bought some from the clinic's pharmacy. You should chew and hold it in your mouth. That way, both you and the baby will be fine. Please give me some. Hearing this, Wu Xing immediately felt hopeful. She quickly took the ginseng piece and put it in her mouth. Not sure if it was because she ate something or if the ginseng was really so magical, Wu Xing suddenly felt her limbs warm and her body clearly gained strength. Song Kai rode his bike to take his mother back home to cook noodles. Only Song Wan and Song Father were waiting in the clinic corridor. Song Wan couldn't help but pace back and forth, feeling a bit worried. She wondered if wild ginseng and Yuchuan water were really helpful for childbirth. Before she could worry much longer, they heard the crying of a baby from inside. Father, did you hear the crying? Song Wan didn't expect it to happen so quickly. It seemed the medicine was working. Song Father nodded quickly. Yes, I heard it. Did your eldest sister-in-law give birth? Probably. Song Wan smiled and nodded. Soon after, the nurse pushed Wu Xing out to transfer her back to the ward. Song Wen followed, holding the baby. As soon as they saw them, Song Wen handed the baby to Song Wan, and then followed the nurse pushing the hospital bed. Taking care of Wu Xing, Song Father hurriedly took the things and followed beside Song Wan, muttering, "This eldest son, his wife's condition is not good, and he didn't tell us. I wonder if there's still danger. Father, don't worry. When sister-in-law is pushed back to the ward, it means she's okay for now," Song Wan said with a smile. "Let's go quickly." All right. Little sister, let me see the baby first, Song Father said, holding his things but still trying to peek at the baby inside the blanket. Song Wan had to lift the corner of the blanket for him. Oh, such a cute little one. Looks just like your older brother when he was a baby, Song Father said with a big smile, his eyes crinkling. Song Wan chuckled. She couldn't see how the soft, tiny baby looked like her older brother, let alone how handsome he was. Clearly, she wasn't the only one thinking this. Songwen, why does our daughter look so ugly? Wrinkled. In the hospital room, Wu Xing looked at the baby in her arms, her brows furrowed. Songwen gently touched her hair and said warmly, "Don't worry. With your looks, you'll be very beautiful when you grow up." Next to them, Song's father spoke with experience. "Don't worry. My granddaughter isn't ugly. Babies are usually wrinkled when they're born, but they'll grow out of it. Plus, my granddaughter's features resemble her mother and older brother. When she grows up, she'll be very pretty." When Song's mother hurried over after cooking some noodles, she was overjoyed to see the baby had already been born. She couldn't bear to put her granddaughter down, holding her tightly and praising her non-stop. It's now late at night, but Song's mother is still energetic because of her granddaughter. Song-won approached her mother. Mom, you should go home and rest now. Come back tomorrow.
Yes, Song-won nodded. I almost forgot about this. You all should go back and rest.
My wife and the baby are in good hands with me here. But no, I need to stay and take care of my granddaughter and daughter-in-law. You're a grown man. You don't know how to take care of them, Song's mother refused. Wu Xing and her mother are safe and sound, and Song-won feels both happy and peaceful. He calmly advised, Mom, Wu Xing still needs to eat postpartum food. Only you know how to make it. Besides, he added, now that you're rested, you'll be more energetic to take care of your wife and granddaughter later. And I also took this time to ask the nurses how to care for the baby. It's a win-win. Song's mother nodded repeatedly. Yes, yes. I almost forgot about making postpartum food. Look at me. I get so happy I forget everything. Convinced, Song's mother agreed and went back with everyone. Since the neighboring building hadn't been tidied up yet, they temporarily stayed at Yang Bin's house. The next morning, Song-won took some chickens from her space and handed them to Yang Bin, asking him to find an excuse to give them to her mother for making chicken wine. Then she left. She first went to the police station to report that Song Jin and Jong Kai-hong had hurt someone, providing the name of Song Jin's workplace. After handling that, she headed to school. By the time she arrived, the second class was already in session, and it was Leader Zhao's class. Without a doubt, Song-won was scolded, but since she was late first, she humbly accepted the criticism. What upset her was that after she entered, a late student also arrived, but Leader Zhao didn't say anything and just let him in. Song-won was angry and wanted to complain to her best friend after class, but her friend Lin Aoshue started complaining about Yang Wei first. Song-won didn't know the full story, and seeing her friend's emotional state, she could only join in criticizing Yang Wei. In the afternoon, the police came to apologize and pay compensation based on Song Ruan's home address, bringing Song Jin and his wife with them. The police also mediated, asking Song's parents to accept the compensation money so they could settle the matter privately. Only Song's parents were at home, and Song Jin kept a friendly attitude, not insisting. Because they are soft and not stubborn, they accepted the money and agreed to settle. However, they asked Song Jin and Jong Kai-hong to personally go to the hospital to apologize to Wu Xing. Song Jin quickly agreed because the police visiting his factory today had a bad impact on him. He was worried it might affect his work and wanted to resolve this matter quickly. But Jong Kai-hong was unwilling. She just left Song Ruan's house and argued with Song Jin at the door. All the money has been paid. Why do we still need to apologize to Wu Xing? I won't go. Jong Kai-hong turned away and refused to leave. Seeing her like this, Song Jin's eyes flashed with impatience, but he still spoke gently. Don't throw a tantrum. Since the money is paid, only an apology is left. We have to go today. The leaders asked me about this. They said it looks bad and want me to resolve it quickly. If I don't, it could affect my job. If I lose my job, how will I earn money to support the family? Don't you agree? Pfft, losing my job means I can't support the family? Or maybe you just can't support your outside dog. Hearing this, Jong Kai-hong got angry and shouted at him. The police officers had already left, but hearing the noise, they turned back. Song Jin's face turned red. He pulled her aside. Can you speak a little quieter? Why are you shouting? Jong Kai-hong slapped his hand away. What's wrong with shouting? Are you afraid? Let me tell you, Song Jin, you are just inside. Don't try to hide it from me. I already know. You've been outside. Jong Kai-hong stared at him, words sharp and clear. Song Jin's pupils suddenly dilated, and his body stiffened. You've been outside. Keeping a woman. Jong Kai-hong spoke firmly. After she finished, Song Jin relaxed a little, and his stiff body softened. What are you talking about?
I don't have any women, he said.
Don't try to deny it. You lied about the gold necklace, saying it was for buying food, then bought things for yourself instead. You spent the monthly allowance on women. I'm going to tear your head off, Jong Kai-hong insisted. Song Jin grew impatient and raised his voice. Didn't I explain about the necklace? I was also tricked by someone. You always cause trouble. Last time, I just met with an old coworker, and you made a fuss. You keep accusing me of having women outside. Have you caught Anyone yet? That's because you're sneaky. If your coworker was a woman, I'd think you were having an affair with him. Song Jin paused, then spoke softly. Zhang Kaihong, if it's really that bad, let's get a divorce. He sighed heavily and continued. Since we got married, you've been causing trouble at home all the time. There's never a quiet moment. Just endless arguments. Maybe it's better to divorce. Zhang Saihong's pupils shrank. She had never thought about divorce, even though she sometimes regretted it. She felt married life was much worse than before, staying at home. But divorce was shameful in the village. She had been cheated out of her money, and she wasn't a young girl anymore. Who would want her after a divorce? It was better to stay in this home and keep control over Song Jin. Don't even think about divorce. She punched him in the chest, eyes fierce. Aren't you worried about your job? If you try to divorce me, I'll go to your factory and cause trouble. Let's see if you can handle that. Knowing her temper, Song Jin's face changed instantly. He believed she could really do it. Seeing his reaction, Zhang Kaihong felt a bit proud. Of course, if you listen to me and make me happy, I won't bother your factory. Fine, no divorce. Just go now and apologize at the hospital. Song Jin ignored her and walked ahead with a dark face. Zhang Kaihong followed behind, stepping in his shadow. From a distance, it looked like they were connected. Wu Xing and her child stayed at the health clinic for 3 days. After the doctor confirmed everything was fine, everyone happily packed their things to return to the village. Yangbin also looked very happy. That whole day, he helped pack up, then borrowed a tractor to bring them back to the village. He didn't feel tired at all, and even felt full of energy. Once everything was settled, he quickly went to pick up Song Wan at the school gate. During these days, since everyone was staying at home, it was inconvenient to do certain things. At the door, Yangbin stretched out his long legs and leaned against the back of the car, waiting for his wife to come out of school. While waiting, he seemed to be thinking about something, with a slight smile on his face. When Song Wan came out and told him Lin Aoshue was coming to sleep with her that night, he was caught off guard and froze. She's coming to sleep with you? Yeah. Xiao Shue said she's been upset lately and wants to stay with me tonight. Yangbin's voice sounded a bit hurt. If she's sleeping with you, what about me? Where do I sleep? Song Ruan's face turned a little red. Just sleep in another room for now. I don't want to. You refuse her. Song Ruan? Yangbin leaned close to her ear, his lips slightly curled in a sad expression. Wife, don't you want to? Song Ruan's fingertips clenched and she looked to the side. Wanna what? Yangbin chuckled softly, speaking in a low voice. The bridal chamber. Seeing her face turn redder, he secretly took her hand and leaned closer again, his tone playful. Aren't you curious about what the bridal chamber is like? I've asked others about it and can teach you for free. Asking for advice? Wouldn't that mean others know about it too? Song Wan blushed with anger. You actually asked others.
Yangbin, you
are so naughty. Humph. Yangbin? After dinner, Lin Aoshue indeed arrived. They studied together at the table with Wu Lei, sometimes whispering, sometimes quietly writing, creating a harmonious atmosphere. Yangbin saw this and sat down with the account book, checking the data while watching Song Wan. But Song Wan didn't look at him once and deliberately avoided his gaze. Yangbin felt a twinge of sadness inside. It seemed that today's teasing had gone too far, and his little wife was feeling shy and angry. For a moment, at the same dinner table, it was as if two worlds existed. The three of them enjoyed their meal happily, while he sat alone, feeling lonely and small. Yangbin chuckled softly, furrowing his brows as he focused on checking the data and carefully planning the next steps. When he was fully immersed in his work, time seemed to pass quickly. By the time Yangbin finished, Song Wan and the others had already taken a shower and gone to bed. He had wanted to talk to her privately, but now he had to wait until tomorrow. To his surprise, he didn't get the chance over the next 2 days because Song Wan was not at home. She had gone to Lin Aoshue's house. Yangbin understood that close friends sometimes did this, and he didn't say much. After all, she needed her own friends and space. Plus, he had been busy with the last batch of grain sales these days and had no time to accompany her. Having Lin Aoshua with her was quite good. During these days, Song Wan went to and from school with Lin Aoshua. The two girls talked about everything, and she learned about the situation between Lin Aoshua and Lao San. So, on their way home, when they saw Lao San approaching, Song Wan couldn't help but feel angry. Lao San saw Song Wan glaring at him and scratched his head. Little sister-in-law, what's wrong? Humph. Thinking about how Lin Aoshua had been teased by Lao San after drinking and hadn't seen him for days, Song Wan was upset. Lao San, I didn't expect you to be like this. Lao San looked at Lin Aoshua and saw her avoiding his gaze, which made him realize why Song Wan was angry. His ears turned slightly red. Little sister-in-law, I don't know how to explain the situation with Xiao Shui. I'll explain later. Can I take Xiao Shui with me now? Humph. Xiao Shui doesn't want to go with you. Before Song Wan finished speaking, Lin Aoshua tugged at her sleeve. Turning to look at her, Song Wan saw Lin Aoshua whispering, Xiao Wan, you should go back first. I'll go home with Yang Wei. It's on the way. Song Wan was confused. She realized she had been mistaken. After Lao San took Lin Aoshua away, Song Wan had no choice but to go home alone. On the way, she ran into someone at the intersection Dong. Honestly, if he hadn't suddenly appeared in front of her, she would have forgotten he was even there. There's no need to look at me with such caution, Xiang Dong said with a slight smile, taking the lead. Song Wan frowned. Since you know I'm wary of you, then don't block my way. Since there were many people on the street, Song Wan wasn't afraid of him, so her words were quite firm. But her confident attitude looked especially cute in Xiang Dong's eyes. He felt a little ticklish inside, and his expression became more lively. After returning last time, there was a lot of hidden conflict, and he didn't have time to come here. Also, because of Yang Bin and Song Ruan's attitude, he, usually carefree, started to have some worries. It's just a woman. If he can't have her, then he can't have her. But during this time, he found that his impression of Song Ruan in his mind didn't fade, but instead became clearer. And even the days felt dull and boring. This strange feeling troubled him. When he heard about the famine here, he spent a lot of effort buying grain to bring over. He imagined himself as a savior, coming to rescue those suffering. But he didn't expect that the situation here was completely different from what he imagined. Did you hear that you and Yangbin got married? Yes, Song Wan nodded. Xiang Dong lowered his eyes, hiding what he was thinking. Congratulations. Song Wan looked up suspiciously. Was this somewhat strange person cured of his illness? Xiang Dong chuckled. You don't need to look at me like that. I admit I'm interested in you, and I don't follow rules. But if you really don't want to, I won't force you. His words were sincere, and his expression was calm. Song Wan couldn't tell if he was being honest or not. But whether true or false didn't matter much to her. All right, since that's the case, I hope we won't have much contact in the future, Song Wan said, about to leave and not wanting to talk more. Hearing this, Xiang Dong felt a strange tightness in his chest. He took a few steps forward and blocked her way.
Why?
Even just friends is not okay, Song Wan shook her head. Don't be silly. What kind of pure friends are there between men and women? Besides, I'm very happy and satisfied every day now, and I don't want to make friends. After saying this, she waved her hand lightly and turned to cross the street, planning to avoid him. Watch out, Xiang Dong shouted and quickly pulled her back. In the next moment, a very fast bicycle sped past her, barely missing her. Song Wan was startled and couldn't help but pat her chest, pouting and muttering. Who was that? Riding so fast. But unexpectedly, the cyclist turned around and loudly cursed. Are you blind? Not looking where you're going. Then he pedaled away quickly, leaving Song Wan stunned and confused. Ugh, so angry. Song Wan felt she hadn't done well just now. If she had known the person almost hitting her was like that, she would have definitely scolded him until he went bald. Xiang Dong saw her face changing colors and couldn't help but laugh. Because his wife had been taken over by Lin Aoshua for many days, today Yangbin was busy, but also had a deep talk with the third brother. Once the third brother finally understood, Yangbin felt much better. He would have some free time soon. After sorting out Lin Aoshue and the third brother's matters, without Lin Aoshue as a barrier, he could finally focus on taking good care of his wife. Seeing Yang Bin smile rarely, the young man helping with the moving asked, "Brother Bin, why are you so happy?" Before Yang Bin could answer, an older man couldn't help but smile and speak. Yang Bin is missing his wife. Deshawn, this young guy without a wife, wouldn't understand. The young man named Deshawn puffed out his chest. Who says I don't understand? Haven't eaten pork before. Seen a pig run? Brother Bin is happy because he's newly married, right, Yang Bin? The middle-aged man nearby smiled meaningfully. Yes, he's happy. Newlyweds should be happy. With Yang Bin's physique and strength, I guess his wife might not be too happy being tossed around. Huh? Why? Deshawn was very curious and leaned in to learn more. Yang Bin ignored their teasing, as men often talk about spicy things. After finishing his work and giving instructions, he received Wu Lei's ride back to the village and eagerly went to find his wife. But when he saw Song Ruan and Xiang Dong acting close and laughing together, his enthusiasm immediately turned into a cold shower. From an outsider's perspective, the two in the distance truly looked like a perfect match. Unlike the less privileged commoners, Xiang Dong, although adopted, is the son of a famous general. His status is far above his. Suddenly, he was overwhelmed by feelings of inferiority. He suddenly thought, Song Ruan has been saying she was at Lin Aoshue's house these past few days. What if she wasn't there? Could it be that she has been with Xiang Dong all this time? This thought burst into his mind and quickly took over, making it impossible for him to think clearly. Only intense jealousy remained. Yang Bin, you said you were busy these days. How come you have time to come pick me up? Song Ruan saw Yang Bin and happily walked toward him. Don't you want me to come? Yang Bin didn't approach gently like before. Instead, he looked serious and asked back. Of course I want you to come. Song Ruan replied immediately. Yang Bin's expression softened a little. At this moment, Xiang Dong also approached them. Yang Bin, why are you here? His greeting triggered Yang Bin's sensitive nerves. What do you mean? Why am I here? It was as if he was an outsider, and they were a couple. Come home with me. Yang Bin tried to calm his chaotic feelings and pulled Song Ruan along. Okay, let's go home, Song Ruan said obediently, looking at his serious face. She knew Yang Bin might have misunderstood, so she planned to wait until he calmed down before explaining. Sure enough, Yang Bin was soothed by her obedient attitude and looked better. Just then, someone interrupted. Wait! Xiang Dong wanted to stop them. Yang Bin didn't even look at him. Get lost. Xiang Dong's hand was pushed away. Watching their backs as they left, he ultimately didn't follow. Because he couldn't beat Yang Bin. Meanwhile, Yang Bin silently led Song Ruan back home. Since Wu Lei finished school early and tomorrow was the weekend, the malicious Yang Bin had already taken Wu Lei back to the village. Now only the two of them were at home. Yang Bin didn't stop and took her straight to her room. The sun was setting, and the sunlight was already weak. The curtains in the room were half-drawn, making the room even darker. Why are you not talking? Yang Bin brought her directly to the bed, released her hand, and leaned in close. Walking behind him, Song Ruan's body was already covered in a light layer of sweat. She was panting softly, her voice sweet and gentle. Because you got angry. Why would I get angry? Because I was with Xiang Dong. When you saw us, we were very close and you misunderstood, Song Ruan explained objectively. On the way, Yang Bin's jealous mind finally calmed down. He knew that Song Ruan wouldn't be involved with Xiang Dong. Everything was just because she was so wonderful, and he was too worried about losing her. But in the dim room, the person he loved most looked obedient, as if she let him do whatever he wanted, which made him want to take advantage of the situation. Yang Bin cleared his throat. Should a good girl like her be punished? His deep, magnetic voice deliberately slowed, sounding a bit teasing. Song Ruan's breath hitched, and she nodded slowly. Yes, I should. Yang Bin's eyes darkened. Her obedience made his already intense desire grow even stronger. But the girl sitting on the bed, unaware of the danger, playfully provoked him. So, how do you want to punish me? Yang Bin looked at her steadily for 2 seconds, then suddenly turned around, opened a nearby drawer, and took out a silk scarf. It was a gift he had given her before. "Help me with my hands," the man said in a husky voice. This mischievous, charming look was quite handsome. Song Rwan smiled softly and said, "All right." She extended her smooth, white hand. Yongbin's throat suddenly went dry. Her whiteness stirred a desire to ruin, and he affectionately touched her. By then, the sun had completely set, and the room was darker. Yongbin's eyes were deep and fiery, making Song Ruan's heart shrink, but she remained stubborn. "I know, I also want to do something for you." At this moment, Song Wan had no idea that their understanding of doing something was different. Later, during the long night, she paid a price she couldn't bear for her innocent words. Omitted several lines here. Inside the room, Song Wan reached out her small hand, clutching the edge of the bed tightly as she tried to go outside. Her voice sounded pitiful. "Ugh, I want to eat. I'm hungry." "Be good, I'm hungry too. Soon, I'll cook breakfast for you." As she finished speaking, she was pulled back again. The next day, Song Wan slept until late in the morning. When she woke up and moved, she realized her whole body was very sore. Song Wan felt like a hurt little wolf, crying out in sadness. "Yongbin, you." As soon as she finished speaking, Yongbin came in carrying food. "I thought you'd be awake by now. I heated up the food and brought it over. Aren't you hungry? Come eat." "I don't want to eat your stuff. Your stuff probably doesn't taste good. Do you want to eat somewhere else?" Song Ruan. She tremblingly raised her finger to complain. You're not human. You always say it's the last time, but it never is. You're a liar, a big liar." Yongbin touched his nose, looking very apologetic. "My mistake, I couldn't control myself. Since I've never done this before, I didn't know it would feel like this." "Shut up." "Oh." Yongbin looked wronged. Song Wan sneered. "Huh." To outsiders, she seemed domineering, but he appeared innocent and pure. Her face was about to turn red with anger. She pulled back the blanket, ready to get out of bed and eat, finally wanting to leave this source of sin. But as she stood up, her legs suddenly went weak. Fortunately, Zhongbin was quick and caught her. "Am I limping?" Song Wan stared, a bit stunned. Yongbin quickly smiled and softly comforted her. "It probably was too much last night, so your legs are weak. They should recover soon." Yongbin was strong, and after saying that, he picked her up and placed her on a chair.
Eat now.
"Once you're full, you'll have strength." Hearing this, Song Ruan's hand holding the spoon trembled. She couldn't stand hearing about having strength right now. She felt it was very dangerous. As expected, the experienced old man wouldn't give up easily. He kept coaxing and pestering her. They didn't go out all weekend. On Monday, Song Wan decisively refused Yongbin's excuse of taking leave to rest and happily headed to school. Meanwhile, Seongdong heard from the third brother that Yongbin and Song Wan hadn't left the house in several days. He understood what was going on, and after a brief greeting to the third brother, he left quietly. Over the next few days, because Song Wan had to wake up early for school every day, Yongbin controlled his needs carefully. Song Wan was able to breathe a little easier and happily went to the supply and marketing cooperative after school to buy many things to bring home. She didn't go home last weekend, so this weekend she definitely had to go back. She bought some items suitable for newborn and her sister-in-law and brought them to them. There are fewer options for postpartum and newborn supplies on the black market, but since she now had money and tickets, she simply bought them from the supply store. Before the famine, her space was full of sweet potatoes, corn, wheat, and various meats. After the famine, everything turned into money, different types of tickets, small amounts of high-quality foods like white and red sugar, and grains like peanuts and beans, which are filling but not very satisfying, and many people are willing to exchange for them. For her, these items are very useful. Of course, she still stored some meat and grains at her space to ensure her family wouldn't go hungry. After school on Friday, Song Wan read for a while at school before leaving. Because Xiaolei finished school earlier, Yongbin would first take Xiaolei home and then come to pick her up. Timing was tight, so when she finished packing her things and waited for a while, Yongbin just arrived. He stopped the car, skillfully took her shoulder bag, and hung it on the front of the car, then handed her a wrapped snack. Eat something to fill your stomach first. What is it? Song-won took it and opened it. It's your favorite, leek and meat dumplings. Inside the paper wrapping were a few plump dumplings, the kind she loved, sold at the state-run restaurant. Did you specially buy them from the state-run restaurant? Yongbin, you're so kind. You're the best to me. Sitting in the back seat of the car, Song-won held his waist with one hand and ate the dumplings with the other, sweetly saying some flattering words.
Yangbin chuklet softly.
Yes, remember what I say now. Don't scratch too hard tonight. I have marks all over my back from your scratching. Sometimes, if old Third sees it, he'll just laugh at me. Song-won. By the time they reached the village entrance, they found a quiet spot away from people to take out the things they brought from her space, then got back into the car. Because they had more items to carry this time, the car looked quite noticeable as it drove through the village. At the water well platform in front of the village, a group of women was sitting together, chatting and relaxing. Seeing that Song-won's cart was loaded with many things, and she was holding even more, they started asking questions eagerly. Young Miss Song from the Song family. Oh no, I should say Mrs. Yang now. Why did you buy so many things back? Hearing this new way of calling her, Song-won's cheeks flushed a little, but she quickly calmed down. She replied, I bought these for my sister-in-law and little niece. Oh, you're such a good sister-in-law. Your sister-in-law must be so happy. Yes, she really is lucky. So many things. She just smiled in response to their words. What she cared about was that Jong Kai-hong, among the crowd, didn't say anything unpleasant this time. It seemed that reporting to the authorities last time had worked well. Jong Kai-hong finally didn't dare to target her family anymore. As Song-won's cart moved further away, some women on the water well platform, who found it hard to watch, started to speak sourly. Even after getting married, she still buys so many things for her family.
Not just that.
She's married now, and the Yang family still supports her to study. I don't know what good that does. Yeah, now you can't even take university entrance exams. What's the point of studying high school? I think she should come back and help with the chores and have children. Two women kept talking back and forth. One of them was even the woman who made pastries for the Song family. The others around didn't join in, but one woman couldn't help but say a few sharp words. Why do you care so much? Song-won is lucky. Her family and her husband's family both let her not work and support her to study. Do you have the right to interfere? Yeah, you make pastries for the old Song family and they even pay you. And you're still criticizing their daughter? Aren't you ashamed? People's hearts are hard to read. The woman who was criticized blushed and knew she had said too much today. She muttered, I was just speaking casually. After all, I am quite a virtuous person. So, she was implying that Song-won was not virtuous. The others looked at her with even more disdain. Song-won didn't know how people were gossiping behind her back, and even if she did, she wouldn't care. After all, different people have different views. If you try to reason with them, you'll be brought down to their level of understanding and pushed around. Yongbin drove straight to Song-won's house. As soon as he parked, Song-woo, who was watering in the yard, saw them. Little sister, you're back. Song-woo put down the water bucket and ran over. What did you buy? I bought some soft fabric for my sister-in-law and my little niece. I also bought some brown sugar and malt extract for my sister-in-law to eat. There's also some meat, pig's feet, and papaya, which are good for nourishing during postpartum recovery. Song-woo looked a bit jealous. Having a baby and resting after is really nice. There's so much to eat. Now I want to rest after having a baby too. Song-won. Yongbin. Second brother, please help me carry these inside, Song-won quickly said, stopping her brother from thinking about something risky. Coming. Song-woo wiped his wet hands on his clothes and took the things. When they entered the house, they didn't see anyone else. Song-won asked, Second brother, is everyone not home? Oh, Dad and Song-kai went to the black market to sell pastries. Mom went up the mountain to pick herbs, saying it's for my sister-in-law's bath. Big brother is taking care of my sister-in-law and the baby at the new house. Oh, I'll go see my sister-in-law and the baby. Song-won grabbed the malt extract and brown sugar and headed to the new house. Yongbin saw her rushing around happily and smiled affectionately, then followed. They gently knocked on the door. After getting a response, Songwon pushed the door open a little. When Yongbin came in, she quickly closed the door. Nowadays, there are proper ways to rest after childbirth. You shouldn't go out in the wind and need to take good care of your health. People who ignore this and go out to do laundry or cook may develop postpartum health problems and become weaker. But those who are already weak can actually improve their health if they rest properly. Whether it's true or not, their family definitely believes in this. Because her mother had postpartum health issues after giving birth to her eldest brother. Even in the hot summer, she felt cold in her bones and had to wear long clothes and pants, avoiding the wind. Fortunately, her father was quite responsible. When her mother had more children later, he refused to let her do any work. No matter how her mother's mother scolded him, he insisted. Postpartum health issues are treated during the postpartum period. Later, her mother's health recovered. Shower 1, Yongbin, you've arrived. Come over and sit. Wu Xing, lying on the bed, sat up when they entered. Big sister-in-law, you should lie down. As a family, there's no need for formalities. It's okay. I've been lying for a long time and want to move around a bit, Wu Xing said with a smile. Just a few simple words, but Songwon always felt like her sister-in-law had changed somehow. Her eyes seemed full of gentle water, looking very kind. It was like what others said, like a shining maternal light. Songwon placed the malted milk drink and brown sugar on the table, reminding her sister-in-law to drink it with hot water, then went to see the baby. There was a small bed set up in the room, just for the baby. Her eldest brother was now standing in front of the bed, skillfully changing the baby's diaper. Songwon came over, looking at the adorable baby on the bed, feeling her heart melt. She couldn't help but reach out and touch the tiny hand, teasing her. Little baby, I'm your auntie.
Call me auntie.
The baby, not even a month old, naturally wouldn't call her that, but her tiny hand grabbed Songwon's finger. Big brother, big sister-in-law, Yongbin, look. She's holding my finger. Songwon was surprised and happy, her heart softening even more. Isn't she just so cute? Soft and gentle, and she even knows I'm her Annie and is holding my finger. Songwon saw her excited reaction and couldn't help but smile.
No need to be so surprised.
You were the same when you were little, soft and gentle, just as adorable. Really? I was that cute when I was little? No wonder the brothers loved me so much. I guess I was meant to be. He was used to his sister's self-praise. After changing the diaper, he put a small pair of pants on the baby and wrapped her in a little blanket. Play with the baby for a while. I'll go wash the diapers just in case we run out. Okay, big brother. You go ahead. We've got this. Songwon brought over a stool, sat by the bed, and played with the adorable baby. Not long after, Song father and Song Kai, who sold pastries, returned. The sound of her father and her eldest brother talking could be heard from the yard, but their voices sounded a bit strange. Baby, I can watch her. Shower 1, Yongbin, go out and see what's happening, Wu Xing said as she came over. All right. Songwon thought for a moment and decided to go out and take a look. Little sister, Yongbin, you're back. Father Song saw them and stopped his discussion. Yes, Dad. I just overheard you talking excitedly in the room. What happened? Come, let's sit in the main hall and talk, Father Song sighed. Everyone returned to the main hall. Song Kai poured a glass of water on the table, took a few sips to quench his thirst, and then explained the situation clearly. It turned out that today, when they went to sell red date cakes at the black market, they found someone else selling similar cakes at a very low price. In the past, others sold cakes too, but their taste was far from ours, so it didn't affect us much. But this time it was different. Song Kai held his cup tightly, frowning deeply. I think the person selling the red date cakes today was deliberately targeting us. He knew we sold ours for 20 cents, so he sold his for 15 cents. Later, when we were about to leave and still had many unsold, we decided to follow suit and sell for 15 cents, but he sold for 10. Fortunately, some loyal customers recognized us, or we might not have sold a single piece today. After hearing this, Song Woo immediately visualized the scene and punched the table in anger. How can he do that? Can't he sell at the same price as us? That's so frustrating, Father Song looked at the basket of unsold cakes and sighed heavily. That person probably knew we were making money from selling cakes and was jealous, so he started making and selling his own. But Song Won thought there was more to it. Third brother, do you think that person's red date cake tastes very similar to ours? Song Kai nodded. Yes, because his cakes sell well. I even bought a piece to try, and it's basically the same. That's strange. I teach my mother how to make cakes, and the ingredients and methods are different from usual, so the taste should be different. Everyone thought for a moment and realized the problem. Does that mean that person learned our recipe secretly? Song Won nodded. Probably, otherwise the taste wouldn't be so similar. Father Song agreed with his children's analysis, but was still puzzled. How did he learn it secretly? I'm sure that person isn't from our village and I don't recognize him, Song Won guessed. Since my little sister said the red date cake was stolen and learned secretly, I think the problem is with asking others to help make the cakes. Our family recently had a lot of work, so we asked a few women from the village to help. As for the person selling the red date cakes, it doesn't matter if we know them or not, because someone who learns secretly can just make the cakes and have others sell them. Song's father was shocked and said, Really? How can people be so mean? We pay them for helping and she learns secretly, then even uses low prices to compete with us. Dad, this kind of thing is quite normal. Just get used to it, Song Won comforted him. Most people now are simple-minded like her father. When trade becomes free in the future, such things will happen often. Sigh, this is the first time I've seen something like this. I really can't get used to it. Dad, think positively. The loss isn't big, just a lesson learned, Song Won said. She really thought it was good. Now, her family would be more careful in the future. Next time we ask for help, we should give simple, quick tasks to others and do the important parts ourselves. Be more careful to prevent stealing. But now that it's already happened, even if we start guarding now, it's too late. Besides her father, who couldn't accept it, the most upset person was Song Woo. He had been involved in this business from the start. Through earning money, he learned what he liked to do and what he should do. Song Woo sighed sadly. Little sister, do you think we'll have to lower our prices in the future? Otherwise, we won't be able to sell. Others will definitely buy from those offering lower prices. No, we won't compete by lowering prices, Song Won shook her head. If we lower our prices, others will lower theirs even more. In the end, it will just come down to who uses cheaper materials, and that's not sustainable. Little sister, since you said that, do you have other ideas? Seeing her calm expression, Song Woo's mood brightened. Song Won smiled slightly. Yes. What's your plan? Tell second brother, he urged. Everyone else looked eager to hear. Since he copied the red date cake, we'll make other kinds. We can make red bean cakes, green bean cakes, different ingredients, different cooking times. He can't keep stealing from us. Additionally, I have been thinking that we can also make some long-lasting foods like sweet canned desserts, peanut brittle, and preserved fruits. Song Woo was surprised and almost drooled at the idea. Little sister, you're amazing. You know how to make all these. Song Won smiled proudly, a little shy. Of course I do, but where did you learn all this? Song Woo asked next. Song Ruan's smile froze for a moment, and she quickly found a good excuse. I just like eating these things, so I usually ask skilled people for advice. I even asked Yongbin's mother, who is my mother-in-law, right Yongbin? Song Won nudged the man beside her. Yes, that's right. Yongbin nodded with a smile, secretly playing with her fingers under the table. Song Won felt like his smile was teasing her about almost messing up earlier, so she glared at him. Yongbin simply held her hand and kept smiling. No one else noticed these small actions. Song Woo, interested in business, immediately considered whether this idea was feasible. He asked a key question. But we don't have the ingredients. Neither red beans nor green beans at home, and the sweet canned desserts, peanut brittle, and preserved fruits, although they last a long time, all need a lot of sugar. Song Won also agreed with Song Woo. Refined sugar is hard to get, even if you have money, because each supply store has a fixed amount. Song Won smiled confidently, her eyes shining with self-assurance. Don't worry about the ingredients or sugar. Yongbin knows someone who sells grain, right? So, I used him to exchange some stored grain for a lot of these miscellaneous things. She didn't tell her family about her space, just made up an excuse. Yongbin continued to nod in agreement. Song Woo's eyes suddenly brightened. If we really have the materials to make these long-lasting foods, we can sell them not only on the black market but also in many other places. I've heard that many factories buy welfare supplies for their employees from the black market in large quantities. So, maybe we can try selling to factories? I can go talk to them. Song Woo looked excited and eager to try. Regarding his older brother's enthusiasm and ability to think creatively, Song Won praised him generously. Yes, your idea is definitely good. Second brother, you really have a talent for this. You're so impressive. How is my second brother so smart? Song Ruan's enthusiastic praise made Song Woo feel a bit proud. This kind of thing, I just happened to learn about it before and remembered it in my mind. I didn't come up with it myself. But many people know about this, and not everyone can use it. Second brother, you're really amazing. Song Woo was a little overwhelmed by the praise. At this moment, Song Woo brought up a practical concern. If we really want to do this, we first need to find the factory's logistics and purchasing staff. If we don't know anyone there, the factory probably won't let us in. This was a cold shower, and Song Woo's excitement immediately cooled down. He thought for a moment and said, if we can't get into the factory, we can wait until the purchasing staff comes out to buy supplies and talk to him then. Song Woo nodded. Even if we wait and watch, we might not meet him. But if there's no other way, we can try this. Hearing their discussion, Yongbin, who was relaxing nearby and helping out, put down his teacup and spoke at the right time. If you want to find the factory's buyers, I know some people I can introduce you to. But I can't guarantee they'll want your products, so you'll have to negotiate yourself. Of course, Song Woo stood up excitedly. But will this affect you? You're already my sister's husband, so there's no need to be so formal with us. I just recommend, and whether the deal goes through depends on both sides. It won't affect me. Yongbin's words made everyone look at him closely. Song Woo thought more and felt very lucky that his sister was pretty and had become more and more capable. Otherwise, with Yongbin's talent, he might attract many admirers in the future. Not to mention what Yongbin has done, or who he knows. Just talking about the villagers, the men who once looked down on Yongbin because of his background are now his brothers. The women who once looked down on Yongbin's family now regret not introducing their children to him. This shows that Yongbin is gradually improving and will surely do well in the future. Moreover, before this special period, Yongbin knew how outstanding he was at school. Song Woo doesn't know his older brother's thoughts. Once his worries were settled, he eagerly urged Song Ruan. Little sister, now teach me how to make those snacks. He said this while pulling on Song Ruan's arm and swinging it a few times. Song Ruan, there's no need to be so impatient. A strong man acting spoiled is really embarrassing, and Song Woo's worries disappeared. Are you a big, clumsy guy trying to pull your little sister's arm off, or what? Song's mother, along with Wu Lei, came back from the mountain and saw her son acting like a rough village dog, happily swinging his delicate sister around, so she couldn't help but scold him. Song Woo quickly let go, scratching his head. Hee. With Song Woo's silly smile, the mood relaxed. Everyone continued discussing the next steps and details. Even Song's mother sat down. Song Won felt happy seeing her family working seriously and unitedly on their project. If they build a good foundation, when they get the official notice to invest and set up a factory, her family can turn these foods into their own brand. Yongbin was also in a good mood. He found that as they spent more time together, his feelings for her didn't fade but grew stronger. For example, now, seeing her help the family organize their ideas step by step, guiding their thoughts upward, was especially charming. However, in the following days, Yongbin's thoughts changed. Song Won asked Song Woo to write a plan for this project, then had everyone in the family review it, comment, and add their ideas. After finishing one draft, she revised it based on everyone's feedback and circulated the new version. So, these days, besides doing her schoolwork, she also had to review that plan, often staying up very late. Yongbin watched Xiao Lei sleep before turning off the light and going to shower. When he finished and returned to the room, Song Won was still sitting at her desk, writing and drawing. Yongbin stood at the door for a while, noticing that his wife was focused on her work and hadn't noticed him. He raised an eyebrow slightly and walked over. Song Won tilted her head and looked at the man approaching. She said, "You go to sleep first. I'll be busy for a while." After saying that, she turned back to focus on what was in front of her. Yongbin glanced at the plan on the desk and couldn't help but feel annoyed. Song Woo's handwriting was quite ugly. Was this better? "Darling, do I look like I've gained weight recently?" His voice slowed down on purpose, sounding a bit flirtatious. Song Won looked up and saw him standing very close beside her, even lifting her shirt at her stomach. "Look, has my belly gotten fatter?" On her six-pack abs, the muscles were clear and strong, looking very powerful. "No, you haven't gained weight. You look the same as before," Song Won replied. Yongbin saw she still wanted to look at that broken plan again, so he quickly grabbed her hand and pressed it against his waist and stomach. "Really the same as before?"
Feel it first.
He was usually sensitive around his waist and stomach, only letting her touch when he was teasing her. But this time he was being so proactive, it was the first time. The defined muscles looked very, and as his hand touched them, a rush of excitement shot up from his heart. Song Won swallowed hard and forced herself to pull her hand away from that tempting feeling. "I haven't finished reading Brother Two's new plan yet." Yongbin saw she wasn't moving and suddenly leaned in from behind, wrapping his arms around her waist, resting his chin on her shoulder. His voice whispered in her ear, "Darling, you haven't let me take care of you for 3 whole days. Can you really stand it? I can't take it anymore." As he spoke, his hand on her stomach started to move, full of temptation. Song Won took a quick breath and instinctively asked, "What are you doing?" Yongbin's lips curled into a slight smile, and his eyes shone brightly. "What do you think?" After saying that, his actions became even bolder. Song Won panicked and quickly held his hand. Wait a moment." Yongbin ignored her panic, using one hand to turn her face toward him. "Wait for what? I was just about to finish reading this plan for tomorrow." Yongbin cut her off directly. He was finally free from having to listen to that plan. Over the past few days, Song Won hasn't slept with him, but every day he asks for kisses. Her lips are very sensitive, and now that he applies a bit more force, she can feel a rough, slightly painful sensation. She frowns slightly and hums in displeasure. Now he can clearly understand her feelings from her hums. So, he licks her gently to please her. Soon, her head starts to feel a bit dizzy. "Should we go back to bed?" he asks, his voice deeper. Song Won nods sleepily. Yongbin first reaches into the drawer to get something, then returns to the bed. He turns on the light, and they go to sleep. In the dark, people always seem different. Song Won nudges him. "Am I too heavy?" Yongbin stops and asks. She can't get used to his always straightforward words. Seeing her shake her head, he starts again. After a long while, Song Won, feeling fuzzy, remembers the question she wanted to ask. "Yongbin, do you not want a baby?" When they went to see her sister-in-law's baby, he didn't say much, but his gentle, loving look at the baby was obvious. Yongbin likes children, and she also likes soft, cute kids. "I've thought about it carefully. Even after I get into university, I can still have a baby. I can take care of the baby, and I won't lack someone to help raise it. I can also apply to take a year off school without affecting my studies." If they go to university together, Yongbin would definitely worry about his family and might bring them over. So if they have a baby, his family can help out, and they can even hire someone to cook and clean. It would be manageable. Plus, university schedules are flexible, so she can still balance everything. She doesn't really want to get pregnant now. She just feels it would be better to go with the flow, instead of always being on high alert, as if guarding against something. This kind of behavior makes her overthink. Yongbin understands her meaning, but doesn't know what to say. As someone without a background, if he wants power, the fastest way is through achievements and merits. It is no longer possible to become a soldier now, but if he can earn an honor reward through the current locust disaster by using his connection with the town mayor, it could improve his status. This would allow him to apply to GWF University. He has heard that his father's old friend's wife's uncle used to attend GWF University. This way, he could become a middle-level officer, build a good record, and advance his career. However, Gua-F University is in Ha City, which is far from B University, the one she wants to attend. He doesn't want her to give up her studies, and he also wants to improve himself. So, they will be separated for a few years. Even if they find a way to be together later, the first 2 years will definitely be spent apart. "Hey, why aren't you talking?" she asked, leaning against his arm and nudging him. Yongbin felt so touched by her closeness that he found it hard to speak. "Sweetheart, can we wait a bit longer before having another baby? He doesn't want her to go through pregnancy and childbirth alone when he's not around." "I'm not in a hurry. I just find it a bit strange," Song-Ron muttered. "Yeah, I was wrong," Yongbin said, pulling her closer. "Right now, I'm not good enough, not strong enough, so I hope you can wait a little longer for me." "No, you're very good. Everyone around says so," she replied. Song-Ron felt his words were a bit strange, but she was very tired after a long day, so her mind slowed down. After saying this, she soon fell into a light sleep.
Yang bin cholante sleep.
Watching her trustful and peaceful sleep, he felt lonely inside. The next day, Song-Ron woke up quite late. She hurriedly tidied up and headed to school, already forgetting the deep conversation from the night before. Since she didn't finish reading last night and had promised to bring the plan back home today, she took the plan with her, planning to finish it at school. The plan wasn't long. It mainly discussed what kind of food to make first, where to make it, how to make it, and who would do it. Another key point was negotiation. The target price, the lowest acceptable price, what the factory buyers cared about most, and how to reach an agreement. Although the content wasn't much, everyone in her family had added their opinions, so it took some time to think it through. Song-Won decided to target her least favorite subject, physical education, to find time. Class monitor, "I don't feel well in my stomach." When the class monitor announced the start of PE class, Song-Won held her stomach and leaned on the desk, pretending to clutch her belly. She had been ignoring him all along, but now her delicate and weak act of pretending to be sick made the class monitor's ears turn red, as if they could bleed. Next to her, Xiaoyan saw her class monitor's expression and immediately got angry. "Song-Ron, you shameless person," Song-Ron rolled her eyes. "Xiaoyan, are you perhaps the long-lost sister of Aristotle?" Xiaoyan was confused, about to argue, but she didn't see the connection to Aristotle. Still, she decided to play along. I knew your diligent studying was just an act. Now it's been exposed." "Aristotle only has a sister and a brother. No sister at all." Song-Ron raised her eyebrows slightly. "That's why I said she's been lost for years." Seeing how confident Song-Ron was, Xiaoyan started to doubt herself. "Then tell me, who is Aristotle's sister?" Song-Ron leaned on the desk and said lazily. Her name is Jenny."
Song-Ron.
"Are you insulting me?" "Class monitor, look, she's insulting me." Xiaoyan finally realized she had been tricked. She was furious and pointed at Song-Ron, accusing her. But when she turned her head, she saw the class monitor looking at Song-Ron with a gentle smile, eyes half closed, full of affection. Xiaoyan felt her anger rising. "I'll beat you to death." Knowing she couldn't win a verbal fight against this clever woman, Xiaoyan was about to make a move. The class monitor frowned and stepped in front of her. "Xiaoyan, do you dare to try?" Xiaoyan felt upset and ashamed when scolded by someone she liked. Tears welled up in her eyes, looking very pitiful.
Song-Wan was the first to insult me.
"You should be mad at her." Song-Wan remained calm. "What did I say to insult you? Tell me. Besides, you're always causing trouble." "I wasn't feeling well, so I asked the class monitor for leave." "What does that have to do with you? Your face is rosy, not the color of someone who's unwell. You just want to find a chance to talk to the class monitor," Xiaoyan thought angrily, cursing her inwardly. She used to look good, but not like she does now. "It feels like the corners of my eyes are becoming more charming, like a flower fully blooming, truly like a fox spirit." "You're also a girl. Don't you know that some days are uncomfortable for that reason?" Song-Ruan's face remained calm, without blushing or flinching. The class monitor, however, blushed deeply and stammered, "Why yes, you should rest well."
Song-Ruan.
"I also feel uncomfortable during those days," a weak voice interrupted. Everyone then noticed Lin Aoshua beside them. Compared to Song Ruan's healthy complexion, her pale face clearly showed she was not feeling well. All right, you two rest in the classroom. I'll explain the situation to the PE teacher, the class monitor said, noticing the break was almost over, and then left. Xiaoyan glared at them and followed. Once everyone left, the classroom became quiet. Song Wan turned around worried and asked, "Why do you suddenly look so pale? Did you just get your period? Did you bring your period supplies?" Lin Aoshua looked tired and said, "It's not that. I was just joking." "Oh, Xiaowan, I'm getting married to Yang Wei next month."
What?
Song Wan was stunned by the sudden news. But before she could ask more, Lin Aoshua suddenly hugged her. "Xiaowan, I feel so terrible." Her voice was sharp and distressed, and her body trembled slightly. For a moment, Song Wan imagined many possibilities. Her eyes turned cold and fierce, but her hands moved gently, patting Lin Aoshua's back like comforting a child. "Xiao Shui, don't be afraid, don't be sad. I'll go and settle things with that Yang Wei later. If you don't want to marry him, no one can force you." Lin Aoshua, slumped against Song Wan, looked up with a doubtful expression. "I don't really mind marrying him," she said. "Did he bully you?" Not exactly bullying," Lin Aoshua thought for a moment and replied. "What did he do to make you feel so upset?" Lin Aoshua suddenly realized and smiled faintly. "I'm not upset inside.
I just really feel physically unwell."
Sigh, I haven't been able to eat anything lately. Just now, I suddenly felt very nauseous. The little food I ate this morning felt like it was stuck in my throat, and I had to force it down. This symptom seemed familiar to her somewhere. "So, what is this? I'm pregnant. Wow." At noon, Song Wan hurried to the school gate. She had arranged with Yangbin to wait for her there and to give her the plan for her second brother. Yangbin is tall and easy to spot. Song Wan saw him from afar among the crowd at the gate. She was about to wave to him when suddenly someone appeared beside her. "Student Song Wan, are you going home for lunch? Are you still feeling unwell?" A clear, gentle voice spoke. Song Wan turned her head and saw the class monitor. The class monitor's cheeks were slightly red as she handed Song Wan a water cup. "This is hot water with brown sugar I borrowed from the teacher's office. It's supposed to help with stomach discomfort." Song Wan looked at the cup in surprise, realizing what it meant. Could it be that the class monitor has feelings for her? She felt a bit embarrassed and glanced nervously toward the gate. Sure enough, the man at the gate was watching them with a cold expression. "Student Song Wan." The person beside her called again, still gentle and patient. Song Wan looked at the water cup and the figure at the gate, feeling a bit troubled inside. "Class monitor, thank you for your kindness, but my husband is here to pick me up. We have some brown sugar water at home, so I don't need it." "Husband? Are you married?" the class monitor asked in disbelief. "Yes, that's right." Song Wan quickly nodded. "You're already married." Suddenly, a sharp voice cut in, drawing the attention of everyone nearby. Zhao Yan had been watching the class monitor secretly, listening to their conversation from behind. "Why didn't you tell us earlier that you're married?" "Haha, you probably didn't want your classmates to know, hoping they'd think you're single and enjoy others' pursuit." Song Wan rolled her eyes silently. "Just because I'm married doesn't mean I have to tell everyone. Do I look like I have a problem?" "Humph, you just have bad intentions," Zhao Yan said confidently. Song Wan was so annoyed, she almost laughed. She regretted not noticing earlier that the class monitor liked her and not stopping it sooner. That was her mistake. But Zhao Shui liked the class monitor, so she went after him. "What does dealing with other female classmates matter? Maybe you should go get your head checked." After saying this, Song Wan turned and left. "Wait," the class monitor called after her, catching up. "This red sugar water is a small gift from classmates. Please take it." He handed her a cup, his eyes dim, and left ahead of her. Song Wan looked worried at the hot item in her hands, then slowly approached Yangbin. "Give me the plan. I'll help you give it to second brother." When Song Wan didn't know how to start talking, Yangbin spoke casually first. She quickly opened her army green shoulder bag and took out a folded piece of paper to give him. Seeing that he looked normal, Song Wan found it strange. "Yangbin, aren't you angry?" Why should I be? Trust is the most important thing between spouses. Whether it's a kind lie or delaying telling something, it's always for the other person's good. Don't you think? Yongbin spoke confidently, making Song Ron feel surprised. If something like I just mentioned happened, you wouldn't be angry either, right? Song Ron thought about his words and nodded. Yes, that's right. A flash of light appeared in Yongbin's eyes as he took out a shiny, red and gold medal. Song Ron stared, taking it to look closely. What is this? Yongbin replied calmly. During the locust plague and resulting famine, our town did very well, so the mayor was promoted, and I received an honorary medal from the organization. Is this an honorary medal? Song Ron examined the medal carefully. It was gold and red, with a 5-pointed star, a flag, and a peony flower, looking very solemn and beautiful. Later, you should ask the teacher for permission to stay late for self-study. After school, we'll go back to the village. Yongbin's gaze stayed on her steadily and quietly said, I want to discuss something with you tonight. Song Ron looked up happily. Is it about this medal? Okay, come pick me up early. I'll leave early in the afternoon, and we'll buy some good food to celebrate. After chatting with Yongbin, she returned to her class and noticed everyone looking at her strangely. After listening to Lin Aoshue, I realized that Zhao Yan, the big mouth, has already told everyone about her marriage. Most of the people still in school haven't married yet, so Song Ruan's situation naturally became a topic of discussion. Song Wan didn't mind, and was thinking about what to buy later. After all, Yongbin receiving an award from the organization was a proud moment, and it deserved a good celebration. In the afternoon, Song Wan took leave early and went to the black market with Yongbin to buy some things before returning to the village. When they arrived, they found the village very lively today. At this moment, a family was sitting in the main hall. Lu Tsuehua and Uncle Song sat in high positions. Song Jin sat in the corner holding his hair with both hands, and Aunt Song stood beside him. Zhang Kaihong stood in the middle, looking angry. The thing is like this. I caught Song Jin hugging someone in the act, she said. Today, Zhang Kaihong went to town to buy things. After shopping, she saw it was noon, so she went to Song Jin's dorm to find him. Unexpectedly, she saw Song Jin hugging someone. Hearing this, Lu Tsuehua immediately sneered. I thought it was something serious. What's wrong with hugging? Maybe the woman outside saw my grandson is excellent and just wanted to get close. You can't blame my grandson for that, right? Zhang Saihong's face darkened. It's not a woman, it's a man. Then it's even less of a big deal. Sometimes guys play around and hug each other. What's strange about that? Lu Tsuehua said. Because of this small matter, you dragged your husband, who was working, back home in a rage. Zhang Kaihong. How can you be a good wife? Zhang Kaihong sneered. Playing around? When there's no one in the dorm, two men being affectionate is normal. Song Jin, do you want me to go on with the details? Don't you want to admit it to everyone? Zhang Kaihong stared at him coldly. Song Jin pulled his hair a few times, his face turning pale under the messy black hair. You don't need to say more. I admit it. What? Uncle Song almost fell off his stool. Lu Tsuehua was also stunned and asked tremblingly, Grandson, what is this? Song Jin did not answer them but looked at Zhang Kaihong with a feeling of relief. Zhang Kaihong, let's get a divorce. Divorce? Why should I divorce? I don't want a divorce. Song Jin didn't expect her to react like that. If you don't want a divorce, then what do you want? You want you to quit your apprentice job at the factory and come back to the village to farm and earn work points to support me. After saying this, Zhang Kaihong looked at the others. And we will divide the household. I will live in the east room with Song Jin, and the others will live in the west room. Every year, you will also give me some grain. Song Jin frowned. I don't agree. Our parents are still living together, and my younger brother is only about 10 years old. Pfft, what do you mean parents are still together? My eldest uncle is separated from your family too, and after they separated, look how well they are doing. Everyone looks healthy and happy. Zhang Kaihong looked confidently at the whole family. If you all don't agree, I will tell the whole village and everyone at the factory that Song Jin did something shameful with a man. Don't, you must not say that. Uncle Song quickly waved his hand. Such a shameful thing. If others find out, it will be a stain on us for life. Lu Tsuehua also dared not speak loudly and suggested, The West Room is small. With so many of us, how can we all fit? Can you two live in the West Room and the rest of us in the East? No, Zhang Kaihong replied firmly. She wanted to say more but was interrupted by loud knocking on the door. Uncle Song's family, come out quickly for the meeting. Didn't they say earlier to come out later? Why haven't you come out yet? Li Shengli's voice came from outside. Uncle Song felt like he was given a reprieve. Okay, we'll come out right away. Uncle Song saw this as a good excuse and quickly slipped away. When Song Wan returned, she found the village bustling with activity. It turned out the village chief was organizing everyone to go to the field for a meeting. She and Yongbin arrived just in time, turning their direction toward the field. After everyone gathered, the village chief knocked a few times on his gong and began to speak. Dear villagers, today's meeting is about a very important matter. That is about Comrade Yongbin from our village, who has been fighting against the locust disaster and the resulting famine, leading the way with dedication and hard work, assisting the higher authorities. We made great contributions during the disaster. The organization awarded Comrade Yongbin a Medal of Honor and named him a model worker. Therefore, Comrade Yongbin has become the pride and glory of our Dongshui village. Let's pay tribute to the model worker. The old village chief spoke passionately, and the young men close to Yongbin also looked excited. As soon as the village chief finished speaking, they cheered happily. Model worker, model worker. Their cheers grew louder, drowning out other sounds. When they realized there was chaos behind them, some people had already been hurt. Someone's hurt. Someone's attacking with a knife. When everyone heard about the knife, they all panicked. Even the best fighters are afraid of kitchen knives. The crowd instinctively ran in the opposite direction. Yongbin heard the commotion, quickly arranged for Song Wan and her family to be safe, then turned around and ran toward the scene against the crowd. Yongbin is tall and strong, which made him stand out. His reverse movement was even more noticeable. Protect my father and the vulnerable around us. I'll go help, Yongbin said. Li Shengli found a thick wooden stick on the ground and followed him. Seeing this, the young men in the village also picked up stones and sticks as weapons, rushing after Yongbin and Li Shengli. Yongbin has trained in the mountains for years, developing quick skills. With many people, they quickly subdued the attacker. Once the situation was under control, curiosity took over and people cautiously moved closer. Song Wan also moved with the crowd. The 4 men attacking with knives were now pinned to the ground, unable to move. The weapons they brought, like kitchen knives and hoes, were confiscated. 2 young men held them at a safe distance to prevent further trouble. Besides these 4, there was one more person on the ground, Song Jin. He looked pale and couldn't speak. Lu Tsuehua and Aunt Song were helping him bandage his bleeding wounds. Even so, the person on the ground, unable to move, was still cursing at him. Song Jin, you little troublemaker. You caused my son to go to jail. I will never forgive you. Zhang Kaihong, who had been standing nearby in shock, finally snapped out of her daze. She looked frightened and said, Uncle, cousin, are you all crazy? It turned out that these 4 people were Zhang Caihong's uncle and cousins. The older man spat and said, You, who caused so much trouble, don't call me uncle. Zhang Kaihong was stunned by the harsh scolding. At that moment, the village chief came over. He spoke sternly, I am the village chief of Dongshui village. Why are you outsiders coming here to hurt people without reason? The man on the ground struggled to lift his head. It's not without reason. I came here specifically to settle the score with Song Jin. The older man briefly explained the situation. It turned out that a few months ago, Song Jin took 200 yuan from him, promising to help find his son a job in town that paid a monthly allowance. Getting a job in town and receiving a subsidy was much better than farming at home, so he happily paid, and his son went to work in town. But recently, he found out that his son had been thrown into jail. They said he had accidentally killed someone during a fight and would be in prison for life. He didn't believe it. Villages often had conflicts, and young men would fight with hoes and tools. His timid son always stayed at the back, so how could he have killed someone? He went to the factory to find Song Jin and told him about this. Song Jin said he would help find a solution. But today, he heard from the police that his son would be imprisoned for life. How could he accept that? When Song Jin heard about this, he found it suspicious. Whether it was his brother from his dreams or Zhang Saihong's cousin, how could they all happen to accidentally kill someone? The Song family also remembered that Song Jin had come to their house earlier, saying he wanted to find a job for Song Woo. They exchanged worried glances, feeling scared. The older man gritted his teeth and said, Song Jin has caused my son trouble. Today, I am only after him. Don't get involved. I sympathize with what happened to your son, but that is no reason to come to our village with weapons to hurt people, the village chief said seriously. At this moment, the barefoot doctor returned home with a medicine box. He took out his homemade powder and first helped the injured person by applying medicine. The older man felt a bit ashamed when he saw this. He blushed and said loudly, There are so many of you. When Song Jin ran into the crowd, I accidentally hurt someone else. That's my fault, and I can pay for it. But Song Jin also has to pay for my son's life. The village chief was tired of this stubborn man. Next to him, Yongbin spoke at the right time. Big brother, are the 3 people here your son or close relatives? Of course. We fight like brothers. Why do you ask? The older man looked at Yongbin, and his anger eased a little. Just now, this man had easily knocked them down, and he was very strong. His wrists still hurt from a kick, and he felt a dull pain. Yongbin looked at the restrained men and thought for a moment before speaking softly. In our village, fights with other villages usually result in minor injuries and no one dies. It's just a dispute, and the police don't usually get involved. But if Song Jin is killed today, it would be murder, and he would be sentenced to prison or worse. Are you sure you want to risk 4 lives for one? But it was clearly Song Jin who hurt my son first. Yongbin shook his head. The law doesn't care about personal grudges or disputes. If someone is killed, they must be punished. Yongbin spoke calmly and clearly. After hearing this, the people from Dongshui village became more alert. They originally wanted to exchange Song Jin's life for theirs, but they didn't think about risking their own lives. Song Won saw this and stepped forward to support Yongbin. That's true. Big brother, your son was caught because he killed someone, right? Nonsense. My son is timid and wouldn't kill anyone. The man gritted his teeth in anger when talking about his son. Anyway, I am old. Even if I am sentenced, I am not afraid. I take responsibility for my actions. This has nothing to do with my other sons. I will exchange my life with Song Jin's. Even if you exchange your life, it won't save your son. Besides, you are risking 2 lives to save one. It's a bad deal, Song Won said slowly. Since you trust your son, why don't you go to the police first to clear his name? If that doesn't work, you can come back and exchange your life with Song Jin later. Song Won suspected there might be hidden reasons behind this and wondered if there could be a change in her son's situation. She could only offer a suggestion for a possible direction to try. You, who are cursed, how can you speak like that? Saying he should come back to exchange his life? You wicked woman. Lu Tsuehua was so frightened she didn't dare to speak at first, but when she faced Song Ruan, she wasn't afraid anymore and started scolding her. Shut up, the man glared at Lu Tsuehua. Today, I believe what these young people say. I will go to seek justice for my son. If it doesn't work, I will come back to make you pay. Seeing the man with his eyes nearly popping out in anger, Lu Tsuehua shrank back, afraid to speak further. The man looked at the village chief. Let them go, said the village chief. And remember to compensate the injured person. The men, now free, moved their arms and legs and approached Song Jin. What are you trying to do? Lu Tsuehua, protecting the injured Song Jin, asked nervously. The village chief frowned, about to have them separated, but the man spoke first. Besides paying for medical expenses, each of the injured will also receive 5 yuan. Who will pay for this? He looked at Song Jin, speaking firmly. Although it was a question, his tone was commanding. Song Jin's face turned pale. He moved his lips but didn't speak. Lu Tsuehua trembled, swallowed hard, and quickly said, We will pay. Good, you're sensible. Song Jin, you'd better help me get justice for my son these days, or else all of you will die. The man left with a threatening tone. The injured people, who had been cursing their bad luck, now felt happy because they received 5 yuan, equivalent to getting 100 eggs, and immediately cheered up. So, these injured people gathered around Lu Tsuehua, waiting for compensation. Lu Tsuehua was overwhelmed with worry. What made her even more anxious was that her son had already run off somewhere, and the barefoot doctor said Song Jin's wound was too big and needed to go to the hospital. Lu Tsuehua slapped her thigh and cried out, "Oh, listen. This is almost a life-and-death situation. I don't have time to give you money now. Please move aside. We can pay the money in a few days, okay?" Her crying was quite sincere, and the crowd around her, hearing this, felt it made some sense and started to step back. After Lu Tsuehua finished shouting, she cursed Zhang Kaihong a few times and told her to quickly ask the village chief to borrow a tractor. Seeing there was no more excitement to watch and that it was already very dark, the villagers dispersed. Back at home, Yongbin first pulled Song-won into the room. "What's wrong?" Song-won looked at Yongbin's behavior and felt it was a bit strange. It was already dark, and shouldn't they be helping to prepare dinner and eat quickly? Besides, all the things she bought today were still in her space, and she hadn't found an excuse to take them into the kitchen. "I want to talk to you about something," Yongbin said as he sat her down on the bed. "What is it?" She remembered Yongbin had said he wanted to talk to her about something tonight. Yongbin pursed his lips and said, "My hand hurts." Song-won blinked and asked, "Did you hit someone too hard just now?" Yongbin was silent for a moment, sounding a bit pitiful. "No, I got cut while grabbing the kitchen knife." "What?" Song-won immediately became nervous.
Where?
"Let me see." Seeing her worried expression, Yongbin suddenly didn't want to continue. But Song-won was anxious and made him stand up to check. "There's nothing." "Where's the wound?" She looked over his clothes from top to bottom. Yongbin saw this and had to extend his hand. There was a small scratch on his thumb, with a little blood. Song-won paused, lazily sitting with her arms crossed. She raised her eyebrows slightly, calmly observing him. "Good thing you showed me earlier, or it would have healed by now." Yongbin looked at the scratch and sighed silently. The wound was indeed a bit smaller. "Tell me, what do you want to discuss with me?" Song-won looked at him curiously. She really wanted to know why he was using such a tactic to gain sympathy. After all, with his skills and strength, if it wasn't intentional, he wouldn't have cut himself. Seeing that her tactic was exposed, Yongbin sighed helplessly and spoke. "After the college entrance exam is restored, I might not be able to go to university with you." Song-won paused and asked, "You're not planning to take the university entrance exam?" "No, I plan to take the National F Military University." Once the topic was opened, the rest of the words were easier to say. Yongbin continued, "I found out that the honor medal I received can offset my poor status. This way, I can apply to the National F Military University. But that university is in Harbin, far from the university you want to attend." Song-won snorted softly, showing a neutral attitude. "Is that why you hurt yourself on purpose?" "Honey, you're angry." Yongbin lowered his eyes and explained. "Yes, I'm angry. I'm upset because you don't trust me." Yongbin suddenly looked up. Song-won glanced at him and continued speaking. "You want to go to the university you like. Isn't that a good thing? Why do you think I would be angry? And you even hurt yourself on purpose over this." "What if you hurt yourself badly?" Yongbin quickly said. "It won't happen." "I was worried you'd be worried if I hurt myself badly, so I controlled how hard I hit. Otherwise, his plan to hurt himself wouldn't have failed." That Song-won clenched her teeth. "So, you think you have a reason?" "No," Yongbin quickly shook his head. Song-won hummed and continued with the previous topic. "I think you're overthinking a little. If you really want to go to university in Harbin, can I also apply to schools there?" "No, I don't want you to give up the school you want just because of me." He knew she admired the schools in B City. He saw how hard she worked to achieve that goal. Moreover, he wanted to become better so he could support her and let her do whatever she wanted without worries, not make her give up her dreams to accommodate him. "So, we might be living apart for a while," Yongbin summarized in a serious tone. As he said this, Song-ruan's heart sank and felt a bit chaotic. They had been together day and night recently, used to seeing each other everywhere. She never thought they would be separated. She suppressed her messy feelings and waved her hand. Tonight, you sleep in the guest room. Let's practice living apart for now. Yongbin. Meanwhile, Li Shimli was about to drive the tractor to take Song Jin to the town clinic. Only a few people in the village could drive tractors. Others refused, so he was the only one available. It was urgent, so Li Shimli didn't refuse. But after being with them for a little while, he already felt exhausted. He lifted Song Jin onto the back of the tractor, and throughout the whole process, Lu Tsuehua, Aunt Song, and Zhang Kaihong kept giving instructions non-stop. He asked if they should call Uncle Song to help and go to the health clinic together, but Lu Tsuehua quickly disagreed. He suggested they go back to get some bedding to cushion Song Jin, but they refused because of the tight schedule. Li Shimli sighed and silently turned to drive ahead, staying quiet. But as soon as the tractor left the village entrance and reached the main road, he was called back twice. First, they said he was driving too fast, worried it might hurt Song Jin's injury.
He slowed down.
Then they said he was going too slow, worried it would take too long to reach the town. He tried to speed up again. But less than 2 minutes later, someone from behind reached out and tapped his shoulder. What's wrong now? Li Shimli looked hopeless. Stop the car for a moment, Zhang Kaihong said. Hearing this, Li Shimli calmly pressed the brake. They weren't in a hurry, and neither was he. It wasn't his injury after all. After the car stopped, 2 people ran over from the small road on the right.
Dad, Mom.
Zhang Kaihong waved. It turned out to be Zhang Saihong's parents. Lu Tsuehua glanced at them without greeting, half closing her eyes. Aunt Song didn't say anything either, as usual, like she was invisible, and now she was even quieter. The distance from the small road to the tractor didn't seem far, but it still took a while to walk. When the 2 reached them, they were a bit out of breath.
Dad, Mom.
Why did you come? Zhang Kaihong asked from the back of the tractor. Before her mother could catch her breath, she answered, We heard your eldest uncle brought people to cause trouble for Song Jin. We were worried something might happen, so we came quickly to talk some sense into them. Lu Tsuehua shrank to the side, muttering under her breath, By the time you come to persuade, the flowers will have withered. Lu Tsuehua's voice was soft, and Zhang Saihong's parents didn't hear her, nor did Zhang Kaihong pay attention. She started crying softly, saying, Mom, Dad, today my eldest uncle came and acted like a different person. He scolded me so harshly. The other cousins also ignored me, like they didn't see me. They never used to be like this, but now I don't know what's wrong. After Zhang Kaihong finally expressed her frustration about being scolded, she got to the main point. Mom and Dad, you need to be fair. Why is it my uncle's son being put in jail? What does that have to do with our Song Jin? Why did he come here and cut Song Jin like that? Cut him how? Let me see, Zhang Saihong's parents said, stretching their necks to look at the tractor. Li Shimli initially thought they might be overthinking, like an emperor not worried while his officials fussed. He wanted to see how long they would keep talking, but he didn't expect them to really be so talkative. He couldn't help but say, There's so much space behind the tractor. Do you want to come up and talk? Yes, Mom and Dad, come up quickly. I'll tell you everything slowly. So, what you just said wasn't slow enough, Li Shimli muttered silently, surprised. Zhang's father and mother climbed onto the back of the tractor. Lu Tsuehua, who looked like Zhang Saihong's uncle, was afraid and moved back inside, not daring to make a sound. She wondered if he might suddenly pull out a kitchen knife like his brother. After Lu Tsuehua stayed silent, the tractor was filled with Zhang Saihong's rambling complaints. In the end, she even told her parents about Song Jin coming out as gay. Li Shimli, listening nearby, thought to himself, Wow, and pricked up his ears. Zhang's mother angrily glared at Song Jin, who had his eyes closed. I didn't expect someone who looks so decent to be like this.
Ha!
Daughter, you should divorce this person quickly and come back home. Your parents will take care of you. Zhang's father also agreed. Divorce him, then find a good son-in-law to live with. Honestly, you should have listened to your father and found a matchmaker's son from the start. When Zhang's father was young, he was injured and only had one daughter. He always wanted to find a son-in-law who moved in, but his daughter was stubborn. I won't divorce him, Zhang Kaihong said, pouting. Why not? Zheng's father asked, confused. Because I don't want a son-in-law who moves in. I want to marry a gentle, scholarly gentleman type of man. Hearing this, Zhang's father was shocked. He shakily pointed at Song Jin and asked, "What makes you think he's a gentle, scholarly type? He doesn't seem to have that kind of aura. He doesn't even like women." Zhang's father's words were confirmed by Li Xingli, who nodded silently while driving. They grew up in the same village, and Li Xingli couldn't see any sign that Song Jin had that kind of potential. Everyone would shake their heads when they heard this. However, Zhang Kaihong was not moved. "Anyway, don't try to persuade me anymore. I will handle my own affairs." Zhang's father frowned tightly. "How can you handle such things on your own? After this incident, Song Jin has a handle on me, so he dares not disobey me. From now on, I can say whatever I want. Also, I've arranged with the Song family to split up, and Song Jin will come back to farm and earn money to support me. The rest of the family will also give me grain every month. That way, I won't have to worry about food or clothing." Hearing her reasons, Zhang's father couldn't help but hit his chest. Zhang's mother also frowned and leaned close to her ear, lowering her voice. "Girl, besides not worrying about food and clothes, married life at night is also very important."
He
is like that?" Zhang Kaihong waved her hand casually. "Mom, I think that part of married life at night isn't really that interesting." Zhang's mother shouted loudly. "How can it not be interesting? Yes, how can it not be interesting?" Li Xingli wanted to listen more, but unfortunately, they arrived at the health clinic. He stopped the car, pulled the handbrake, then went around to help lift Song Jin out. At this moment, Lu Tsuehua, who had been silent all along, started giving orders again. Li Xingli didn't say a word, silently doing his work, honestly acting as a hard-working laborer. Finally, after they settled Song Jin into the clinic, the doctor asked for payment. The Song family said they had no money, so Li Xingli ran off without looking back. Being a hard-working laborer, he could endure this, but being the main victim was unacceptable. Hungry and upset, Li Xingli drove home. The same frustration was felt by Yang Bin. Since the last incident, Song Ron hadn't paid attention to him for a long time. Plus, she was preparing for her final exams, so she was focused on studying. He didn't dare to bother her. This situation lasted until after the exams, until the day the third sibling got married. Lin Aoshua had been feeling sick and vomiting due to pregnancy lately. So, on her wedding day, Song Ron went early to help. However, Lin Aoshua's family was quite well off, so during the wedding, there were plenty of people to do her hair, dress her up, and prepare the dowry. Song Ruan's main task was to take care of her unwell body and help run errands when needed. Yang Bin, as the third brother, naturally also helped out. Come on. The bride's family is here to make the bed." After bringing the bride over, they began to prepare the bed in the bridal chamber. Make the bed, fill the house with children and grandchildren. The woman called the 5 Blessings Lady came over, spreading the quilt while speaking auspicious words. "Scatter chestnuts, scatter dates, then children will run around the house. Wish everything goes smoothly. May the 5 children succeed in exams. May the 6 blessings be complete, and may the 7 children be united." Standing nearby, Song Ruan watched her friend marry her beloved, her face full of happiness. She felt glad for her. "Young lady, go bring a bowl of sweet rice balls. When the bed is ready, the bride will eat them." A voice interrupted Song Ruan's thoughts. "Okay, I'll go now," she nodded, clearly used to running errands. She stepped out of the room and headed to the kitchen. Yang Bin, seeing her leave, waited until he finished his work before going to find her. Recently, she had been practicing separation by pretending to sleep in the guest room, and because of her final exams, she had been focused on studying, so he didn't dare disturb her. He knew she was upset with him, so today, he was determined to make her happy. He couldn't imagine sleeping apart from his soft, gentle wife for even a day. "Comrade, do you know where the sweet rice balls for the bride are kept?" Song Wan looked around the kitchen but couldn't find the rice balls. Just then, she met someone at the door and asked. A young man saw a beautiful, bright girl asking and immediately blushed. Slightly nervous, he said, "I know where they are. I'll take you there." No need trouble yourself. I'll take her, a calm voice said. The young man looked up and saw the speaker's cold gaze, which made him feel uneasy. He then glanced at the girl asking for directions. She looked shy and deliberately turned her head away, avoiding eye contact. He quickly understood that these two knew each other and seemed to be having a little disagreement. Feeling disappointed, he simply nodded and left. After he left, Yongbin's face softened. He came over and gently took her small hand, trying to comfort her. Song-won hummed softly and deliberately pulled her hand back. She was still angry about what happened last time. Her anger wasn't about them living far apart in the future, but about him hiding his thoughts for so long before finally telling her. If she didn't show her true feelings this time, there might be many more chances for misunderstandings. Let me take you to get the rice balls, Yongbin said gently, with a tender tone. Song-won knew it wasn't the time for a serious talk. She needed to focus on the important task first. Okay, then you lead the way. They went together to get the rice balls. When they brought the rice balls to the bridal chamber, the bed-making tradition had just been completed. Come on, now that we have the rice balls, the groom will feed the bride. The matchmaker took the bowl from Yongbin's hands and handed it to the third brother. Usually playful and joking, the third brother now carefully held the bowl and did exactly as the matchmaker instructed. She smiled happily and said, "The bride eats the rice balls, and life will be happy and united." As soon as she finished speaking, Lin Aoshue felt a bit nauseous. She quickly covered her mouth and pushed the rice balls away. The third brother hurriedly set the bowl aside and turned to pat her back to help her settle her stomach. "What's wrong? Do you dislike the taste of the rice balls?" "Yes," Lin Aoshue managed to say, suppressing her nausea. "All right, then we won't eat the rice balls," the third brother said. The matchmaker looked a bit hesitant. "Groom, these rice balls are a symbol of good luck. It's better for the bride to finish them." "Then, can I finish them?" the third brother asked uncertainly. The matchmaker had no choice but to agree. "Yes, if the groom eats the rice balls, the marriage will be even happier and more united." This action made Song-won look at him with new respect. "I didn't expect the third brother to be so caring about his wife," Song-won whispered to Yongbin during the feast. "Who wouldn't care about their wife and children?" Yongbin replied casually, not surprised. He scooped a piece of meat onto her plate. "Try this jar of meat you like." This small, habitual gesture at home drew the attention of others at the table. Song-won felt a little embarrassed. She hadn't been feeling well today and didn't want to eat meat, so she hesitated to take it back to Yongbin. She lowered her head and started eating quietly. Before she had taken many bites, she suddenly felt a tight, uncomfortable sensation above her stomach. She quickly walked to the nearby trash bin and vomited out the meat. Yongbin also followed her. At the moment she vomited, a disturbing image suddenly appeared in Lin Aoshue's mind. Yongbin was both surprised and happy, looking at her with disbelief. Song-won also seemed to realize what was happening and looked back blankly. Their eyes met, and both of them had the same thought. Could she be pregnant? Impossible, right? "Haven't you always been careful?" Song-won shook her head at him. Yongbin cleared his throat, taking a long time to calm the turbulent thoughts in his mind. "That kind of protection isn't foolproof. There's a very small chance it might fail." Song-won blinked her long eyelashes, feeling a bit dazed. Yongbin reached out and gently bent down to look directly into her eyes. "How do you feel now? Do you still feel nauseous or want to?" He was very worried about Song-won's condition, especially after seeing her look unwell earlier. She looked into his dark eyes and shook her head. "I'm okay. I just felt a bit uncomfortable above my stomach earlier, but now that I vomited, I feel fine." "Good. Maybe the food at the banquet didn't agree with your stomach. Let's go home. What do you want to eat? I'll cook for you. You're tired today, so rest well. We can go to the clinic tomorrow, okay?" His calm and steady voice made her heart, which had been pounding faster, settle down. Seeing her nod, he continued, "There were many people at the banquet. Wait here for me a moment. I need to talk to Laosin first." Song-won suddenly felt fragile, but she listened to Yongbin and ate her fill. "Okay. Please also tell Xiao Shui for me." After they agreed, Yongbin went to briefly explain the situation to Lao San, then took her home. On the way, Yongbin was very careful. Several times he thought about carrying her back, but since they were on the street, Song Won refused. Fortunately, their home was close to Lao San's, so they arrived quickly. As soon as they got home, Yongbin gently picked her up and carefully carried her back to the room, placing her on the bed. Lie down and rest for a while. I'm going to cook now. What would you like to eat? Just something light, maybe some plain porridge and a fried egg. Yongbin helped her tuck in the blanket. All right, I'll go now. Remember not to run around. Song Won. She feels like she's being treated like a child. After giving her careful instructions, Yongbin went to the kitchen to prepare food. Soon, Song Won and Song Woo arrived. Yongbin, it's done. When Song Woo saw Yongbin, he couldn't help but smile brightly. The wood factory you introduced a few days ago, we've been negotiating, and today we finally made a deal. They decided to buy our peanut brittle, and together with the factory's tea and tissues, it will be considered worker benefits. Song Woo finished speaking in one breath, and Song Won also looked happy. That's great. Yongbin responded calmly, still busy with his work. He wasn't surprised at all that this deal went through. This year, there has been a famine around their town, and the limited supplies for worker benefits are part of the reason more people are turning to the black market. Plus, they had prepared well in advance, so it was no wonder that Song Won and Song Woo could close the deal. Song Won noticed Yongbin was cooking at this time and found it strange. Aren't you going to a banquet with your little sister today? Why are you cooking now? Yes, we came back early because we didn't eat. Is your little sister at home too? I'll go find her and tell her this good news. When Song Woo heard that Song Won was also at home, he turned to run upstairs. Yongbin quickly stopped him. Second brother, wait. Song Woo was stopped and asked back, what's wrong? Did something happen to my sister? Hearing this, Song Won's expression also became serious. Yongbin hesitated for a moment and explained, Xiao Wan is resting in her room. Don't disturb her now. She vomited today after eating, and I'm not sure if she's pregnant. Pregnant? Pregnant. Song Woo's face went from stunned to clear and then to happy. My little sister is going to have a baby. Have you seen a doctor? Song Won also asked. Not yet. She was busy all day today. I'm worried she's too tired, so I want her to rest and go see the doctor tomorrow. Song Won nodded slowly. Yes, that's right. Then Song Woo and I will go back first. Don't disturb her rest. You should tell her not to rush back to the village to avoid tiring herself. Tomorrow, we will bring some nourishing food to talk to her properly. Yes, let's quickly go and tell our parents about these good news. Song Woo said happily, pulling Song Won to leave quickly. Yongbin smiled as he stirred the beaten eggs and cooked them. When he finished preparing dinner and went upstairs quietly, he found Song Won asleep. He kept the porridge and vegetables warm in the pot, waiting for her to wake up before eating. Then he took some time to tidy up the house, putting away things that might be easily bumped or knocked over. After finishing these chores, he went upstairs again, and Song Won slowly woke up. Yongbin hurried downstairs to serve dinner. Wife, just sit on the bed and eat. He moved a small table in front of the bed and placed the dishes on it. Then, he quickly went to the guest room to bring his clothes back to the main bedroom, and without waiting for Song Won to refuse, he went to take a shower. Song Won. That night, as they slept, his warm body leaned against her from behind. Yongbin's body is usually quite warm, so when he got closer, Song Won felt completely warm and very comfortable. But she couldn't help but hum softly, aren't we still getting used to living apart in different places? Why did you come back to sleep? Wife, I was wrong. His voice was lazy, deep, and magnetic. I'm not going to Haas City anymore. I will stay with you and the kids. Hearing this, Song Won was surprised. She quickly turned around, a little anxious.
I didn't mean that.
I'm just upset because you lied to me out of your own assumptions. It's not about you wanting to go to Haas City. Yes, I understand. Yongbin's lazy voice carried a satisfied smile. He moved closer again, gently placing his hand on her flat belly. But I don't want to go to Haas City now. I want to stay with you and the kids. I don't want you to bear the burden of raising the children alone while I'm not around. That's not what I want to see. Even without involving military power, He could pursue a career in politics or business. As long as he worked hard enough, he could gather enough resources to support his family. With enough resources, there would always be a way to protect his loved ones. I hope you can attend the university you like and not give up because of me. Having a child isn't too hard. I have enough money, tickets, and food in the space. Raising a child is manageable. Also, I can take a break from school to go to your place. Song Won-shu kept talking about her ideas, turning her body slightly to show her determination. Since they were already close, her turn caused her gentle breath to brush against his Adam's apple. Yongbin suddenly stiffened. Memories from the past appeared in his mind. He hadn't slept with her for almost a month. Huh? What did you just say? Yongbin asked on purpose, his voice rough. He moved closer, instinctively searching for her lips in the dark. Song Won was unaware of the danger and kindly repeated, I just said I hope. Before she finished, her words were swallowed. She kept leaning back, and he quickly freed his hand to hold her back. After a long moment, Song Won finally found her voice again. Are we talking about serious things? That's also serious. We haven't kissed in a long time. Don't you want to? Well, I do want to. As she spoke, Yongbin couldn't help but lean in again. He was tall and heavier than her, so his arms stayed nearby to avoid pressing on her. But his lips and tongue were bold and reckless. After a while, he pulled back slightly, and Song Won hurriedly took deep breaths. His girl, who was on his heart, was in his arms, her arms softly resting on his shoulders, her chest rising and falling with each breath. No man could refuse such a wife, and Yongbin couldn't either. Darling, his voice was rough like sand, and he couldn't help but kiss her again. But this only made things worse, making both of them more restless. Before losing control, Yongbin suddenly got up from the bed and went to the bathroom. Song Won felt a bit dizzy and suddenly sensed a warm flow in her lower abdomen. She froze, pulled off her clothes, and looked. She realized she was having her period. As soon as she returned home, she heard her wife's voice saying, Yongbin, I've missed my period. Yongbin was surprised and a little confused. You've missed your period? Song Won nodded honestly.
Yes.
He stood there, thinking for a moment before asking, So, does that mean you're not pregnant? It seems so. Maybe I'm feeling sick today, because I haven't been resting well. Song Won looked down, feeling a bit sad. She had thought she was really pregnant, expecting to have a little baby soon, but it was just a misunderstanding. Yongbin's feelings were complicated. It wasn't disappointment, but more of a feeling of relief. At first, when he thought she was pregnant, he couldn't focus on anything else. He only wanted his wife and child to be safe and happy. But now that he knew she wasn't pregnant, he felt okay about it. Her body was so delicate and fragile. If she had been pregnant, he would have worried about her suffering. Yongbin's thoughts were mixed, but he quickly calmed himself and said softly, It's okay, wife. Not being pregnant this time isn't a big deal.
Don't be sad.
I'm not exactly sad, but I feel something I can't quite explain, she replied. Song Won muttered, then suddenly asked, Yongbin, aren't you angry? She could see he was happy when he found out she might be pregnant. Usually, he was so reserved, but today, his happiness was obvious on his face. How could I be angry? It's not your fault, Yongbin said gently. Yongbin, you really are the best husband in the world. No one is better than you. Song Won kept praising him, as if the words came naturally.
Deep down, she truly believed that.
Among all the people she knew, everyone reacted differently to such news. Some men might feel disappointed and sad. Others might blame each other or argue. Some might even get angry and fight. But Yongbin could quickly calm his emotions and move on. Being with Yongbin, she felt safe and happy. Even if he sometimes asked for too much, he always tried to make her happy first. He was truly a good person. Thinking about all this, Song Won couldn't help but smile foolishly. Yongbin couldn't help but touch her soft hair. The best husband in the world? Which part do you think is the best? Song Won. The next morning, in her hazy sleep, she heard sounds from downstairs. The weather was a bit cool in the morning. Yongbin usually liked to hold her while sleeping, but she always complained that he was like a stove, too hot. But this morning was just right. She felt warm behind her, comfortable except for his heavy arm. She shook his arm, resting on her. Yongbin, did you hear any noise downstairs? His lazy voice was full of sleepiness, clearly not fully awake. Song-won found it both funny and a little annoyed. What, Did you really hear something? Just then, someone downstairs started talking. If she heard correctly, it should be her mother and mother-in-law. Startled, Song-won sat up and looked at him with wide eyes. It's my mom and your mom's voices. Why are they here? Hearing this, Yongbin immediately woke up a bit. I think I told your older brother and second brother yesterday about the possibility of you being pregnant. Your mother probably knows, Song-won. That's so unfair. When she and Yongbin went downstairs, their mothers immediately came over gently, speaking softly and kindly. They also brought a lot of things like chicken, eggs, sugar, and pastries, all laid out on the table. Before any misunderstanding deepened, Song-won quickly explained, I'm not pregnant. I was vomiting yesterday because I haven't been resting well lately, so I feel a bit unwell. As soon as she said that, her mother's actions paused, and their happy smiles froze. No pregnancy. Yes, it's all my fault for talking nonsense. Yongbin quickly took over the conversation, explaining to both mothers, taking all the blame on himself. He described his tone with a bit of regret, a bit of disappointment, and a touch of forced strength. Because of this, the two mothers no longer cared about their initial disappointment and instead comforted him and Song-won. After everything was clarified, Song-won's mother found a chance to take her into the room. Mom, what's wrong? Song-won looked at her mother, curious about her mysterious expression. It's about Song-jin. Mother Song sat down with her daughter and carefully explained what had happened in Uncle Song's house these days. A few days ago, someone spread the news that Song-jin liked men. This kind of thing spread quickly, and soon everyone in the village knew about it, causing a lot of fuss. Now Lu Tsuehua was unhappy. She had previously agreed to Zhang Saihong's unreasonable condition for splitting the family, but now she refused and said it was because Zhang Kaihong secretly got close to her lover and spread rumors about Song-jin. Zhang Kaihong couldn't stand the slander either, so she revealed everything about Song-jin. After both sides exchanged accusations, it was clear that Song-jin liked men. After finishing her story, Mother Song couldn't help but sigh. By right, you've been married to Yongbin for so long. Why haven't you had a child yet? She looked cautiously at the door, then leaned close to her daughter's ear and whispered. Do you think Yongbin might like men like Song-jin? Of course not. Song-won was surprised by her mother's strange idea. Yongbin is very normal, I tell you. Mother, why would you think that way? You're right. Mother Song nodded reluctantly. I was just shocked by what happened with Song-jin. Now, I find myself thinking weird things about men. I never used to hear about such things before. Song-won couldn't help but laugh and cry. Mom, don't worry too much. Everyone has their own preferences and way of life. We definitely shouldn't get involved in Uncle's affairs, that's for sure, Mother Song said immediately, straightening up. Your second uncle's family is like a battlefield now, arguing every day. Who dares to get involved? Even the old village chief is busy with excuses, probably afraid he'll be pulled in to mediate. Hearing about Zhang Kaihong and her grandmother's current situation, Song-won also felt a bit sad. Fortunately, her family managed to avoid the conflict, so they wouldn't end up with a tragic ending like in her dreams. But still, when these two people meet, things are bound to be chaotic. While mother and daughter were talking, Yongbin came over and knocked on the door. Mom, wife, come down for breakfast. Coming, Song-won replied, and went out with her mother. On the short walk to breakfast, Mother Song kept glancing at Yongbin beside her. Seeing his broad bones and strong body, full of masculine energy, he is very different from Song-jin in every way. Additionally, he took responsibility for explaining that his daughter was not pregnant, showing he is a caring man, which makes him even more different from Song-jin. Song mother finally felt at ease and smiled happily. However, not having a child after so long is worrying. It seems she needs to prepare some nourishing food for them. Song Mother's gaze was noticed by Yang Bin, who couldn't help but quietly ask Song Wan. Did something happen in the room just now? Song Wan couldn't help but smile and told him about Song Jin in the village, also mentioning her mother's suspicions with a bit of schadenfreude. Yang Bin, even though you are suspected, don't be sad. Yang Bin looked at her mischievous smile, clenched his teeth, and whispered in her ear, in that case, I want to find a chance to prove myself. The word prove was clear and emphasized, causing Song Wan to immediately stop her teasing smile. Honestly, it's my mother who suspects you. Why do you need to prove yourself to me? Repayment of maternal debt? You're clearly just picking on the soft target. Song Wan scolded with a sharp look. I refuse to prove anything. Refusal is invalid. Yang Bin raised the corner of his mouth, his smile at the corner of his eyes mysterious. After learning that Song Wan was not pregnant, the two mothers finished breakfast and then planned to buy some things. In the afternoon, they would go back with the village tractor. They had also come out this morning with the tractor. Recently, the third child has been busy, so Yang Bin naturally has to handle some matters and go about his work. Song Wan, among the many things they brought, took some red date cakes, peanut brittle, and a small jar of preserved meat, planning to visit Principal Zhou's house. She was able to attend school thanks to Principal Zhou, who had always invited her to his home. But this semester, her weekends were busy running between the town and home, with many things to do, so she had no time. Today, she decided to bring some food to thank him, since a teacher's guidance lasts a lifetime. Song Wan only knew the approximate address, so after reaching that street, she asked around for a while before finding Principal Zhou's house. Knock, knock, knock. Song Wan knocked on the courtyard door. To Song Ruan's surprise, the person opening the door was a young man in his 20s or 30s. Fearing she had gone to the wrong place, Song Wan quickly asked, Comrade, hello. Is this Principal Zhou's house? When Jolie opened the door and saw the girl at the door, his eyes showed a hint of surprise. But when he saw the things she was holding in both hands, he immediately decided she was here to deliver a gift. A nice girl like her shouldn't be giving gifts like this. Jolie couldn't help but feel a bit disappointed. Principal Zhou doesn't accept gifts. Please go back. He then closed the door. Song Wan looked at the closed door, feeling a bit confused. She placed the small jar on the ground and knocked again. The door opened once more, and it was the same person. I told you Principal Zhou doesn't accept gifts, he said coldly. I'm not here to give a gift, Song Wan said instinctively. Jolie glanced at the paper package in her hand and the small jar on the ground. His meaning was clear without words. Song Wan hesitated. These aren't gifts. Jolie crossed his arms and leaned against the doorframe, looking at her calmly, waiting for her to continue. It was as if he was saying, let's see how you explain this. She felt there was a misunderstanding between them, but it wasn't serious. It could probably be cleared up. She patiently explained, these things are indeed for Principal Zhou and Madame Zhou, but they are not the kind of gifts you might think. They are to thank. Just as she was explaining in detail, Principal Zhou came back from outside. Song Wan, you finally decided to come and see us. He smiled warmly at her and then gently said to the woman beside him, this is the girl I told you about, the one who sold me the 100-year-old ginseng. The woman next to Principal Zhou was probably in her 50s, likely his wife. Madame Zhou immediately smiled and said, so you're the girl who saved me. Oh, you look so pretty. No wonder we are destined to meet. Madame Zhou liked her more and more. Why are you standing at the door? Come inside and sit. Come in quickly. Principal Zhou glanced at his son, who was standing at the door like a gatekeeper, and looked at him with disdain. Why is the girl standing there? It must be because of our unkind son. Jolie said. Jolie explained, I didn't know she was my mother's lifesaver. Principal Zhou said, now you do. Jolie nodded. Yes, I understand. Comrade, please come in. I was rude just now, and I apologize. He clasped his fists in a traditional greeting and bowed to Song Wan. While I was away, your century-old ginseng saved my mother. I owe you a favor. Song Wan, feeling awkward, returned a clumsy bow. You're too kind. Yes, that's better. Principal Zhou smiled happily at his son. Then he turned around and said, "Come in, comrade Song-won, let's talk inside." "Oh, okay." Song-won nodded, ready to pick up the jar of meat on the ground. Zhou Li quickly stepped forward and took the jar first. "Let me do it." "Oh, thank you." Song-won was a bit surprised by his change in attitude. "No need to thank me. I should be thanking you." Song-won felt a little embarrassed by their family's gratitude. "About the ginseng, I sold it to your father mainly to make more money. Please don't talk about owing favors or anything like that." Hearing Song-won say straightforwardly that she sold the ginseng to make more money, Zhou Li felt a better impression of her. "I promise. I owe you this favor. In the future, if you need help, just ask. As long as it's moral, I'll do my best." Song-won. "Really, there's no need." Mrs. Zhou looked at the two in front of her with a kind smile, helping a little. "Comrade, because of your ginseng, I was able to survive. It's fate, so you shouldn't refuse. My son doesn't have many strengths, but he's the deputy director at a food factory, so he's somewhat useful." Song-won was surprised. Mrs. Zhou was too modest. What does somewhat useful mean? Being deputy director at a food factory, others might be eager to get close to him. No wonder he was so guarded at first. Thinking of this, Song-won paused and asked, "Brother Zhou, does your food factory do food packaging?" Zhou Li nodded. "Of course. Then, how do you do your food packaging?" Although Zhou Li didn't know why a young girl was interested in these topics, he honestly replied, "It depends. Ordinary food packaging is still handmade, but now 4 machines are also used to make packaging like metal boxes." Song-ruan's eyes lit up at his words. When private business was allowed later, their family would definitely produce a lot of food, and mechanized packaging would be essential. "Big brother Zhou, I might really need to ask you about something in the future." "Is it about packaging?" Zhou Li understood and didn't refuse. "Like I said, as long as it doesn't violate morals, I will do my best to help." "Of course, it can't violate morals," Song-won said with bright eyes. "Big brother Zhou, they say words are not enough. How about we write it down and sign something?" Zhou Li hesitated. "Luckily, I have paper and a pen in my bag," Song-won said, opening her bag and taking out a notebook and pen, handing them over. "Here you go." He looked at her silently. "How should I write it?" he asked. "Let me read it out, and you can write it," Song-won said boldly. Seeing her son so engaged in talking with a girl, Mrs. Zhou happily signaled to her husband. "Old Zhou, our son is so busy with work at his age that he hasn't married yet. Today, he seems to get along so well with this young girl. Do you think they have a chance?" Principal Zhou looked up and replied, "Stop imagining things. She's already married." He had heard about it at school. Mrs. Zhou felt a bit regretful. "Married? That's a pity. I really like this girl. She's pretty and has good character." Zhou Li didn't hear what his mother was saying, or he would definitely have shown her what kind of girl she liked and what he had written about her. Song-won didn't know what others were thinking. She was the happiest. She didn't expect that giving something to the principal would bring her such a good reward. In the afternoon, she packed up her things and headed to the meeting point on the street, ready to go back with the village tractor. Since it was a holiday, she would return to the village soon, so she brought back many things. Song's mother and Yang's mother also bought a lot of things, carrying big and small bags. When they returned, most of the items on the tractor were bought by them. This naturally creates a very eye-catching scene. When they returned to the village, Wu Xing and Song Wen both came out to help carry things. Zhang Kaihong watched the scene from afar, feeling a bit jealous. Wu Xing used to be nobody in Shishui village, just someone mistreated by her stepmother, unable to eat well or wear nice clothes. But since she married Song Wen, her life changed completely. Now she doesn't worry about food or clothing, and her face looks healthy and bright. All of this, which should have belonged to her, now belonged to Wu Xing. In the evening, after dinner, Zhang Kaihong finally found a chance and stopped Song Wen, who was going out alone. It was the busy harvest season. Song Wen just wanted to visit the village chief to discuss some matters, but unexpectedly, he encountered this sudden trouble. When Zhang Kaihong stopped him, Song Wen immediately turned around and tried to leave. "Song Wen, stop right there," Zhang Kaihong shouted angrily. Recently, because she often argued with Lu Tsuehua's family, Zhang Saihong's voice had become sharper and sharper, sounding a bit harsh and sharp. Of course, Song Wen didn't listen. Everyone knew about her family's issues, and his mother kept warning him to stay away from that family. So he didn't stop. Instead, he quickened his pace to leave. Songwen, if you won't listen to me today, I will go talk to Wu Xing and tell her everything, she said in a cold tone, carried by the evening breeze, making Songwen feel a chill. Songwen stopped and looked at her with a frown, showing some disgust. What exactly do you want? Since Songwan came back today, Yang Mower kept pestering her, saying she wanted to make some snacks. Since she had free time, Songwan agreed and started thinking about what snacks to make. In the space's black soil, besides the usual crops and wild ginseng, they also planted many other things. Now, in the space, they had plenty of flour, peanuts, and various beans, so Songwan decided to make crispy snacks that kids love. She kneaded the flour with water for a while, then asked Yang Mower to take over, while she went to prepare the filling. Usually, crispy snacks are made only with flour, but Songwan wanted to add fillings inside. She made 2 types. One salty with bean paste and one sweet with peanut and sugar. Making snacks takes time, but when it's finished, I feel a great sense of achievement. Right after taking them out of the pan, Songwan bit into one without fear of burning her mouth. The taste is good. Filled crispy snacks are definitely tastier than plain ones. Yang Emoa ate several bites in a row, looking satisfied. Sister-in-law, your crispy snacks are really delicious, even better than everyone in the village combined. That's okay, Songwan said with a smile. Since they were filled with plenty of ingredients, it was no wonder they tasted good. Yang Emoer ate too, and then stopped, suggesting, Sister-in-law, maybe we should take some to Xiao Lei and Brother Songwen. Yes, that's a good idea, Songwan nodded. She had the same thought. After leaving some at home, the two of them happily carried the rest of the snacks and headed toward the Song family. On the way, they unexpectedly saw Zhang Kaihong clinging to her older brother. Songwen, I had a dream. It felt so real. In the dream, I was your wife, not Wu Xing's. I should be the one with you, Zhang Kaihong said excitedly. Hearing this, Songwan immediately put the snack jar into Yang Emoer's arms and rushed over. Songwen, facing away from Songwan, didn't see his sister. He listened expressionlessly as Zhang Kaihong finished talking about her dream, then spoke slowly. If what you say is true, I am glad that the person I am with now is not you. But Wu Xing, Zhang Kaihong felt a shock in her heart. Songwan also stopped, wanting to hear what her brother would say. I have known since I was young that I should take good care of my younger siblings, help my parents with chores, and take on the responsibilities of being the eldest son. Back then, my mind was only focused on family. Even studying was for practical reasons. Since I met Wu Xing, I started to have my own life, with her and our child. She admires people who are good at studying. After that, I suddenly realized that studying wasn't just for better work, but because I liked it, and because I liked her admiration. Meeting Wu Xing was my good fortune. If it were really true, as you said, that I am with you in my dreams, then the me in those dreams must be much happier than I am now. Songwen seemed lost in his thoughts, speaking each word gently. The gentle tone was almost painful, and Zhang Kaihong suddenly felt a fire rise inside her, making her head hurt. You're talking nonsense. Just because I am with you in my dreams doesn't mean I am happier than being with Wu Xing. You haven't even tried, so how can you say that? Zhang Kaihong yelled hysterically. But Songwen on the other side frowned and took a few steps back, looking like he was facing a big problem. This hurt her deeply, and all the frustration she had felt at the Song family over the past days burst out. It's me who should be right. I am your wife. You should be with me. Wu Xing's everything should belong to me now. Zhang Saihong's eyes turned red as she moved closer, about to rush at Songwen without thinking. Songwen frowned and reached out to push her away, but Zhang Kaihong clung to him, like glue from the side. Just as he was about to lose his composure, Songwan, like a little calf, rushed from behind Zhang Kaihong, using all her strength to pull her away and knock her to the ground. Zhang Kaihong was thrown to the ground and didn't get up. Instead,
She sat there crying loudly. You all are bad people. You bully me. Boo-hoo. Song-won never expected things to develop like this, and was momentarily stunned. But Song-won was not confused. She was very clear-headed and showed no sympathy for the crying Jang Kai-hong. Immediately, she stepped in front of her older brother to protect him. Panting heavily, Song-won said, Jang Kai-hong, if you want to cry, go home and cry. But don't think you can blame my brother for bullying you. I saw everything myself. Yang Imoer, who had just been frightened, quickly stepped forward and said, I saw it too. Don't think you can bully my sister-in-law and brother Song-won. Jang Kai-hong looked up from her arm, tears all over her face. Song-won, is your heart made of iron? The Song-jin family is bullying me. Don't you know? You heard what I just said. If Wu Xing hadn't interfered, I might have married your brother in my dreams, and I would be your sister-in-law. Song-won spat. Spit, spit, spit. How unlucky. If you want to be my sister-in-law, keep dreaming. The fate of the Song-jin family has nothing to do with you. Why are you pretending to be innocent and helpless? I won't fall for that. Whenever Song Soft thinks about Jang Kai-hong being her sister-in-law in her dream and harming her family, she gets so angry she trembles all over. She quickly grabs her brother and Yang Imoer, saying, Let's go, let's go. Hurry home and wash with yuzu leaves. I'm serious. That dream felt very real, she adds. Jang Kai-hong sits on the ground, staring coldly at Song-won's calm figure. Watching them walk away, she whispers to herself, Why don't you believe me? If it weren't for Wu Xing, I would be your wife. Song Soft goes back and immediately tells her family about Jang Kai-hong. Big sister-in-law, you should be careful. Who knows what Jang Kai-hong might do if she loses her temper. Jang Kai-hong shows clear hostility towards her sister-in-law in her words. Besides her sister-in-law and the children, the family is mostly tall men, so they're not afraid of Jang Kai-hong. Her main worry is her sister-in-law. Wu Xing nods seriously after hearing this. She's not afraid of Jang Kai-hong. If they really fought one-on-one, who would win is uncertain. But now she has children, soft, small, and fragile. That's her weakness. Song's mother also frowns, thinking for a while before coming up with a plan. How about this? During the upcoming harvest season, my sister-in-law and I will stay home to take care of the children and cook. The men can go to the fields. At noon, I won't go to deliver food. One of you can come back to pick it up, since they now have individual plots. Except for the eldest who needs to help with the big team's work, everyone else is working in their own fields. Sending one person to pick up food is enough. It's just that going up the mountain is a bit complicated. Ever since they were robbed when someone learned to make pastries, they've been extra careful with food production. To avoid suspicion, they built a shed on the contracted mountain land, and the workers there only help with certain tasks. The more critical steps, like mixing ingredients, are done by their own family members. So, family members often need to go up the mountain, and each trip takes a long time. Plus, I can go too. I can deliver the food, and I will protect my sister and my little nephew, Wu Lei says, raising his hand and standing up. Yes, I almost forgot about our little Lei, Mother Song quickly explained. You usually go to town with Sister Song-won for school, so I forgot. Wu Lei is very thoughtful. Song-won worries that he might feel upset because his mother forgot about him for a moment, so she looks at him quickly. But unexpectedly, Wu Lei looks normal and even seems happy. He counts on his fingers and says happily, besides delivering water and food, I can watch children, wash diapers, gather firewood, and pick wild vegetables. Wu Lei lists what he can do one by one. His once dull eyes now shine brightly, showing him a wider view of the world. Song-won breathes a sigh of relief. It seems that sending Lei to town to study, away from village rumors, was the right choice. Our Lei is really capable. Okay, let's do it this way. Mother Song agrees. After they decide on the harvest plans, Song-won takes a piece of paper from her pocket and shows it to her family. What is this? Curious, Song-woo asks. Guess, Song-won says with a smile. This makes everyone more curious. Song-woo quickly unfolds the folded paper. Name, Zhou Li, postal address, Xiangshan City, Xiangshan Food Factory.
Song-woo reads aloud. Who is this person? Song-won smiles mysteriously and doesn't say anything, looking a bit proud. Everyone laughs at her proud look. Song-woo, who is impatient, quickly asks, "Oh, my little sister, stop teasing. Just tell your good second brother, what is this person for? He thinks his sister always has a reason for what she does. Giving someone's contact info without a reason can't be for her future wife, right? But the name looks like a man's. It should be related to food," Song-won guesses, looking at the address. "Maybe this person can help us solve our food packaging problem." Right now, they package their peanut brittle with cut oil paper. Packaging is a big issue because good packaging can keep the food fresh longer. Big brother is the smartest, Song-won praises. You can ask Brother Zhou about food packaging, but don't trouble him too much. Just write down the problems you encounter and ask him for advice. As for opening the factory and buying packaging machines, there's no need for that right now, so she didn't tell her brothers about it. That's great. If we can improve the packaging and make the food last longer, I believe we can get more factories to buy our products, Song Wuxing said excitedly, his eyes shining with the idea of money. Seeing this, Song-won quickly jumped in, ready to take a hands-off approach. Second brother, you should focus on solving problems and communicating with others. I'll handle the rest. Song Wuxing didn't notice that his workload suddenly increased and was eager to get started immediately. He patted his chest and said, "All right, I'll take care of it." After that night's discussion, everyone became more careful when they went out. But since then, Zhang Kaihong stopped appearing in front of them as if she had disappeared, rarely showing up in the village. Over time, everyone relaxed and focused on the autumn harvest and making food. In Dongshui village, after the locust disaster, the villagers had their first harvest, and everyone was very enthusiastic, especially since many of them secretly had their own fields, and they were full of energy. Song Jin lost his job in the city and no longer received allowances, so he had to go back to the village to work in the fields. "Dad, why are the harvests now so scattered? Have I been away from the fields for too long? I don't remember the changes being this big." Usually, for easier supervision, everyone gathered to harvest a section of the fields together. After finishing one section, they moved on to the next. Now, people are spread out all over the village, working in different fields. It's hard to even find someone to supervise, and sometimes it's difficult to find someone even for a quick chat. What's stranger is that the labor is assigned based on families with different amounts of land, which seems more convenient for sneaky behavior. No one knows what the village chief was thinking. Strangely, most villagers didn't seem to mind at all. It's really full of strange things everywhere. Uncle Song straightened his back lazily and said, "How should I know? The village chief just does it that way. As long as I get my work points, I don't care. If it weren't for that mean daughter-in-law forcing him to work in the fields, he'd be in town drinking and bragging with his brothers. Had I known it would turn out like this, I wouldn't have married such a troublemaker in the first place." Thinking about Zhang Kaihong causing trouble at home and acting arrogantly, Uncle Song felt very angry. Song Jin paused, wanting to say something, but the words got stuck in his throat. He could only lower his head and work quietly. Uncle Song didn't notice his son's strange behavior and kept muttering to himself as he worked. Unlike Uncle Song, who was working slowly, the villagers were very busy because they had recently divided the land into individual plots. Some families finished breakfast early and went to work in the fields. The Song family was even busier, taking care of both farming and preparing food. Despite being so busy, the brothers still set aside 2 hours each evening to study. The harvest was in full swing, busy and fulfilling. Dividing the land encouraged everyone to work harder, but it also had some problems. After harvesting the wheat, threshing it became a challenge. Usually, all the wheat was spread out on a large drying yard, and a donkey with a stone roller would turn in circles to thresh the wheat. Now, each family had their own plot, and the few donkeys in the production team weren't enough for everyone. So, the village head called a private meeting. They decided that those who didn't have land would do other work. The remaining families would each use a section of the drying yard, where they would run a tractor bought last year to thresh the wheat. Families would send workers to operate the tractor in turns, depending on how much land they had. Those who couldn't operate the tractor would handle the other tasks. When it was time to thresh the wheat, many people would gather around to help. The village head son, Li Xingli, was the first to try. He was ready to run the tractor in a 360-degree circle on the large drying yard. But since it was their first time trying this, the actual operation was quite different from what they had imagined. He had to control the steering wheel often and keep the right angle, which required a lot of strength. Soon, Li Xingli started shouting that he wanted someone else to take over. "Brother Xingli, this isn't working." A skinny, dark young man who also knew how to drive the tractor stepped forward, unable to hold back. "Let me try, let me show everyone how it's done." Li Xingli forced a smile and said, "Li Yong, you little rascal, making fun of me. Okay, come on, you come. Hurry up, are you showing off? Let's see how you get embarrassed later." Li Xingli relaxed his arm muscles while pounding his arm, waiting quietly to see him fail. Sure enough, after a while, Li Yong stopped the tractor and sheepishly got out. He looked sad and sighed. "Wow, driving this tractor to thresh wheat feels so different from driving on the road. Nonsense. Usually, driving on the road is easy. But threshing wheat requires constant control of the steering, and the front of the tractor is so heavy and needs to be precise. It's not that simple." Although this made sense, the men in the village didn't believe it. Several men tried to drive the tractor, but almost all of them gave up quickly and threw their arms down in frustration. "This is too tiring. Turning the steering wheel is hard enough, and the shaking makes my hands numb. What should we do? Taking turns probably won't finish all day." A few men who knew how to drive the tractor gathered and discussed solutions. The old village chief saw this and frowned as he walked over. "Is this okay? You're not controlling the angle and direction well. If everyone takes turns at this pace, how long will it take to thresh all the wheat we've harvested these days?" Hearing this, a few young men immediately looked embarrassed. In the village, they were considered some of the best young people. That's why they were chosen to learn how to drive the tractor. Now that they hadn't finished the task, they felt a bit ashamed. "Brother Yongbin hasn't gone yet, right? He's strong and probably more persistent than us." Li Yong suddenly remembered his brother Yongbin and quickly shouted toward him. "Brother Bin, it's your turn to drive the tractor to thresh the wheat. Come on, Brother Bin." Yongbin's family had few members and they didn't own much land or harvest much wheat. So he could handle the wheat harvesting alone these days. Just then, Song-won wanted to help by arranging the wheat, but Yongbin had already taken over. Hearing Li Yong shout, he stopped and said, "Wife, it's my turn to drive now. Once I finish threshing this batch, I'll get off and help with the collection. You can sit and watch me work slowly." After giving a slightly lengthy explanation, he turned around and smoothly jumped onto the tractor. The men standing nearby thought Yongbin could last longer, but they didn't expect him to be so persistent. Most of the wheat on the big threshing ground had already been crushed, and he didn't seem to be changing places. After Li Yong was stunned, he immediately led the cheers, shouting, "Brother Bin is amazing. Yongbin is really impressive. Wow. Brother Bin is awesome. Keep going." With someone leading the cheer, others joined in, shouting and encouraging. Their cheers drew everyone's attention. But Yongbin, who was driving the tractor, didn't feel as easy as he seemed. The front of the tractor was heavy, and he had to control it carefully to make sure the big wheels and the stone grinder behind could roll over all the wheat. This took effort and focus. You could see that his arms, tanned from working, were bulging with muscles from the effort. Under the sunlight, the strong, smooth lines of his muscles showed through his clothes, making him look powerful and full of energy, radiating masculinity. The women who had experience in such things couldn't help but blush with embarrassment. "Yongbin really looks like a real man." "Yeah, he sure does." "He must be very brave," one woman said with a mysterious smile. Another woman nearby understood what she meant and nodded. "Yes, he must be very strong." One woman, while talking, glanced over at Song-won, the young girl from the Song family. "That girl from the Song family has thin arms and legs. Do you think that might be a problem? I also think their relationship might not be very harmonious. Think about it. They've been married for half a year, and her belly hasn't shown any signs yet." When she said this, others nodded in agreement. "Yeah, it's been over half a year, and she still isn't pregnant. When Song Ruan's mother came over, she overheard someone talking about her daughter's situation and immediately got angry. What are you saying? Half a year, and she isn't pregnant. A few people gossiping behind her froze when they heard her, then quickly dispersed. Nothing much, we didn't say anything, haha. Humph, always gossiping behind people's backs. Better to mind your own business, Song Ruan's mother muttered. Although she was annoyed by what others said about her daughter, she also felt a little worried herself. She was sure her daughter was fine, so the problem must be Yongbin. The next day, after finishing her chores, Mother Song quietly went to see the barefoot doctor, Uncle Zhou, in the village. That evening, Yongbin, who had been busy all day, was about to take a bath when he noticed his mother-in-law had come over. Mother, are you here to see Shaoruan? She's inside choosing styles with my mother and Mo Air. You can go straight in. No, I'm here to see you, Mother Song said, standing at the door holding a round aluminum lunchbox. Mother, is there something urgent? Why are you here so late? Yongbin frowned and quickly moved toward Mother Song. She handed him the lunchbox. This is specially cooked for you to help strengthen your body. Yongbin looked at the lunchbox, then raised his head. To strengthen my body. Yes, yes, Mother Song smiled. Even though you're young, you still need to nourish yourself. If you have children early, I can help take care of them. Yongbin immediately understood. Okay, thank you, Mother. He took the dark-colored medicine and drank it all in one gulp. Mother Song watched him finish it completely, then smiled with satisfaction. All right, I'll go back now. Song Wan didn't know what had happened in the front yard. She was now with Mother Yang and Mo Air, choosing clothing styles. The weather was gradually getting colder, so they planned to make 2 sets of clothes for each person at home. Since her third brother was skilled, she asked for his opinion. Unexpectedly, he drew a bunch of sketches of clothing designs for them to choose from. After selecting the styles, they went directly to buy fabric according to the designs, then made the clothes. This way, they could get the fabric colors they needed and choose styles they liked, both good things. They were very excited about the selection. Yongbin finished his bath and, with steam still on him, walked over to Song Ruan. His body, like a furnace, kept emitting heat, making the air around them warm and humid. Why did you take so long to bathe today? Come look, are these 2 outfits I helped you pick out nice? Song Ruan tilted her head and handed him 2 sketches of clothing styles. Yongbin took them, but didn't look closely. I like all the ones you chose. He placed the sketches back on the table and bent down to hold Song Ruan's left hand. Although protected by the table, and others couldn't see, Song Ruan's heart still fluttered. She widened her eyes slightly and asked, "What are you doing?" Her gaze also flicked toward Yang's mother and Yang Moer, worried they might notice. Yongbin didn't answer her question. His warm, broad hand didn't let go of her delicate hand. Instead, he gently rubbed her palm with his fingertips, making her feel ticklish. Song Ruan's face immediately turned red, feeling both guilty and nervous. But the main culprit, Yongbin, looked serious and proper. Everyone has been busy all day. Let's go to bed early. We can choose the clothes tomorrow. It's not too late. We're not tired, Yang Moer said, focused on her beautiful drawing, without even looking up. It's all the big brother's work. We're not tired. If you're tired, go to sleep first, big brother. Yongbin, rarely being silenced, hesitated. Seeing his usually serious face stumble, Song Ruan couldn't help but chuckle softly. This drew an ambiguous look from Yongbin. She quickly covered her mouth and blinked innocently, worried he might hold a grudge later. But his narrow eyes still shone with a deep light, making his thoughts hard to read. Yang's mother, watching their back-and-forth interaction, smiled knowingly and closed her drawing. Sigh, I'm tired too. Let's stop here for today. Everyone go to bed early. Yang Moer looked at the time and was surprised. Mom, it's only 8 o'clock. You're already tired? Yang's mother. Song Ruan's heart skipped a beat. She quickly pulled her hand away and hurriedly looked up. Sure enough, Yang's mother's expression was a bit strange. She must have noticed something. Song Ruan felt her face grow even hotter, wishing she could dig a hole and hide. Unlike Song Ruan's embarrassment and shyness, Yongbin showed no shame at all. He naturally followed his mother's words. If you're tired, go to bed early.
Shower one, and I will sleep now.
Shower one, are you sleepy too? He then placed his large hand around her waist, and she was easily made to stand up. Song Won lowered her head, afraid to look at anyone, and said hesitantly, "Yes, yes." But inside, she was still annoyed. She pinched his waist hard with her fingers. His waist was firm and hard, so she wasn't sure if she hurt him or not, hoping to get back at him. Yongbin didn't mind her mischievous hand. He just softly said, "Don't hurt your little hand." His dismissive attitude made Song Won feel underestimated. She was thinking about how to regain her confidence. Yongbin did not give her another chance. He walked quickly with her through the corridor into the inner courtyard, heading straight to the room. He smoothly pushed the door open and closed it behind them. Along the way, Yongbin's steps were quick but not frantic. He seemed calm. However, inside, he was burning with desire. As soon as the door closed, he pressed her against it and reached for her lips. Song Won felt her heart race. She knew what he wanted, but she hesitated. "Didn't you promise last night to control yourself a bit?" Song Won was about to give in, but she wondered why he still had so much energy at night, even though he did heavy farm work during the day. Every time she felt exhausted and wanted to sleep, he still didn't stop. "I did promise last night, but we shouldn't refuse my mother's kindness." He said this while his hand gently pressed on her waist. "Did your mother say anything?" A tingling sensation rose in her waist, and Song Won took a shallow breath. "Your mother brought some tonic medicine tonight and asked me to drink it." His voice sounded a little hoarser, but his hand kept moving. "Tonic medicine?" Song Won asked, ignoring the strange feeling in her body. "Yes, she probably thinks I am weak." His voice grew even rougher, and his eyes looked red. He gave a command. "Help me take off my clothes." Song Ruan's mind was still trying to understand why her mother thought Yongbin was weak. But her mind was a bit fuzzy, and she obediently followed his command. Yongbin looked at her confused expression and awkwardly unbuttoned his clothes. Finally, he couldn't hold back anymore and moved to help himself. His tall body bent over, covering her, with his lips and tongue eager. Under this playful teasing, Song Won became even more confused and quickly turned into a helpless mess. She had wanted to ask more questions but forgot everything. Late at night, Yongbin went out to boil some hot water, helped his sleeping wife wash herself, then returned to bed to hold her and sleep. After a few hours, it was morning again. Yongbin got up feeling energetic and dressed quickly to go to the fields. Song Won slept until late morning. When she woke up and saw the bright sun outside, she decided not to go help in the sunbathing area. She thought it was better to let Yongbin do it, so he wouldn't always be tired. Then, Song Won went to find Yang and took her to the town to buy fabric for winter clothes. She had enough money and tickets, so she bought extra fabric for both her family and Yang family. Because they bought a lot, the staff at the supply and marketing cooperative wrapped the fabric into a round shape to make it easier to carry. This way, she could pedal her bicycle in front, and Yang sat on the back seat, holding some fabric in one hand and supporting herself with the other. Is there anything else you want to buy?" Song Won asked as she turned her head. Yang sitting behind, shook her head. Then she realized her sister-in-law couldn't see her shake her head, so she spoke again. "I don't want to buy anything else." Besides the fabric for making clothes, her sister-in-law had already bought her pretty hair accessories, fashionable scarves, and her favorite white rabbit candies at the supply store. She didn't need to buy anything else. "Then come with me to the Manhwa bookstore to buy some books. After that, we'll get something to eat, then go back."
Okay, Yang Montaku said happily.
She was excited to see new places. Song Won turned the bike around and headed to the bookstore. She had bought many duplicate books and practice sheets at the scrapyard, and she had already finished many of them. She wanted to get some new ones to fill in the gaps. The Manhwa bookstore was in the center of the old street, so there were many people coming and going. When she finished buying books and came out, she ran into an acquaintance. "Comrade Song Won." "Hello, Principal." The person was Principal Zhou. Song Won quickly nodded and greeted him. "Since we're not at school, there's no need to be so formal. It makes things seem distant. When you sold me the wild ginseng, you weren't so polite. That was because I didn't recognize your importance back then, Song Wan said awkwardly. The person behind, Zhou chuckled softly, and Song Wan only then realized he was there. Big brother Zhou, you're back visiting family again. Yes, I can usually come back once a month. Still haven't thanked you for guiding my brother. You're welcome, just a small favor. Are you here to buy books? Zhou looked at her hand. Principal Zhou also looked over and saw the bundle of books tied with a string, with the large words, mathematics, physics, and chemistry series on top. He nodded happily. Good, good. You're a diligent student. You finished your exams and graduated, but you're still studying and practicing problems. That's true love for learning. Well done. Not really. Song Wan felt a bit guilty. After all, her reason for studying wasn't as simple as the principal thought. She was preparing for the college entrance exam. Thinking about the exam, Song Wan paused for a moment and then changed the subject. Actually, I'm still studying even after graduation. I wouldn't say I truly love studying. Oh, Principal Zhou was curious. I'm still learning because I believe the college entrance exam will be restored in the future, so I'm preparing for it. Cough. Zhou covered his mouth and coughed, pulling them a little further away from the crowd. Speak a little quieter about this. Yes, yes. Principal Zhou nodded, looking serious. Comrade Song Wan, tell me, why do you think that? As the principal of the local high school, if she had some inside knowledge, it could be very helpful for students, her family, and others preparing for the exam. But saying she knew it from dreams was unlikely. So, she casually analyzed with some references. History shows us that even though Qin Shi Huang burned books and persecuted scholars, the 100 schools of thought couldn't be completely destroyed. Zhu Yuanzhang abolished the imperial exams but reinstated them 10 years later. This shows that the country depends on scholars, so I believe the college entrance exam will be restored eventually. It's just a matter of time. That makes sense. Principal Zhou nodded. To make him feel more urgent, Song Wan quietly made up another reason. Also, I heard from friends in City B that there are rumors about the college entrance exam being restored soon. When these words were spoken, Principal Zhou's expression immediately became serious. That can't be guaranteed. It's just a rumor. Being too sure makes people doubt, and such rumors tend to stir up people's feelings. Sure enough, after thinking for a moment, Principal Zhou directly pulled Zhou to go into the bookstore. That means I also need to buy some books to prepare. If the day comes when the college entrance exam is restored, the school must have proper materials for it. Seeing the principal take action, Song Wan knew he was somewhat concerned about this matter, so she happily said goodbye to them. On the way back, she felt very happy. She kept praising herself mentally, thinking she was very clever and wise. However, when the car was driving on the village road, she saw Wu Lei nervously running toward the drying yard. Song Wan frowned and quickly drove the car toward him. As they got closer, Wu Lei saw Song Wan and Yang Imoer. Senior sister Song Wan, sister Imoer. Yes, Xiao Lei. Why are you in such a hurry? Wu Lei swallowed hard and, before catching his breath, hurriedly spoke. Senior sister Song Wan, my sister might be in trouble. The autumn harvest was coming to an end, and from everyone's uncontrollable smiles, it was clear this was a bountiful year. So, even the work of threshing wheat and shelling remained lively and enthusiastic. This morning, the men of the Song family went to work as usual. Wu Xing was inside the house wiping the table when suddenly a little girl from the village ran into the yard and specifically looked for Wu Xing. Aunt Song, Brother Song asked you to go to the mountain. To the mountain? Yes, the mountain where the village has planted many fruit trees, the girl said. Wu Xing understood immediately. Their family had contracted the mountain to plant fruit trees, but publicly it was said to belong to the village. They also made peanut brittle in a shed on the mountain. It was strange for her to be called there at this time. But Wu Xing didn't think much of it. She instinctively thought that Song Wen and his brothers probably couldn't get away today and asked her to go prepare ingredients. Xiao Lei, watch Xiao Bao for me. I need to go out for a bit. Inside the house, there was a straw mat. Wu Lei was playing with the little baby on it. Wu Xing told him and then took off her apron to leave. Passing by the kitchen, She peeked inside and greeted Mother Song, who was busy working there. The path up the mountain was familiar to Wu Xing. However, because it was fruit season, the trees were heavy with ripe fruit, making the whole hill look denser and more lush. It also seemed to hide some unknown danger. Suddenly, Wu Xing heard a loud noise. She immediately stopped and quietly moved toward the sound. Getting closer, she pushed aside the leaves blocking her view and saw that the noise was caused by a wild chicken that had slipped into the bushes. Wu Xing was surprised to see the wild chicken. Her eyes lit up, and she wanted to chase after it. But at that moment, a sharp gust of wind suddenly swept from the left, clearly heading straight for her, fast and fierce. Having grown up with little clothing and food, often wandering in the mountains to fill her stomach, Wu Xing quickly caught the movement. She instinctively rolled forward. The next moment, a large wooden stick, about the thickness of an arm and meant to hit her head, was avoided and instead struck the trunk of a nearby tree. Zhang Kaihong was immediately shaken, her arm numb from the impact. After rolling, Wu Xing quickly got up and looked back cautiously. Zhang Kaihong, seeing her cold, fierce eyes and the large stick clenched tightly in her hand, Wu Xing suddenly understood. You didn't ask Song when to come up the mountain. It was you. Yeah, Zhang Kaihong smirked, showing a triumphant smile. But now, it's too late to react, you fool. Zhang Kaihong stepped closer to Wu Xing, dragging the stick along the ground, leaving a scratch. Wu Xing, you wicked girl.
Thief.
Don't you know that Song should have married me? In my dreams, I am his wife. Zhang Kaihong became more and more excited, her face showing an abnormal smile. It seemed she was lost in her own delusions. Although the dreams are short, they must be real. In my past life, Song and I were truly married. It was you, this wicked girl, who stole him away. Wu Xing took a few steps back, quickly scanning her surroundings. The trees were dense, and there was a steep nearby. She thought for a moment and mocked, so, all these dreams are just daytime fantasies, huh? You're daydreaming here every day? Zhang Kaihong pointed at her with trembling breath. But as soon as she thought about the upcoming result, she immediately stopped feeling angry. A slightly crazy smile appeared on her face, and she made a sharp, sinister sound. As long as you die, Songwon will be mine, just like in my dreams. And everyone will think you fell off the mountain and died, while I will live happily with Songwon. His gentle gaze will be for me. So now you go die. Zhang Saihong's eyes were fierce, and she forcefully struck out with all her strength. At the Song family, Wu Lei, who was taking care of the children, saw Song Wu come back with food and realized something was wrong. Since Song Wu didn't call for Wu Xing to come up the mountain, it meant something had gone wrong. Immediately, Song Wu ran ahead to the mountain and sent Xiao Lei to inform Song Wu. On the way, he met Wu Lei. After hearing him explain what happened, Song Wu also gasped in shock. She didn't dare delay and quickly prepared to go up the mountain, sending Yang Moer and Wu Lei to the field to find someone. This kind of thing could only be done by someone as crazy as Zhang Kaihong. Zhang Kaihong was ruthless and decisive, and when she was furious, she didn't care about anything. She was hard to imagine in what state she was now. Song Ruan, with a heavy heart, ran desperately up the mountain. But when she reached halfway up, the scene in front of her made her freeze in place. On the ground about 2 meters away from her, Zhang Kaihong was lying on the ground and Wu Xing was sitting on top of her, one hand holding her down so she couldn't move, while the other was slapping her repeatedly. Stop daydreaming. Stop coveting my man. Stop trying to kill me. Today I'll show you who's really in charge. With each sentence, Wu Xing slapped Zhang Saihong's face, her expression looking just like a villain in a movie. Not only did Song Ruan freeze, even Song Wu, who had come up the mountain earlier to find someone, was stunned. His sister-in-law hit someone and he trembled. After all, she was usually very gentle, and he had never seen her so fierce before. Fortunately, he usually kept out of trouble, or he might have been the one slapped. Song Wu trembled and dared not think further. Isn't this supposed to be a rescue? Song Wu scratched his head, confused about how things had developed. He came to save his sister-in-law, but it seems he wasn't really needed. Song-won was different from her second brother. She was eagerly watching and admired her sister-in-law's brave actions. She thought it was very impressive. She called Jang Kai-hong crazy. She had hit a dead end. Now she wondered how she would act. Wu Xing slowly calmed down and stopped, still feeling a bit excited. Then she realized her younger siblings had all come to the house. Song-woo, Xiao-wan, you also came up the mountain? Yes, we came specifically to find you. Song-wan quickly changed the word save to find. Wu Xing stood up calmly, tidied her clothes, and looked normal again. Zhang Kai-hong, who had just been beaten by her, had messy hair, red cheeks, and visible finger marks on her face. Zhang Kai-hong was quite flexible. After Wu Xing stood up, she endured the pain and tried to sneak away. Song-won saw this clearly and shouted, "Don't let her run away." Wu Xing immediately turned around, ran forward, and grabbed her by the neck, pressing her knee down. Zhang Kai-hong, crawling forward, was pushed back to the ground with a loud thud. Wu Xing moved smoothly and naturally, showing she was skilled at catching wild animals. Song-won finally understood why Zhang Kai-hong was the one being beaten. "Ugh, let go, you wicked person." Zhang Kai-hong sobbed and shouted angrily. Wu Xing didn't show mercy and slapped her hard. Zhang Kai-hong immediately quieted down. Song-won smiled and hurried to help. "Sister-in-law, Zhang Kai-hong wants to hurt you. We must not let her go this time. First, take her to the village chief's house, then report to the police." "But I already..." Wu Xing hesitated. "Sister-in-law, this is self-defense. Zhang Kai-hong planned to harm your life. That's the real issue." "Yes, you're right." "Xiao-wan, I'll listen to you." Wu Xing nodded. What started as a rescue on the mountain turned into holding the main culprit, who had retaliated. At the foot of the mountain, a large group of people was coming this way, with Song-won and Wu Lei leading the front. Seeing Wu Xing was safe, Song-won, whose face was pale, finally relaxed. But he couldn't help but check her over, looking for any injuries. Others, seeing Zhang Kai-hong with a black eye and Wu Xing safe and sound, were confused. Isn't it said that Song-won's wife was tricked by Zhang Kai-hong and harmed? Why does it seem like the situation has turned around? Song-woo looked at everyone's eyes. After being taught by his sister on how to respond, he immediately explained. He focused mainly on describing Zhang Sai-hong's schemes and evil deeds. Finally, he mentioned a turning point, but luckily my sister-in-law is quite capable in daily life, so she wasn't harmed. However, for someone as malicious as her, our family will pursue this matter to the end. People tend to instinctively sympathize with the weak. After Song-woo's reminder, everyone overlooked Zhang Sai-hong's bruised face and paid more attention to her wicked motives. Li Xinli took a step forward and said confidently, "Brothers from the Song family, don't worry. Such evil acts are absolutely not allowed in our Dongshui village. However, this isn't the place to talk. We can go to my house first to handle this matter. We will definitely give you justice." Li Xinli's suggestion was naturally accepted by everyone, and then the group started to change direction. Zhang Kai-hong was being led by Song-won at the back of the line. She ignored others and kept her eyes fixed on Song-won. "Even though I was the one who got hurt, why do you care about her and not me?" Zhang Kai-hong started crying, looking truly upset. Normally, her pitiful appearance might have gained some sympathy. But everyone present knew what kind of person she was, so no one felt sorry for her. Moreover, her face was swollen and bruised, and even with tears, she didn't look weak. She looked quite unpleasant. But Zhang Kai-hong didn't know this. She still cried softly, "Song-won, in my dreams, I am your wife. I really am." Hearing this, Song-won slowed his steps on purpose. After pulling away from the others, he leaned close to Zhang Sai-hong's ear and said, "In your dreams, I am your brother's wife, yes. Song-won, you have to believe me." Finally, someone acknowledged her dream. Song-ruan's tone was calm, but with a malicious smile. He asked, "So, in your dreams, what kind of person is my brother? Is he like now, full of warmth, with a happy family?" He asked her carefully, and the smile on Zhang Sai-hong's face gradually froze. Song-won continued, it probably isn't true, right? If the person with my older brother isn't Wu Xing, but someone narrow-minded and willing to do anything to achieve her goals, then my brother must be suffering. Because you are my brother's nightmare, but Wu Xing is his dream. Song Ruan's words felt like a sharp knife stabbing deeply into Zhang Saihong's heart. Her body couldn't help but shake. Because Song Ruan was right. In her dreams, Song Ruan was not like he is now. He would often frown. He would frequently hold his head with both hands, looking distressed. The villagers saw the commotion and stopped their work to come and ask what was happening. Song Wu told everyone that no matter who asked, he would vividly describe Zhang Saihong's evil plan to harm. Soon, almost everyone in the village knew that Zhang Kaihong tricked Song Wen's wife into going up the mountain, intending to beat her to death and then fake her fall. In this time period, people often gossiped about neighbors and had disagreements or fights, but no one had ever planned to harm someone and then fake their death like this. "Isn't this something you'd see only in plays?" someone said. "Yes, it's so cruel. Oh my, if Song Wen's wife really died and no one knew, wouldn't we be living with a murderer hiding among us? Ugh, just thinking about it is scary." At this moment, everyone still couldn't forgive the idea of murder. Initially, when they saw Zhang Saihong's face full of injuries, they felt some sympathy for her. But now, they all avoided her and secretly pointed fingers, thinking she deserved it. This kind of plot involving harming someone was very eye-catching. So, most people stopped their work and gathered at the village chief's house to watch. "Zhang Kaihong, do you admit to trying to harm Song Wen's wife, Wu Xing?" the old village chief asked again. The story was retold, and he questioned her. Zhang Kaihong didn't answer. She seemed to not hear the voices around her, only staring absent-mindedly in Song Wen's direction. She didn't speak, but her family members certainly did. Lu Tsuehua directly accused her. "Stop talking nonsense. Are you saying my daughter-in-law Song Jin wants to harm Wu Xing? Has she died? Was she harmed? No, right? I also said it was Wu Xing who wanted to hurt my daughter-in-law. That's right. It must be Wu Xing, that little troublemaker, who tried to do harm. Look at what she did to my daughter-in-law." Lu Tsuehua spoke loudly, but the old village chief was used to her and remained calm. After she finished, he said confidently, "The villager's granddaughter said that Zhang Kaihong gave her candy and told her to call Wu Xing out from Song Wen's house. Also, they found a stick on the mountain that Wu Xing mentioned. Both witnesses and evidence are there." Hearing all this, Song Jin felt complicated inside. His father didn't have a wife, his younger brother was still small, and he was the only adult man in the family. So he had to step in and speak. "Village chief, this kind of thing can't be proven just by words. Even if we can prove that my wife called her out, it doesn't mean she wanted to harm anyone. And Wu Xing hasn't been harmed either."
Ha.
If something had really happened, you wouldn't be here arguing. Instead, you'd be hiding in the shadows, secretly laughing as a criminal, Song Ro calmly added, emphasizing the fact that Zhang Kaihong wanted to do harm. "You, cursed with bad luck, what nonsense are you talking about?" Lu Tsuehua glared at Song Ro with a fierce look. Then, encouraged by her grandson's support, Lu Tsuehua became even more confident. "I'm telling you all today, there's no way we killed anyone. And this isn't over. I will also sue you for hitting my family members. You must pay us compensation." Lu Tsuehua's cloudy eyes shifted, and she pointed at Song Jin's father in the crowd. "Bao Gua, your daughter-in-law was aggressive and hit someone. You owe 200 yuan for medical expenses." Lu Tsuehua demanded a huge amount right away. Since Song Jin's father had broken off relations with Lu Tsuehua, he hadn't spoken a word to her. He just shook his head faintly and said, "Impossible." Hearing this indifferent reply, Lu Tsuehua was so angry she was gasping for air. It was like falling into a trap, feeling both suffocated and furious. Seeing Lu Tsuehua still trying to twist the truth and threaten to sue for compensation through her father, Song Ro's eyes turned cold. She leaned close to Zhang Saihong's ear, her voice filled with a tempting tone. "Zhang Kaihong, do you dare not admit that you plan to harm Wu Xing? Because you recently had a dream, and you think Wu Xing stole your love and your happy dreams. So you believe that as long as she is gone, you can take her place. Isn't that right?" Because you recently had a dream. She stole your happy dreams. As long as she is gone, you can replace her. Song Ruan's words echoed like a spell in her ears. Each sentence was like her deepest inner voice. Zhang Kaihong looked up. Song Wen, tall and slender, stood beside Wu Xing, frowning as he asked her something. But even so, it couldn't hide the fact that he was softly whispering to her. He stood among the crowd, his elegant demeanor very noticeable, unlike any of the village folks. Yes, it was my plan. I just wanted her to die. Zhang Saihong's voice was soft, but everyone fell silent at once, all eyes turning toward her in the yard. You're right. She stole my happy dreams. I am not Song Wen's nightmare. I am his dream. I am Song Wen's wife. Ha, do you know? I am Song Wen's wife. Wu Xing stole my life. I am not a nightmare. I am not Song Wen's nightmare. Zhang Kaihong kept talking obsessively, her eyes red and wild, looking a little crazy. As soon as she said this, everyone started whispering. She admitted it. She really wants to hurt someone? How scary. Is Song Jin's wife crazy? She says she's Song Wen's wife. Does she have some mental problem? Yeah, look at her. She must be crazy. People whispered to each other, pointing at her. Lu Tsuehua twisted her body and quickly ran forward, covering Zhang Saihong's mouth. She's mentally unwell. Wu Xing hit her, so she's confused, you know? People with mental issues can't be trusted when they speak. Seeing that Zhang Kaihong, this fool, actually admitted it, Lu Tsuehua felt nervous, but her voice grew louder. I tell you, Zhang Kaihong is confused. If you don't pay me, I will report you. I will go to the police station in town and tell on you. Lu Tsuehua pretended to be brave. But as soon as she finished speaking, the crowd outside really parted from both sides. 2 police officers in uniform slowly walked in. Villagers usually fear the police the most. Everyone held their breath and watched quietly as things unfolded. Lu Tsuehua was also stunned. She only wanted to scare them a little, but now the police had really arrived. Does anyone know who Song Jin is? A police officer in uniform asked. Nowadays, ordinary people feel a kind of respect when they see police uniforms. When he asked, Song Jin in the crowd was immediately pushed out by others. That's him. That's Song Jin. Song Jin looked a bit panicked. After being pushed out, he immediately tried to push back in. But the police didn't give him a chance. One officer quickly stepped forward and firmly grabbed his wrist. Are you Song Jin? Song Jin looked around, swallowed hard, and then said, Yes, I am. The police officer who grabbed him said coldly, Comrade Song Jin, we suspect you are involved in a serious crime. We need you to cooperate with the investigation. As soon as he said that, everyone started whispering and talking among themselves. Another murder? How come Song Jin and his wife are involved in this? Shh, don't speak so loudly. They're capable of killing people. If someone hears, it could be trouble, said an ant, making a slicing gesture with her hand. I'm not afraid, someone replied bravely, but they didn't dare to say more. Everyone was both scared and curious, showing their feelings clearly. I didn't kill anyone. It wasn't me. Song Jin refused to go. Yes, comrade police, this must be a misunderstanding, Lu Tsuehua said, trembling. Although she was usually loud and good at causing trouble, she was really afraid of the police. But for her grandson, she forced herself to speak, though her trembling voice revealed her fear. Whether it's a misunderstanding or not, we'll find out after the investigation. Now, we need to take Comrade Song Jin for questioning. Please cooperate. After saying this, the 2 police officers took him away, one on each side. Everyone automatically made way for the police, and even their private whispers became quieter. Song Ruan looked at Song Jin being taken away and guessed that it was probably related to her cousin Zhang Saihong's imprisonment. She didn't expect that just mentioning it casually would lead Zhang Saihong's uncle to actually investigate his son's imprisonment. Although she didn't know exactly what role Song Jin played, whether in dreams or in real life, Song Jin was definitely involved in this matter. This could be seen as a form of karma. Police officer, this person planned to kill someone and has already confessed. Can we also arrest her? When the police officer passed by Song Won and Jong Kai-hong, Song Won immediately spoke up. Jong Sai-hong's eyes widened in shock. She didn't expect Song Won to be so ruthless, and her anger made her somewhat clearer-headed. Song Won, you wicked woman, you want to send me to the police station? Are you more wicked, or am I? Song Won rolled her eyes and ignored her. Although her sister-in-law was fine this time, what about next time? And it was true that she wanted to kill someone. If she didn't send her to serve time, she might really think this place is her own. The police looked at them, then at the scene, and an older officer nodded. All right, let the relevant person come out with us to give a statement. The two police officers arrived on bicycles, but in the end, they all rode a village tractor together with several people. Besides Song Jin and her, Song Won also went with Wu Xing to the town police station to give a statement. No one expected that this lively scene would end like this. All right, everyone disperse now. Those who need to work, go back to work. Seeing the tractor leave, the village chief started to shoo people away. After the excitement was over, everyone left in small groups to continue their daily chores. But privately, after meals, people still gossip about what happened. However, after a few days, new rumors appeared. It was said that Lu Tsuehua had a She couldn't walk properly anymore and couldn't speak clearly. She had to stay in bed all day, cared for by others. Hearing that Lu Tsuehua was both a murderer and had a Song Heir's family immediately took her back home. So, the responsibility of taking care of Lu Tsuehua, feeding, bathing, and so on, fell to Song Heir's uncle. Moreover, Song Heir's uncle, who had lived a life of comfort, was not used to doing such chores. Within a few days, they went to Aunt Song's family home, begging for the daughter-in-law to return. But they refused no matter what. Uncle Song even directly handed over his youngest son to them and then ran to town to hide. He only came back once every 1 or 2 days. Soon, Lu Tsuehua's family started to smell strongly of and waste, so much that people far outside could smell it. However, after a few days, the smell disappeared. Some people suspected Lu Tsuehua might have passed away, so they dared to go inside and check. To their surprise, she was still alive and well, and it was clear she had been cleaned up. Little sister, I think our father has been acting strange lately, Song Woo said after noticing that his father kept finding excuses to go out for a while over several days. He thought it was odd, so he immediately told his sister about it. Our father probably went to take care of Grandma, Song Won said after hearing her brother and thinking about recent events. She quickly reached a conclusion. Song Woo was surprised to hear this. Really, he wondered, since they had already cut ties with their grandmother. Apart from the food and money she had asked for over the years, and the last time she tried to sell his sister to Motsi, he didn't think his father would reconcile with her again. If you don't believe it, go see for yourself, Song Won said, and they headed to her grandmother's house. To avoid people, they chose a narrow alley. After passing through it, they reached Lu Tsuehua's home. Unexpectedly, they ran into Zhang Kaihong and her parents in this alley. Seeing Song Won and Song Woo, the three of them looked even more surprised. Zhang Kaihong saw Song Won and looked like a mouse seeing a cat. Don't come any closer, she shouted loudly and then hid behind her parents, only keeping her eyes alert, worried she might be taken away again. Under Song Ruan's gaze, Zhang Saihong's mother stammered, "We just came to pick up some things from my daughter. We'll leave right after. We can't just stay like this, right?" Last time, after Zhang Kaihong and Song Jin were caught, Song Jin was in real trouble and likely to be sentenced to prison, but Zhang Kaihong was released after a few days. First, Wu Xing was indeed fine. Second, Zhang Kaihong refused to admit anything in front of the police. Plus, she was a bit unstable mentally, so the police released her. I heard she also divorced Song Jin. Song Won knew about all this, but she didn't expect to meet her here. I and my second brother were just passing by, Song Won replied calmly, then pulled her second brother to stand still and let them go ahead. Zhang Kaihong and her group hesitated for a moment, then turned around and left. However, after a short while, they had to stop again. Didn't you say you were just passing by? Why are you following us? Because we're going to my grandma's house. So, they were on the same way. After Zhang Kaihong opened the door, and went inside. She believed Song Ruan's words. Because Song Ruan's father, Song Bagua, was in the house, feeding Lu Tsuehua. Zhang Kaihong was worried that Song Ruan might get her into trouble, but she wasn't afraid of Lu Tsuehua. Lu Tsuehua, who often criticized her, was now seriously ill and couldn't get out of bed. She couldn't help but say a few sharp words. "Ha, you old woman, I used to be bullied by you. Now, it's your turn to get what you deserve. I didn't expect that before you died, your own son would be the one taking care of you." Lu Tsuehua had lived most of her life with a strong mind. She didn't show much emotion and calmly ate the food her eldest son fed her. While eating, she deliberately smacked her lips, looking like she was enjoying the meal. Zhang Kaihong snorted coldly. "Enjoying your son's service?" The word, son, was said with extra emphasis. Lu Tsuehua finally stopped and looked at her warily. Zhang Kaihong looked proud. "There's something you all might not know." She stretched out the ending of her sentence deliberately, teasing like a cat catching a mouse, watching for a reaction. Lu Tsuehua's dull eyes stared at her, a flicker of uncertain panic flashing in her eyes. Zhang Kaihong kept watching Lu Tsuehua's reaction, finding it amusing, then suddenly giggled. After laughing, she took a breath and said softly, "Don't you know? Your father isn't Lu Tsuehua's real son. He was just someone she found on the run during her escape. However, she later settled in Dongshui village and no one knew that this eldest son was not her biological child." Lu Tsuehua was struck by a sudden shock, her face full of worry as she looked at Song Bagua. Song Ruan was also stunned when he heard this, turning to look at his father. But Song Bagua's expression remained unchanged as he continued feeding Lu Tsuehua. Zhang Kaihong didn't see the expected reaction and felt a bit angry. "Hey, I told you you're not her real son. Why are you still feeding her?"
Eat, eat, eat. What's she eating?
"This old woman. I tell you, don't believe me. I overheard it myself behind the door." Lu Tsuehua looked scared, shaking her head desperately trying to say something but unable to speak, only feeling anxious. Song Bagua naturally finished feeding Lu Tsuehua, then cleaned up the dishes before opening his mouth. "I've known since I was young that I was adopted." His words caused everyone to pause. Even Lu Tsuehua stopped shaking her head and no longer tried to speak. Song Bagua's eyes were distant, as if recalling something. "When I was a child, one night, I had a high fever. My father said he would take me to see a doctor, but my mother refused because I was adopted." He looked at Lu Tsuehua and smiled. "Even though I was so sick I couldn't open my eyes, I could still hear what you and my father were saying." Zhang Kaihong was surprised. "If you knew all this, why did you come to take care of her? Are you stupid?" After tidying up the dishes, Song Bagua also wiped the table clean and skillfully placed a mat under Lu Tsuehua. After finishing these chores, he finally answered Zhang Kaihong's question. "But if it weren't for her, I might not have had the chance to grow up. I remember her good and bad, but now she can't move or do any harm. I will take care of her in her old age." This was said for Lu Tsuehua and also for Song Ruan and the others. Zhang Kaihong's lips moved, but she only coldly said, "Foolish." Her parents behind her looked a bit moved, pulling her sleeve to urge her. "Girl, those things are yours. Let's take them home quickly." Song Ruan felt uneasy inside and quickly pulled her second brother out. After learning that her father was not her biological son, her first reaction was to feel somewhat relieved. But relieved about what? Is she lucky that her father was the one who was abandoned as a child? Especially because her father's tone of voice is always gentle, as if this matter isn't important.
But she feels a little upset.
Learning the truth brought her some inner frustration. But she didn't stay upset for long because the organization issued a notice. They're going to restart the college entrance exam. Song Ruan slept late last night, so she woke up late today. It's early winter now, and the mornings are very cold, making the warm bed feel even more cozy and inviting. Even though she was awakened by the noise outside, she didn't want to get up and stayed snuggled under the covers. After a while, Yongbin quietly pushed the door open. Seeing that she was awake, he sat down beside her. "Honey, wake up and get ready for breakfast." "But the bed is so warm. I don't want to move." Song-won leaned her head into his arms, her eyes still sleepy, like a little cat rubbing against him. Did someone come? I think I heard you talking to someone in the other room. And you sounded pretty excited. Song-won, still half asleep, spoke softly, almost like she was teasing. Yongbin cleared his throat and wrapped his arms around her waist. Third brother came. He said that last night. The organization quickly sent down a document to restart the college entrance exam. Yongbin spoke calmly, but his gaze flicked over her fair face and settled on her pink lips. Her foggy mind took a moment to process his words. She was stunned, her mouth slightly open. Restart the college entrance exam? Today, she had known it would happen but didn't know the exact time, so she was still shocked when she heard the news. Yes, in just over a month, the exams will start. Seeing her confused expression, Yongbin felt a little ticklish inside, and his voice became a bit softer. But Song-won didn't notice. Her mind, still fuzzy, started to work quickly. When she felt a coolness at her waist and saw the man's face getting closer in front of her, she finally snapped out of her daze. What are you doing? Ugh. Warm breath fell on her lips. At first, she was stunned by the kiss, but after a while, she turned her face away to avoid him. I haven't even brushed my teeth or washed my face. I'm not bothered by that. I don't want to, Song-won said firmly. The college entrance exam is back, and we have many things to do today. We can't waste time on this. Every time you kiss, it takes so long. After saying this, she quickly got out of bed as if she was fleeing. First, Song-won told her brothers about the news of the college entrance exam being restored. Then she rode her bike to the principal's house. When she arrived, the principal had just received the news not long ago. I will inform the teachers later. We will plan in the next few days to open the school specifically for students preparing for the exam so they can review. The principal looked very happy. As an educator, we have finally waited for this day. Comrade Song-won, remember to come to school to review and take the exam. This is a great opportunity. Yes, I will definitely come. Song-won nodded. Principal, can my brothers and my boyfriend also come? Of course they can. After getting a positive answer, Song-won headed home to share the news with her family. On the way past the Manhwa bookstore, she saw it was crowded with people, clearly those who had heard the news were gathering to buy study materials. It's easy to imagine that after this, any books related to the college entrance exam would be sold out quickly. After all, for 10 years, no one could take the university entrance exam. During this time, many talented people put down their books and went to farm. Now that there's a chance to go back to university, many students would be crazy about it. While riding her bike back home, Song-won saw many young people heading to the town, and it was obvious they were going to buy study materials. She was glad she had bought enough books earlier, so she didn't have to rush to the bookstore now. Back in the village, fewer people than usual were working outside. Many were gathered in small groups, talking. Song-won felt emotional and rode her bike straight to her parents' house. As soon as she entered, she saw everyone sitting in the hall, looking serious. 1 month may pass quickly for you, but it doesn't change much for me. I'd rather study 2 hours a day now and take the exam next year. There will still be a college entrance exam then. Song was sitting in the corner, humming softly. That was the sentence she heard when she entered. Mom, Dad, what's wrong with second brother? Scumbag snorted. Your second brother just landed another factory deal. He's so reckless, not interested in studying or taking the college entrance exam anymore. I'm not skipping the exam because of this deal. I plan to take it next year, said Song-woo. Scumbag was furious and slammed the table. Just because of this, you think you can skip the college entrance exam? We still have your father, mother, and older sister at home. All of you siblings must go take the exam. Going to college is such a good opportunity. What's the point of being a laborer? Of course, going to college is the most important. I didn't say I wouldn't take it, Song-woo mumbled, giving his sister a pleading look. Song-won felt a bit dizzy. She had just arrived and only knew the basics. What could she do to help? Ignoring her brother's gaze, she asked the question she cared about most. Second brother, didn't you say before that when you had free time, you would go talk to the people in the countryside about how important knowledge is? Did you go? Of course I want to listen. Song Woo's eyes lit up when he mentioned this. Little sister, I tell you, there's an old man named Lu. He knows a lot of stories about doing business. He's really funny, Song Ruan.